Chapter 13, A Proper Hunter. Akira spent his days by training and exploring the ruins. The rumor of the unexplored territory filled with priceless relics where even a small kid could go had already died down. After all, Alpha analyzed the market price of the relics and adjusted the quality and quantity of the relics that Akira brought to the exchange center. Akira also got better equipment for himself. He no longer looked like an unarmed amateur kid bringing relics into the exchange center. So the rumor died down quickly and the hunters immediately stopped coming to the Kazuhara ruin, which was the source of the rumor. Thanks to that, Akira was able to go relics hunting without any problem. But in contrast, he was not able to earn enough money. After all, in order to avoid the spreading of similar rumors, he was only able to sell half of the relics that he gathered and had to hide the other half. In order to adjust to his worsened financial condition, he moved from 20,000 orum per night inn to a 4,000 orum per night inn. He was staying in 4 tatami mats wide room with no other amenities other than a shower. Even so, it was way more comfortable than sleeping in the slum city's alley. But Akira could not deny that he was also missing the lifestyle where he could take a bath in a bathtub every day. It was not easy to lower his life standard when he had experienced a better one before. As such, Akira frequently wondered when he would be able to get back to that lifestyle. Alpha only smiled like usual, trying to soothe Akira. She also told Akira that once he got enough skill and position, no one would doubt him if he brought expensive relics to the exchange center. Then he would be able to quickly return back to the lifestyle where he could take a bath in a bathtub every day. Behind her ever-present smiling face, Alpha kept a close watch on Akira. Akira's daily chores of training and exploring the ruins changed after Akira brought relics to the exchange center for the 10th time. After he finished the transaction as usual and was about to go back home, Nojima suddenly called him. "Wait for a second. Take this with you." Nojima gave Akira a map drawn on a piece of paper and a plastic card. It was a map of the city boundary and there was a marker on it. "There's just a little bit of something that you need to do, but you only need to show this card to whoever is there." "Well then, good luck out there, Ajira. My name is Akira." Ajira was the name that was mistakenly written on his hunter ID. Nojima laughed when he saw Akira was annoyed. "Your name was submitted as such in the database, you know. Did you mistakenly submit the wrong name? Who the heck is the guy who did your application? That damn guy. Anyway, you can correct your name there, so get going." After saying that, Nojima just cheerfully sent Akira off. The outer wall that surrounded the middle district of Kagomayama City was frequently boasted for its durability. It could keep the inner part safe and sound even if it was assaulted. That thick and tall wall which physically, economically, and socially separated the inner and the outer side was brimming with power, so much that it would awe anyone who saw it up close. There was a big tall building along the wall called Kugama Building. It was a checkpoint that connected the inner and the outer part of the city, and it was a very important building for the city. There was a hunter office inside that building, and it handled a different kind of function compared to the hunter office where Akira applied as a hunter. It was an office that managed all the hunter activities around Kagomayama City. Akira looked at the building. Its intimidating appearance showcased the authority, financial power, and military power that it held. It was just simply too much for a small kid from the slum. The marker on the map led to the corner where the hunter office was located. "This is the place, right?" "Yep, let's go in." "Yeah." Akira nervously followed Alpha, who already entered the building. If Akira was alone, he would have hesitated and it would have taken some time before he could enter the building. But it was thanks to Alpha's presence that he could muster little courage to immediately enter the building. Akira was frozen in awe by the appearance of the huge hall filled with decorations and the hunters who were present there. Some of them were carrying a gun bigger than their own body, some of them were using high-grade enhancing clothes, and some of them even had metallic skin, a common trait of cyborgs. All of them looked so much different compared to Akira, a small boy who just finished his hunter application. "Akira, they're not your enemies. It's not like they're going to attack you, so calm down." "Okay. There's nothing you can get from just standing there. Let's finish what we came here for. You do know what you should do, right?" "Nope." "This way then." Akira, who grew up in the slum, had no idea what he should do here, It was thanks to Alpha's support that he was able to proceed without any trouble. The reception counters of the Hunter office were located on the first floor. He headed to an unmanned reception machine that functioned as a ticket printer. He used the card that he received from Nojima to register his name on the waiting list. He then moved to a corner to wait for his turn so as to not bother anyone else. When his name was called, he moved to the counter and showed his ticket and card to the girl who was working behind that counter. "I was told to show this, but..." The girl showed a formal smile. Her expression and fake smile were suddenly shaken when she saw the card that Akira was showing. But she immediately remembered her position as an office worker and regained her composure. She then took the card and used her terminal to read the card. "Please let me confirm it. Are you Ajira-sama?" Akira answered back nervously. "Yes. Wait, no. My name is Akira." The name submitted into the database was a wrong name. The girl then bowed and apologized. "I apologize." "Well then, Akira-sama, congratulations on your promotion to a ranked 10 hunter. Please allow me to reconfirm the registered information and reprint the card. Shall I give you a guide for the reissuance of your hunter ID and the steps to correct the wrong information?" Yes, please." "With pleasure." Looking at how Akira was behaving, the receptionist thought that he was not really knowledgeable about the process. As such, following her duty as a receptionist, she politely offered her help to Akira and continued to give an explanation about what he should do. The hunter office sorted the hunters by their ranks. The lowest was rank 1. People would regard hunters with a high rank in high regard. In order to climb the rank, you would need to do business in the exchange center affiliated with the hunter office or accept quests from the hunter office or the companies affiliated with it. In short, the more contributions you offer to the Eastern District corporate government, the higher your rank would be. If you climbed to a high enough rank, you would be able to access and gather relics from ruins that were restricted under the authority of the corporate government. The higher your rank, the more priority you will be given in the waiting list. You would also be able to get your hands on high-tech weapons, those that normally would not be offered for sale to low-rank hunters due to its cost, size, and firepower. You might even be allowed to handle forbidden guns. There were some quests issued by the hunter office, and the companies affiliated to it also had a rank restriction. Only high-ranking hunters were able to take quests with a high level of privacy and restriction. After all, lower-rank hunters would not even know the existence of these quests. Other than these benefits, many hunters were climbing the rank for popularity and honor. Akira was at rank 10. It was the starter rank for those hunters who registered their name with their company employee ID or citizenship ID. In short, it was an amateur rank for commoners. Slum citizens who did not even have a personal ID would start as rank 1 hunter when registering themselves as a hunter. They usually registered their name using a piece of paper with their name written on it. Then, after they brought relics to the exchange center for a certain number of times and earned a certain amount of money from those relics, they would start getting recognized as someone who was motivated and had the skill to be a hunter. Then eventually the hunter office would recognize them as someone with potential and rank them up. And after reaching ranked 10, the hunter office would finally recognize them as a hunter. The card that Nojima gave to Akira in the exchange center was a proof that Akira was already raised up from rank 1. Not many people could get that since most of the people would just give up or get killed midway. Then among those who were ranked up, some were seen as very potential hunters and got special treatment. One of them was a free first reissuance for their hunter ID. After finishing her explanation, the receptionist gave Akira a small booklet. It was made with high-quality paper with the logos of the Eastern corporate government and the hunter office printed on its cover. It was filled with all kinds of information about hunters and everything related to it. She then continued Akira's registration process. "Akira-sama, since your request was to fix your registered name, can you please tell me your correct name again?" "It's Akira." Akira answered back with a puzzled look. The girl asked again with a serious face. "Akira-sama, the registration today is different compared to the temporary registration that you did before. The information registered today will be forwarded as a full registration and basically added as a complement to the missing information. Moreover, we will accept today's change in the registered data taking into account the fact that we had mistakenly registered your name. From now on, any request for change will need a thorough inspection, and depending on your reason, your request might even be rejected, so please remember it. The name registered in your Hunter ID will be the name used to identify you and anything related to you, such as your family, land, country, class, etc. With that in mind, are you sure you want to change your registered name to Akira? Akira could not immediately answer that question. Akira had no relatives at all. He had no family and not even a record about his family. When he first began understanding the world around him, he already found himself in the slums of the Kagomayama city. He even had no love for the slums. He stayed there just because he had no ability to get out from the slum, so it was not like he felt any sense of belonging or anything. He also did not belong to any faction inside the slum city. He was always alone. If someone asked him to identify himself, he could not say anything else than his name. That was why, when he thought that he could change his name here, he realized that he actually had no restriction whatsoever in changing his identity. Changing his name now would not cause him any kind of inconvenience. After all, there was no one who was using his name for calling him, of course save for Alpha, who was a special case. After a short silence, Akira said with a serious look, "Akira, my name is Akira. Please register me with this name. If I want to change it, I'll just change it later. But if my request is refused, then it might mean that I should not change my name after all." "Certainly." After operating the terminal, the receptionist handed over a new Hunter ID to Akira. Akira kept staring at his Hunter ID that he just received. It changed from a cheap-looking piece of paper into a card made of hard plastic. There was a deep meaning in the change of material. Please be careful not to lose it. Another reissuance would require more money and another inspection. And in the worst-case scenario, all of your past achievements might even get erased and your rank might be revoked back to amateur. Then the girl smiled and bowed. "That will conclude your registration. I sincerely pray for your success ahead." Her politeness was just a formality, but it also meant that he was finally regarded as a real hunter. Akira smiled back and left the place. He exited the Kagama building while happily looking at his new Hunter ID. Looking at his action, Alpha smiled and congratulated him. "Akira, you finally became a hunter. Congratulations." "Thank you. So I wasn't a hunter all this time, huh? You were just a self-proclaimed hunter all along. Sadly enough, you'll only get laughed at if you showed that piece of paper and say that you're a hunter." As Akira was looking at his new Hunter ID, he made an expression as if he just realized something. "You're right. The name written in this Hunter ID was his correct name." Akira smiled when he read it. "This means that I finally can actually call myself a hunter, huh?" This Hunter ID also functioned as Akira's ID. Although if he showed that card to the shops, they would only regard him as an amateur. Even so, this card was more useful as his ID. Akira felt that it was a huge improvement. At least, he was no longer a denizen of the slum city with no identification. People would say that one was able to reach success as a hunter only after they piled up achievements and made their Hunter ID a revered Hunter ID. Having a revered Hunter ID would carry a lot of meaning. And on this day, Akira finally took his first step to reach success. Noticing Akira, who might just spend all his time staring at his Hunter ID if left alone, Alpha made a bitter smile and warned him. "How long are you going to keep looking at it? Just put it away already. You'll look suspicious if you keep doing that." The area around the Kagama building was well maintained compared to the other places inside the lower district. If Akira got caught here because he looked suspicious, it would be far more troublesome compared to if he was arrested in other places. As such, Akira immediately put away his Hunter ID in panic. Now then, you have registered as a common hunter. So let's immediately go by the thing that a common hunter like you must have. A thing that I must have? What am I going to buy? An information terminal. Hunters usually bought, sold, shared, and exchanged useful information such as the location of ruins, the map of ruins, and the details about the monsters who live in the ruins on the internet. It helped them to effectively work as hunters, bring back a lot of relics, and make the Eastern District prosper. The widely available information terminal was the foundation of the information network. When the Tatsumori Manufacturing finally completed their cheap but advanced product for the livelihood of the hunters, the information terminal quickly spread among the hunters. Even now, the market for hunters' specialized goods was monopolized by Tatsumori Manufacturing. As such, the Tatsumori Manufacturing had risen up in power and now is one of the companies in the corporate government. Moreover, the information terminal produced by Tatsumori Manufacturing is regarded as an important product in the Eastern District because of its influence. As such, for the benefit of the Eastern District, the information terminal was mass-produced and sold cheaply. So even someone like Akira is able to buy one for himself. Since the information terminal had completely assimilated in the hunter's life, companies and the hunter office usually sent their request through the information terminal. Even now, they said that the information terminal was an absolute necessity for hunters. Akira then went to an information terminal specialist shop near the hunter office and bought an information terminal by following Alpha's instructions. Akira spent almost all the money he earned for buying the information terminal. And also, the terminal was actually a simple information terminal made especially for amateurs. Akira had no idea to set up the terminal, so he had the shop clerk set it up for him. While the shop clerk was setting up his information terminal, he said to Akira that he would need Hunter ID to finish the setup. Akira thought that a chance to use his new Hunter ID had finally come and happily showed his Hunter ID. After returning back to his narrow room, Akira started thinking seriously. He had calmed down after getting his new Hunter ID and information terminal. So, he started thinking that he would work hard in the future since he had become a common hunter now, but then he suddenly realized something and got worried about his current condition. Alpha, I've used all my money to buy the information terminal, so I don't even have any money to pay for the room tomorrow. Are we going to be okay? Akira thought that Alpha must have thought of something and expected a reassuring answer from Alpha. But Alpha just smiled and said, "Nope, we're not. That's why we'll go hunt for relics tomorrow." Akira was a bit shocked and looked at Alpha, but she returned back with a smile and they just kept staring at each other for some time. Akira then let out a sigh and ended the silence. Akira knew that he could not win if he argued against Alpha. Since he spent almost all of his money on the information terminal, he could only assume that the information terminal was worthy of that money. He thought that he would be able to accept her argument if he decided to ask Alpha the reason anyway. Moreover, exploring the ruin took a lot of stamina. As such, rather than spending his energy trying to argue with Alpha, Akira thought that he should quickly get rest instead. And so, although he had a lot of questions, he just decided not to ask them. You still have some ammo left from before, so I think you're all right for the ammo. You're right. Starting from tomorrow, you'll use the information terminal for exploring the ruin. So give me a hand in setting the terminal. HM? Didn't we finish that in the shop before? It's the setting frequently used by a common hunter. Now we're going to set it to suit your need, Akira. We need to completely overwrite the setting so that it's easier for you to receive my support. But I can't operate the terminal, so you'll have to help me with it. So basically, the information terminal will be set such that it's easier for me to use, right? I understand. It might take at least until midnight, so give your best, okay? Akira was surprised and looked at Alpha. He could see that Alpha just smiled as usual, but she was not joking. As such, he suddenly felt so tired and his face loosened. Akira kept working on the terminal setting by following Alpha's instructions. What he did actually was only operating the buttons on the panel that also functioned as a monitor, inputting information and choosing options. Akira actually knew nothing about what he was doing. When Akira put in symbols, characters and numbers that he did not understand, other unknown symbols, characters and numbers were displayed. Akira just kept choosing options following Alpha's instruction as if he was a robot. It was a series of mundane actions that Akira did not know the meaning behind. It was torturous enough to make people lose their minds. All of these repeated meaningless mundane actions made Akira's mind wander into strange directions. He had no idea what he was doing. Was he really setting the terminal? Or was it one of the rumored magic from the Western District? Or was it some kind of ritual for calling an unknown entity? Just like what Alpha said, the setting was not finished even after midnight. But Akira just kept doing it with a blank mind. And finally it was finished. Akira, it's done. It's finally over. Actually, there are still some parts that need adjustment. But it doesn't look like you can do it now. I'll do the rest so you can just go ahead and sleep. The date had already changed. Realizing that, Akira suddenly felt more tired. He just dove into his bed while leaving his information terminal lying on the floor. Then he let tiredness lead him to sleep. The information terminal kept working on its own while Akira was sleeping. The next morning, Akira woke up from Alpha's voice just like usual. But when he turned towards the source of the voice, he did not see Alpha. Alpha? Over here. With a puzzled look, Akira turned to the source of the voice that was somehow different from usual. He saw an image of Alpha smiling and waving at him from inside the terminal that was lying on the floor. He realized that Alpha's voice came out from the terminal rather than sent directly into him. There was also a limit on the sound that an information terminal could produce. That was why it felt rather strange for Akira. Akira took the terminal and held it in front of him. He could see Alpha smiling at him. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? I put myself inside the information terminal, you know. Akira was still disoriented just after waking up, so his reaction was rather dull. Seeing his reaction, Alpha looked rather dissatisfied. That was a weak reaction. Are you not surprised? Compared to the sudden appearance of a girl who I can see but not touch, which really gave me a paradigm shift, this is nothing. By the way, are we going to communicate with each other through this terminal from now on? I don't mind if you prefer either way. So which one do you prefer? After taking his time thinking for a bit, Akira answered back casually. Let's communicate like before. It's too much work if I have to take out my terminal every time I want to talk with you. Okay. Alpha suddenly vanished from the terminal and appeared beside Akira just like usual. With the presence and voice which felt so real that they could not be compared to the one from the terminal, Alpha happily made a mischievous smile while coming closer to Akira's face and said in such a provocative voice. As I thought, compared to the small monitor of the terminal. You would rather have me beside you like this, right? Yeah, right, you're not wrong. Akira was flustered and turned his face away as he just blurted out a random answer. Alpha smiled satisfied looking at how Akira's face turned beet red. Akira was heading to the Kuzuzuhara ruin for relics hunting again. He was very excited as he was traversing the wasteland near the Kuzuzuhara ruin. The reason why he was excited was not because this was his first relics hunting after he became a real hunter, but it was because he was expecting to make money on this trip. He almost ran out of money after spending it on the information terminal. If he returned back from this relics hunt with empty hands, then it would mean that he would go back to sleeping in the slums alley again. He who had already gotten used to living in a small cramped room of the inn which was way better than sleeping in the back alley of the slum city would have to return back to the days when he was sleeping in the middle of the road inside the alley. Akira really wanted to avoid that. As such, he took a deep breath and pumped himself up as he was heading to the ruins. Alright then, let's go. Wait for a second. What? Alpha was making a dissatisfied look at Akira who was brimming with excitement. It could be taken that he was able to make that expression since they had that leeway, but it was only until Alpha opened her mouth. Since you got better in using guns, we'll change the difficulty of your training starting from today. To be more precise, I want you to be able to move around without my enemy detection support. We will still keep diving into the ruin, but you should take actions assuming as if you have no enemy detection support from me. Akira was visibly shocked. Alpha's enemy detection was Akira's lifeline. He could not even imagine what would happen to him if he did not have it. Am I going to be okay? Alpha smiled naturally toward Akira who was filled with anxiety and hesitation. You're not going to be okay. That's why you have to train yourself. You're right, but... Akira was thinking of insisting, but he was in so much shock that he could not say anything. Alpha suddenly made a serious face. If you get better as a hunter, you'll be able to explore other ruins too. After all, you can't expect to keep looking for relics in Kuzuzuhara ruins only. Also, my enemy detection is significantly weakened outside Kuzuzuhara ruins. To be more precise, how far it's weakened. In the worst-case scenario, it won't even work at all. Akira's face inadvertently puckered. For Akira, that would be simply lethal. Of course, even in that condition, I'll still give my utmost support. But it will be limited. That's why I want you to get used to moving around the ruin while we still have the chance. You understand? That I understand? This is only a training though, so do tell me if danger approaches me, okay? Alpha smiled as she nodded to Akira. Of course, but you should properly move around the ruins carefully. Otherwise, it won't be training. Yeah. Basically, you just need to move around as you like. If you do anything dangerous or do something that you should not do, I'll give you a warning. So then let's start. Akira took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Although it was only a training and Alpha's detection was still working, but he had to think he had no enemy detection support as he was going to explore the ruins. Now suddenly the ruins became a very dangerous place in Akira's mind. Moreover, in reality, the ruins were more dangerous than he thought. It was just that Alpha's existence made it look safer before. It made Akira realize that he was actually spoiled up until now, as he was not used to the feeling that he is feeling now. But even so, he steeled his resolve and stepped forward. Stop. He got a warning right on his first step. Right off the bat, huh? You should confirm the safety of the ruins from here using your binoculars first. Confirm whether there are monsters or not. And if you spot a monster, think whether you can win against that monster or you should withdraw. Think carefully before you make any decisions. It was ultimately correct. So Akira could only smile bitterly, remembering that he was about to step into the ruins carelessly. So then he took out his binoculars and looked at the ruin. He did not spot any monster. They might be just hiding, but it was way better than stepping forward without checking anything. It looks all right to me. Before moving forward, look at your information terminal. Akira then looked at the information terminal that was attached to his arm. Since it was a product especially made for hunters, it came with a strong belt that Akira used to fit the terminal in a place where he could easily look at. There was a Chibi Alpha displayed on the terminal monitor, and it was giving an instruction to Akira. After Akira followed that instruction, a map popped out in the monitor. This is the map of the Kuzuhara ruins. Even if you are only going to hunt for relics, rather than searching aimlessly, you should decide where you want to search and which route you want to take. Although it is important to choose places where the probability of finding relics are more, it is even more important for you to think of an escape route in case you encounter a monster. So plan carefully and adjust your action according to the situation around you. Even if you tell me so much, I still don't know what exactly I should do. It's also a form of training for you to think about it. Akira kept staring at the map with a grim face. There was a lot of information written on the map, but for Akira, or even for other people too, it was hard to analyze that information and plan on a route. But even so, Akira racked his brain and tried his best before moving towards the ruins. The outskirts of the Kuzuhara ruins were filled with abandoned buildings. Akira had some memories of calmly walking through this place, but the place was very different from what he remembered. As such, Akira was making a grim face as he walked through it. He walked slowly and carefully, trying to watch his surroundings as much as he could. Although he watched his surroundings very carefully, it did not have much effect on Akira's survivability. Akira, who was moving around without enemy detection, was like a total amateur. There were so many different places around him where enemies could lay waiting for him, like from the windows of the abandoned buildings or from behind the wreckage around him. But if he kept worrying about his enemy's existence, there would be no end to it, and he had no time to check all the nook and cranny around him. And if he failed to check and there were actually enemies hiding, then during a real fight it would spell the end of Akira life. The ruins were simply such a dangerous place. But even so, many hunters put their life at stake diving into the ruins looking for relics. They would either end up reaping profits in exchange for risking their lives or lose the bet and their lives in the ruins. The training continued. Akira got a warning every time he took a few steps forward. How to move without making any sound, how to check whether a route was prone to surprise attack or not, the posture that would allow him to immediately make a counterattack, and how to keep that posture in places with difficult footings, the priority of things that he should check from around him. Akira was lacking all these skills. Because of that, Akira took about an hour to pass through the place that usually took him just a few minutes. Although he did not encounter any monster, the strain that he got from surveying his surroundings greatly exhausted him. Compared to Akira, Alpha knew better just how exhausted Akira was. So she decided that it would be dangerous if they continued and stopped the training there. Let's stop your training here today. There's no danger around, so you can rest easy. Akira loosened up a bit and let out a big sigh from the exhaustion. He then looked back to see just how far he had come. He could see that he just passed the border between the ruins and the wasteland. He then let out a sigh, realizing just how incompetent he was. That's so I only went this far, huh? It seems that I have a lot of things to work on in the future. You'll be able to move faster with more experience. Moreover, once you get a better information terminal, it would be able to greatly help you in detecting enemies. Keep up with your training, get better equipment, and let's become a capable hunter. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. Looking at how Alpha was smiling brightly and gently at him, Akira was able to reassure himself. That you're right, I just can't rush this kind of thing. That's right. Now then, we should go looking for relics. So let's continue forward with my enemy detection support. Let's go! Akira just left the enemy detection to Alpha as he delved deep into the ruins. He was able to traverse through the same distance that he took an hour alone, in just a few minutes. As he moved deeper into the ruins, the road that was actually designed for easy access turned into a labyrinth due to the wreckages from the buildings that were blocking the roads. Akira kept comparing his surroundings with the map as he was walking. And then he made a puzzled look. Alpha, about this map though, isn't this map wrong in many places? Of course it is. Akira was surprised when he heard just how casually Alpha answered that. So it is indeed incorrect, huh? And it's to be expected, huh? That map is downloaded for free from the internet after all. So it was an inaccurate map. As for a more accurate map, you would need to pay money and get it from a source that you can trust. Moreover, the map displayed is from the time when that terminal was produced, so there's no guarantee in its accuracy. There are cases when powerful monsters went on a rampage and completely changed the contours of the place. There are also cases where hunters who were trying to destroy a wall for searching relics but ended up destroying the whole building too. There are many other things that happened and changed the condition of the ruins. So with that in mind, you should also train yourself so that you can use the map as much as possible despite all of this. Among the hunters, there were those who were known as map brokers. They used all kinds of methods to make a map of ruins and earned their living from selling those maps. Their maps were filled with useful information containing a detailed map of the inner part of a dangerous ruin, the type and number of monsters that roamed the ruin, and the list of relics that were found in that ruin. Sometimes, the value of the map of ruin could even go beyond the value of the relics that you could find in that ruin. Akira was listening closely to Alpha. He only had a shallow knowledge of hunters. He had thought that hunters were people who only explored the ruins, killed monsters, and earned money from collecting relics. So he was a bit surprised when he heard that some hunters earned money through selling maps. So you can earn money from doing such a thing, huh? Is it really that profitable that you can make a business out of it? Rather than charging into a ruin carelessly, your survivability rate will be way higher if you go inside a ruin with a detailed plan. If you can buy your safety with money, then there are a lot of hunters out there who are willing to buy it, even if they have to pay a big amount for it. So the ability to collect information about a ruin is also an important skill for a hunter, huh? Yep, that's right. I'm sure you know it yourself just how dangerous it is to get into a ruin without having any information beforehand, right? Akira smiled bitterly as he remembered the time when he hadn't met Alpha. Well, it's true that I would have died if I didn't meet you back then. So thank you once again. Alpha smiled with invincibly. Please show your gratitude with action. To be more precise, work hard so you can fulfill my request. I'm not rushing you or anything though. Please be patient about that. I have a high expectation from you. Akira replied back casually, but there were no lies in his words. And it was the same for Alpha, who was smiling at Akira. But it was a different problem as to how sincere it was deep inside their hearts. After finishing their relics hunt for the day, Akira reconfirmed the relics that he was bringing back. Alpha, is it just me, or did we really bring more relics than usual today? You're a real hunter now, so I thought it might be a good idea to increase the relics. I'll keep increasing the quantity from now on, but of course, I'll adjust it according to your ability. So let's work hard earning money for buying better equipment, ammo, training, study, and for taking breaks too. Even for you too, I'm sure that you want to stay in a room with a bathtub. Akira nodded strongly. Yes, I want to. So should we get more relics? Alpha just smiled to Akira, who got motivated so easily. Nope, okay. Alpha smiled mischievously as Akira hung his head low, disappointed. Chapter 14, A Lost Wallet. Akira just returned from the ruins and went straight to the slum. The rucksack on his back was filled with more relics than usual. People with good eyes could easily discern that Akira was a hunter who just came back with a lot of relics from the ruins. The safety of the slum city normally got better closer to the wall and worse closer to the wasteland, especially for the slum area that was bordering the wasteland. The safety in the slum area was really bad. Hunters who wanted to avoid any troubles would take a detour and enter the lower district without passing through the slum city. After all, there were people who were blinded by their greed for relics and immediately turned violent. Most of them ended up as a new addition to countless dead bodies in a particular area in the slum city. It showed the inhabitants of the slum city the difference between those people who regularly fought against monsters and those who did not. Akira did not even bat an eyelash and just went straight to the slum city. After all, it was faster for him to go to the exchange center through the slum city. Not to mention that since he grew up in the slum city, he was already used with the public order here. After all, nothing happened so far when he passed through the slum city so many times since he became a hunter. But something was not normal today. Alpha suddenly told Akira to keep his guard up. Akira, we're surrounded. Akira stopped and confirmed his surroundings. It did not look like he was surrounded. There were more people around him than usual, and that was all. But Akira did not question Alpha's detection ability and kept his guard up. That is it possible for me to win? Even if it was true that he was surrounded, there were many possibilities as to why he was surrounded. It might be just a form of greeting or just light intimidation, or maybe he just got caught himself when they were aiming for someone else. But then, Akira immediately understood that he was the target. As such, he immediately took a pose by which he could quickly shoot back if he was suddenly attacked. Alpha remembered the time when Akira decided to kill everyone when he was saving Elena and her friend in the Kuzuzahara city ruins. As such, she asked Akira, "Are you thinking of fighting them? How far do you want to go this time? If it doesn't seem like I can win, then I'll just run and think about the next course of action depending on the enemies." They surrounded Akira and intimidated him. But if the intimidation did not work and it was not worth it, they would just withdraw. Akira did not mind if that happened. But if they tried to extort relics from him, Akira had no wish to give them any. He had become a real hunter. He was no longer a small boy from the slum who would just throw his money that he had desperately collected so that they would spare him. That was the last thing he would do. That was why it depended on his enemies. If he had to choose to kill them all or not, Akira had already decided he would kill them if he had a chance. Alpha then gave a suggestion. It was true that he did kill those hunters down to the last man at that time, although they were not even attacking him. But their enemies this time seemed to be willing to talk with him. It was rather strange considering the situation, but it did not affect his winning chance. If you want to do that, then I won't stop you. But if I decide that it's getting dangerous, then obey my order and run away, okay? Alright. I too don't want to die after all. As Akira was standing still and was watching his surroundings, the encirclement was completed. All the alleys and escape routes around him were blocked by the slum people. Then 3 men came out from among the people surrounding him. Those 3 men looked different from the other people around him. They were wearing armor that was a bit dirty and damaged, and they were carrying an anti-monster gun rather than a simple handgun. Basically, they were hunters who fell from grace. Akira knew immediately that these men were the leaders of the people who were surrounding him. Then in order to show that he was not scared, Akira shouted at them casually. "Unfortunately, I'm not rich to be able to pay the toll, so just go and hit someone else instead, okay?" Those men laughed. Among them, a man called Sibia shook his head. "Stop lying. You're carrying a lot of relics on your back, aren't you? I don't know where you got them, but I'm sure I can find more from where you found them, right?" Akira tensed up and it was visible from his expression. Looking at that, Shibuya just laughed as if he expected that would happen. Shibuya aiming for Akira was half coincidence. He was spreading his net since he started gathering information about his next prey. There were countless gangs in the slum city and many of them were led by fallen hunters. These were hunters who did not have the skill and equipment to earn money in the wasteland but enough to use in the narrow space of the slum city and a touch of violence to earn money there. These hunters would gather minions and form a gang. Shibuya was one of those hunters. Although he was not one of the big fish here, his gang was pretty powerful and they had a base in the slum city. Akira was caught in the net that they were spreading. Shibuya imagined just how much Akira had in his rucksack and mocked him. "You're a boy from the slum too, right? Then we should help each other, right? I have a lot of people under me so we're having a hard time surviving here, you see." Shibuya looked around to the people who were surrounding Akira as if to say that they were his minions and threatened Akira that he could not escape. "Don't worry. As long as you give me all your money, belongings and all the information you have, we won't kill you." The two people beside Shibuya readied their guns and pointed them at Akira. They were laughing, indicating that they thought Akira was weaker than them and had no ability to win against their number. But Shibuya could see that there was not even a trace of fear from Akira's expression. Akira looked at Shibuya with a grim face. "That if I refuse, are you going to kill me? If you kill me, you won't get any information, you know. That depends on you. You can just tell us before we kill you." Akira knew that Shibuya and his friends had no plans on letting him live. Akira let out a big sigh and hung his head. Looking at that, Shibuya thought that Akira had surrendered, so he lowered his guard as well. Behind the weakness that he was showing to those people, Akira actually already made up his mind. All right, I don't want to die anyway." Hearing those words, they lowered their guard further as they unconsciously took off their finger from the trigger and lowered their guns. "Alpha. Ready when you are." With that short telepathic conversation, Shibuya and his friend's fate were sealed. Akira suddenly turned to his side. Shibuya and the other men were baited by that and looked to the direction where Akira was looking. The next moment, Akira pulled out his assault gun and started shooting while running as fast as he could toward the direction that Alpha instructed. Those who had bad luck got shot and screamed in pain. Since they had already lowered their guard, they were late to react. Not to mention that they were surrounding Akira, any shot that they missed would hit their friends on the other side of the encirclement instead, so they ended up aiming more carefully, which made their reaction much slower. There were those who tried to shoot Akira with reflex but none hit their mark. Alpha had already calculated the safest path in case they started shooting at Akira and he was running through that very path. Alpha's calculation was perfect. Despite all the bullets that were shot at him, not even a single bullet hit him. Akira followed Alpha's instruction and dove into an alley. Of course, the men who were blocking that alley were thinking of shooting at Akira, but they were so surprised that their reaction was delayed. Thus Akira was able to shoot them freely in close range. Those men were only using a simple cloth rather than an armor, so the anti-monster bullet penetrated them without any resistance. The alley was decorated by corpses and the ground was flooded with blood in an instant. But Akira did not even bat an eyelash on that terrible scene as he ran further and further away without looking back at the people who were trying to kill him. Shouts and screams echoed in the area. Majority of Shibuya's minions thought that Akira was only a small boy who would give away everything with a little intimidation. They did not even imagine that it would turn into a shootout. The people who were coerced to come with Shibuya started to fear for their own lives and ran away. Shibuya and his two friends were only lightly wounded, thanks to their armor. Shibuya was shot but it did not hinder him in the fight, but even so, the pain from the hit was immense as it was visible from his expression. He screamed in anger because of the pain he suffered. "That damn boy, looking down on us. You guys go and chase him. I'll take another route and circle him. You guys, stop standing there and chase that boy. We'll surround him." The two men beside Shibuya immediately set off chasing Akira, but the other people were only standing there, scared for their own life. Looking at that, Shibuya clicked his tongue and pointed his gun at them. "Get going. Else forfeit your lives here." Finally, the rest of Shibuya's gang started moving. He clicked his tongue and went to another alley chasing after Akira. Akira took a turn not too deep into the alley and stopped. He immediately turned back and pointed his gun to the alley that he just passed. The corner worked like a shield that blocked the view. But he could precisely aim at the people who were chasing him because of the detection support that Alpha added into his vision. To make it easier for Akira to see, Alpha even outlined the enemy with a red border. Shibuya even intimidated his gang members with his gun to make them chase after Akira. They still thought that Akira was desperately trying to run away from them. Due to this, they did not notice Akira as they just blazed through the alley without confirming their surroundings. Akira remained hidden and silently readied his gun. The moment they ran into the alley defenselessly, Akira showered them with bullets. The few people who ran into the alley directly took the bullet and fell into the ground, while the people behind them indirectly took the bullet and screamed in agony, which was followed by the people behind them. The ground was painted red with their blood. Alpha, how many people left? Most of the people that surrounded you already started running away. So you just need to kill the leader and his aides, which means at least 3 more people left. Hide there. Akira hid in one side of the alley. It did not take long before the rest of the gang who were still alive arrived there and shot a few shots to check the corner before carefully moving forward. Because Akira precisely followed Alpha's instruction, he did not get hit by their bullets. Moreover, thanks to his long history of living in the back alley of the slum city, he could hide so well that a small peek would not be enough to discover him. The guy who stepped into the alley thought that Akira was not there and stood there exposing his whole body. The moment he did that, Akira's bullet went through his forehead. 2 more left. Refill your magazine while you have the chance. Roger that. Akira calmed down and changed his gun's magazine while his downed enemies were still screaming in pain. Shibuya was trying to circle Akira. At first, he was running in anger, but he calmed down with time and his anger started to change into confusion. Guys? What's going on over there? He tried to contact his subordinates through wireless communication, but there was no connection at all. He was getting irritated, but he tried to fake courage to replace the anxiety in his heart. Damn it! The gunshot that echoed from the distance had already stopped. Shibuya could only think of 2 possibilities: either his minions had a shootout with Akira and finished him, or the exact opposite of that. He hoped that the former had happened. And as to the reason why he could not contact his minions, it was either because the communication device was destroyed during the shootout or they were injured and could not reply back. Both of these were possible scenarios. But Shibuya also imagined about what would happen to him if the actual situation was outside his expectation. What the heck is with that boy? He isn't just a normal boy, huh? Shibuya thought that Akira was only a lucky boy. It was a conclusion that he made after hearing a rumor about a small boy who accidentally found a hidden place filled with relics left by some dead hunters. If that was true, then even a child with no power would be able to bring back expensive relics. It also fits the fact that no one found any unexplored area despite so many hunters went looking for it after hearing that rumor. He thought that it must be an amateur who brought back relics knowing nothing about the worth of the relics that he carried. Then a rumor spread after the relics that he brought back was bought by Exchange Center for a surprisingly high price. Shocked by that, he must have stayed low until the rumor died down. And if there were still relics left in that place, then he must have bought some equipment while trying not to raise any suspicion using the money that he received from his first expedition. He would be planning to go back to that place once the rumor had died down. Shibuya thought that it was around the time for that to happen and ordered his subordinates to watch out for someone that looked like the child from that rumor. Then he really found such a boy, thus he felt more confident in himself. Not to mention that the boy looked way weaker than he thought. That boy did not look like someone who could survive in the ruins and the wasteland that he himself could not. But he had lost his confidence now. He thought that he would get killed if he stepped forward, so he was just frozen in place and could not step forward. Is it better if I just run away? If that boy really killed my men, I can just come up with some kind of excuse later and... Shibuya could not decide what to do and it became a fatal mistake. Whether he would run away or fight back, he should have made the decision faster. After all, if he decided to fight back, then he would have more time to prepare himself, and if he decided to run, then he would have more time to escape. The time was of the essence for his survivability. Gunshots suddenly echoed in the air. Shibuya was hit by several bullets. The high-quality armor that he was wearing saved his life. But the impact from the shots made him drop his gun. Then another round of shots echoed, the gun that he dropped was destroyed and he was incapacitated by his injuries. He lost all his ability to fight back and could only lie on the ground. He could see Akira coming out from an alley near him while looking disappointed. Akira was disappointed because Shibuya was still alive although he shot at him with the aim of killing him. Alpha smiled while looking amazed. Good grief, you missed too many shots. You should take a better aim before going for the kill, that I'll give my best in my next training. Akira let out a light sigh and walked to Shibuya. He then aimed his gun at Shibuya's head to finish him off. Shibuya panicked. He thought hard for a way to stop Akira from killing him. Wait. It's your win. I'm sorry. I'll give you my money. I have a lot of money, you know. So please just stop. Why are you aiming for me? It's because I heard that there's a boy who is not that strong but has a lot of money. But I was mistaken. You're strong. So please spare me. If you spare me, I'll even be your minion. I'll let you replace my position as the gang leader. I have influence even on the other gangs too, you know. You'll definitely get more profit if you let me live. I have a lot of useful information about the slum city too. It'll be useful for your survival. I can help you too. You don't want to get attacked like this again in the future, right? I can talk to other gangs so they won't attack you ever again. So spare me, okay? Akira just stood there staring at Shibuya who was pleading for his life. Alpha just kept observing Akira while smiling. I understand that, after all, I don't want to die too. Shibuya smiled after hearing those words. But suddenly his face turned pale. Or so I said back then, right? But you didn't stop, that's why, you're going to die here. Akira pulled the trigger and shot Shibuya's head from a close distance which instantly killed him. Alpha. How about the others? The rest ran away already. Good work out there. Akira looked at Alpha who was smiling and confirmed that he won. He then let out a sigh of relief and made a troubled face. For some reason, I feel like I've been killing only people lately since I became a hunter. And here I thought I would start fighting against monsters more often. Well, if you look from your perspective, they were trying to kill you without any good reason. So I don't think they're any different from those monsters. If you want to start fighting monsters, you should work harder to get stronger. I can't exactly recommend fighting monsters with your current ability. It's not like I want to fight monsters. It's the same with these guys, they thought that it's better to fight me rather than fighting against those monsters. That's why they decided to attack me. In their eyes, I look like a lost wallet that they found lying on the ground. I have to make them stop looking at me like that, otherwise, this kind of thing will just happen again and again. Good grief. And remember that wallet gets thicker every time you sell relics to the exchange center, so let's be more careful now onwards. Akira looked like he did not want to kill any more humans, but Alpha ignored it and just kept smiling like usual. Bandits would not just go attacking people indiscriminately. Even for those who attack people for money at random, they would refrain from attacking others if they think that they might get shot back instead. So for people in the slum city who wanted to pile up money, they at least had to have the ability to protect themselves. The thicker the wallet got or the more money that Akira had, then stronger and stronger people would come attacking him for that money, at least until the list of dead people who tried to attack Akira outweighed the money that Akira was carrying. Akira then left the area and took a big detour avoiding the slum city as he was heading to the exchange center. All the dead bodies that scattered around were added to the list of foolish people who met their ends that day. A few days after that fight, a young girl by the name of Cheryl was standing in the middle of an alley in the slum city. She looked confused. Cheryl was a member of Shibuya's gang. But after Shibuya and his friends were killed, the gang was disbanded and some of the leftover members joined other gangs. But there were also people who could not transfer to other gangs. They were those who helped Shibuya attack Akira. But even if they helped Shibuya, they did nothing much except for just blocking the way. So it was not like they actually attacked Akira, and Akira might not have even looked at them at all. Those people who were able to skillfully make such excuse were able to get accepted into a different gang. But Cheryl was not able to get accepted to a different gang. Although she was just a little girl, she had a nice figure. And despite her life in the slum city which cast a shadow on her beauty, she was still a beautiful girl. Thinking that she would grow up into a more beautiful girl in the future, Sibia took her in, or if you put in bad words, he had his eye on her. That was why when he was attacking Akira, he put her in a relatively safe position. No one knew how far the hunters that got attacked in the slum city would go for their revenge. Sibia might have been killed and the gang might have been disbanded, but no one could guarantee that it was the end of Akira's revenge. There were hunters who were concerned about their safety and decided to thoroughly finish off their revenge targets. Cheryl's position was actually pretty close to Sibia both in the gang and during the attack on Akira. As such, there was a fear that she might be included in Akira's revenge list, thus no gangs were willing to let her join them. Cheryl meekly murmured, "What should I do from now on?" It was really hard for a child to survive in the slum. It was not impossible, but it needed a certain level of skills. As for Cheryl, rather than learning how to survive in the slum city on her own, she was more knowledgeable about how to survive in a group. She knew how to get along and put the right distance with the other people. She was also able to skillfully ascertain and adjust her relationship with other people. If she could not do that, she would get attacked by another gang or be used as an expendable pawn for the benefit of her own gang. And it could be said that compared to her, Akira's skill in that department was simply disastrous. Cheryl knew that nothing would change if she just stood there in confusion, but she just could not come up with a way to fix her situation either. Eventually, the sun had set and the day turned to night. She spent all her time thinking, but no good idea came up in her mind. The desperation that mixed with sleepiness drove her mad. All the ideas that she would not normally consider started to pop up inside her mind, but she immediately rejected them and tried not to think of those ideas ever again. This cycle kept happening inside her mind, which had been dulled by fatigue and sleepiness. The next morning, Cheryl woke up on the side of an alley inside the slum city. Her mind was clear after having a good night's sleep, and so she remembered what had happened the previous day. Since she kept thinking of stupid ideas right until she fell asleep, she already had some kind of plan in her mind. I'll be lying if I say that I'm not pushing this too far and the chance for success is not that high either. If I fail, I might even get killed. And even if it is a success, I don't know how long I can stay safe. Cheryl was hesitating. To be more precise, she was lost as to why the stupid things that she thought last night looked like a valid choice to her now. It had become a choice that she was willing to do and put her bet on. But if she did not gamble with her fate, she would be forced to stay in her current situation, which was worsening each day, waiting for her death. That I have no choice but to do this. Cheryl made up her mind and stood up with a serious look. She then set off to find the person that she put her bet on, the person who destroyed the gang to which she was affiliated with, Akira. Akira had visited Shizuka's shop for a few times already. So much so that Shizuka had already remembered his face. Akira visited the shop again to buy some ammo. When he stepped in, he saw Shizuka talking with two customers at the counter. Akira was about to talk to Shizuka, but he stopped when he saw that the two customers talking to her were someone that he knew. They were Elena and Sarah. Elena was adjusting the armor that she was using and tightening the belt that locked her information terminal in its place. Although she was a bit skinny, she had a pretty good body contour that was unique only for girls. She was tightening the belts that wrapped her good figure to keep the heavy equipment she was carrying in place, which made the contour of her figure more prominent and displayed the beauty of her figure. As for Sarah, she was using a black armor made of an elastic material. She chose that armor since her body would frequently change depending on her nanomachine consumption used for her physical strengthening. It really highlighted her body that had already returned to its glorious state. Her armor tempted anyone who saw to imagine what lies underneath that armor. Moreover, she had already given up stuffing her voluptuous chest in her armor. Now her chest was peeking through the big opening in the front zipper of her armor. A pendant was hanging above her skin. It was made of a reprocessed bullet designed for decoration, and half of that bullet was buried inside her chest. Shizuka was smiling at Sarah. It was both a formal smile to a customer and a friendly smile to a friend. Then she said in a voice as if she was somehow already fed up, "That I already heard that story multiple times. About that mysterious person that saved you girls and how that person just left the equipment of the people that attacked you lying on the ground so that you girls were able to collect all of them and bring them back. Then you girls sold them and earned a lot of money that you girls are still left with even after using it to replenish Sarah's nanomachine. After all, this is the 5th time you are telling me that story. Is that so? Then I've told you about the medicine that person gave us, right? Thinking of what just happened back then, I consumed a lot of nanomachines for replenishment just to be safe, but since I used that medicine, my nanomachine consumption rate is strangely low. According to Elena, there's a good chance that it was a medicine from the old world. That's why my chest that I thought would quickly flatten stayed big like this, so the guy's gaze is just. Sarah just kept talking on and on. Shizuka was a person who loved to talk, but she did not like talking about something multiple times. Even more so if the other person was boasting. When Shizuka was trying to find a way to make Sarah stop or at least to change the subject, she noticed Akira. A customer just came. Let's continue some other time, okay? Welcome, Akira. Akira then walked to the counter and gave Shizuka a bow. Hello there, Shizuka-san. Can you sell me some ammo again? The usual one is okay with you, right? Yes, and also, I'm sorry that I'm always only buying ammo when I'm here. Please wait for a bit before I can buy a new gun. It's fine. You'll be able to gather a lot of money bit by bit if you keep selling small goods consistently. Better be sure to come back alive rather than carelessly trying to earn a lot of money at once. Shizuka then introduced Akira to Elena and Sarah. This is Akira. He's a hunter just like you girls. Don't you have something to teach him as a senior hunter? Nice to meet you. I'm Akira. I'm working as a hunter. Akira pretended that it was their first meeting and bowed his head. Well, it was not like they had actually met before, so it was technically their first time meeting. Shizuka had been friends with Elena and Sarah for a long time. Elena trusted her both as a friend and as the manager of the shop that she was frequenting. Since Shizuka was the one who introduced Akira to her, Elena thought that he must be a good boy and smiled back at Akira. I'm Elena. And this is Sarah. We're frequent customers of this shop and we're working as hunters too. Wait, doesn't that make us your senior in both senses, huh? Although we look like this, we're actually pretty strong hunters. Or so I want to say, but. Elena made a bitter smile and just stopped midway. Sarah also made a bitter smile and continued. That we were so close to getting killed recently, but we somehow got lucky and came out alive. You should be careful out there, being a hunter you may get killed anytime after all. Elena and Sarah's bitter smiles showed how bad was their experience on that day. It was indeed a dangerous situation. But there was a bit of happiness in that smile. After all, they were able to somehow overcome it in the end. Akira nodded. I understand, I'll be careful out there. Elena looked somehow satisfied with how honest Akira was and replied back with a nod. She then turned to Shizuka and spoke in a tone as if she was teasing Shizuka. It seems that you have a customer, so we'll head back. After all, I feel bad making you hear Sarah's story all the time. Well, if you're going to say that, then you should listen to all her story instead of me. There's a limit of how much special service I can give to a frequent customer, you know? Shizuka replied back with a joke that was mixed with a complaint, to which Elena returned back with a joke too. Maybe Sarah won't have much fun talking with someone who was there too. And also, I'm always listening to her story, you know? Not to mention that we also contribute to your shop's sales, so can you just listen to her story in my place from time to time? Then Sarah joined in their conversation. Oh my, in that case then, I'll have you listen to my story when we get back. Elena returned back with another joke while making a scared face. Sure. Let's talk about it so you won't ever try doing that again. Shizuka, see you later. Sarah smiled and immediately ran away from there. Shizuka made a bitter laugh. So that's it. That explains why Sarah would rather talk to me instead. I only use that if it seems that it's going to be a long story. Later then. Alright then, do come again. Shizuka waved at Elena and Sarah as they were left the shop. After that she immediately turned to Akira. Sorry for the wait. Emmos, right? I'll bring them right away, just wait for a bit. Shizuka went to the back room and brought back the ordered ammo. After Akira put it inside his rucksack, He realized that Shizuka was looking closely at him. Anything wrong? Shizuka did not answer Akira immediately. She kept looking at Akira as if she was confirming something. She then unexpectedly asked, "Say, Akira, why are you keeping secret that you were the one who saved Elena and Sarah?" Akira was about to cough, but he was able to hold it in. He then tried to regain his composure as much as possible and said, I don't understand what you are talking about. It's not like you have surplus money, right? From Elena and Sarah's story, it seems that the equipment from the bandits that you defeated earned them a big sum of money. Since you were the one who killed them, there's nothing wrong if you take a portion of it, you know? Well, you have some kind of circumstance, right? If you're not sure whether you can trust them or not, don't worry, I can guarantee you that they're trustworthy. Well, you see. Since being a hunter is a dangerous job, it's important to find a fellow hunter that you can trust, you know? I think this is a good chance for you. Akira's face stiffened as Shizuka was smiling at him as if she was trying to persuade him. Akira thought that Shizuka was talking under the assumption that he was the one who saved Elena and Sarah. But she had no real proof. So as long as he did not say anything, he might have a chance to dodge it. That was why Akira kept quiet. But then Shizuka continued. I heard it from Elena and Sarah. Akira, you threw a bullet to Elena, right? That bullet, it was among the batch that I sold to you, right? Bullets from my shop have a manufacturing number carved on their shells. It's for the purpose of tracing back the selling route or returning it back to the manufacturer if a defective product is found. After hearing Shizuka's evidence, Akira decided to give up. I'm sorry, can you please keep it a secret? So it was really you? I had no real proof, that's why I was actually asking leading questions, sorry. Akira could not hold his cough. He then asked back in panic. Then about that bullet. They do have manufacturing numbers carved on their shells, but it's not enough as proof. After Shizuka answered back while laughing. She looked at Akira with an expression that said she was sorry. I'm sorry. I know you must have a circumstance that you can just talk to others. So I promise I'll keep it a secret. But still, about the thing that I said, it's still important for you to find fellow hunters that you can trust. After all, there are many bad hunters out there who are also working as bandits. You'll also have a better chance of survival by working together with people that you can trust. You, Elena, Sarah, and other hunters. You guys look like rushing toward your death in my eyes. It's not like I want to criticize other people's way of life. But I at least want to give some advice to my friends so that they can survive longer. I know I've been saying this again and again, but you can trust those girls, you know. I can guarantee it. If you ever change your mind and want to contact Elena and Sarah, you can just tell me anytime, okay? I understand. And also, thank you for worrying about me. Akira was happy at how nice Shizuka was to him as he smiled and bowed to Shizuka. But, if the bullet is not good enough as proof, how did you know it was me? Call it intuition. I did not have any definite proof. But if I have to say, then it's from that bullet that we were talking about. You saw that Sarah was wearing a pendant, right? I heard it's made from the bullet that Elena received from their savior. They said that it's some kind of a lucky charm for them. I somehow had a feeling that it was a bullet from this shop, you see. Moreover, when I introduced you to them, it seems like you were pretending as if it was your first time meeting them. They were talking about their savior whose face, name and voice were unknown, then there was you pretending as if it was your first meeting with them. So I just connected the dots. Akira looked surprised. He never thought that he would be discovered only because of this. After that, Shizuka seemed hesitant as she said, and also, in case you want to talk to them, you might want to do it soon. After all. Shizuka hesitated a bit, but then she continued while making a bitter smile. That it seems that they're so happy that they were saved, so they keep telling me about that story, you know. And looking from their faces when they talk about that story, those are the faces of girls in love. Although Akira was listening silently to Shizuka, he felt that their conversation was heading in a weird direction. But then it turned into a more disturbing direction. Every time I heard the story, it keeps changing for some reason. They started calling that person as him, a mysterious person with unknown age and gender. At this rate, it will only get worse, then in the end, well, This is only my imagination, so there's no need to take it too seriously, but it might turn into something serious. It might turn into a certain son of a rich billionaire who is working as a hunter out of hobby saved Sarah and Elena by chance. The reason why he won't tell anything about himself is that he doesn't want any girls stalking him. And the reason why he won't accept any reward and was able to just give a powerful medicine like it was nothing because he is a rich boy. It might even turn into something like that. Or maybe I'm just too worried. The current Akira had no shred of similarities with that rumored man, but it did fit the rumor well. So Akira started to get worried. I'm just a boy from the slum. I don't have any money. That image is far from reality. So as I said, please keep it a secret. Akira and Shizuka just smiled awkwardly at each other and their conversation just stopped there. Chapter 15, Akira and Cheryl. Akira was having a chat with Alpha on their way back to the inn from Shizuka's shop. Without making any noticeable change in their conversation, Alpha casually said to Akira, "Akira, someone is following us." Again. Since Akira just got attacked the other day, he was clearly irritated now. But his face turned puzzled in the next moment. Wait, it's not like he's planning to attack me in this place, right? The safety of a city depended on the power of the organization responsible for maintaining security there. The security of the area outside and inside of the wall was maintained by private security companies, and they solved most problems that might disturb the safety using force. Although the inn was located near the slum city, this area should be pretty safe. Causing trouble, just like the one that happened to Akira the other day, would mean making enemies with all the people who were reaping benefit from the safety of the place. Safety was an expensive good in the Eastern District. As such, people in the area were strict against those who might disturb their safety. One should carefully choose the place and time to cause a ruckus. Causing a problem here was a completely different matter compared to causing a problem in the slum city. Remembering that he was attacked not too long ago, Akira thought that the one stalking him was planning to attack him too. But even so, he also thought no one was fool enough to cause a ruckus here since it was just simply unthinkable. As Akira tensed up and became more cautious of his surroundings, Alpha said to him, "Don't worry, it doesn't seem like she's planning to attack you. She isn't even armed. She's just following you. Looking at it, rather than simply stalking you, it seems that she wants to talk with you but is hesitating right now. Akira, you should approach her yourself." Akira turned back and searched for the person stalking him. The aforementioned person was clearly marked in Akira's vision by Alpha's support, thus he was able to immediately find that person. Akira's vision zoomed right to the small girl who was flustered since the person that she was stalking suddenly turned back and stared at her. It was Cheryl. After taking a glance at that girl, Akira judged that she posed no danger. And since he did not feel right if he just dashed and left the girl, he lowered his guard and approached her instead. While on the other hand, Cheryl was getting more and more nervous as Akira approached her. She desperately tried her best to keep calm, although she really wanted to run away as soon as possible from this place. "Calm down. This just means that he saved me the trouble of calling at him first. Just think like that. I can't just turn back now that I've come this far." Although Sibia was one of those fallen hunters, he had the ability to manage a small gang. But the boy approaching Cheryl was able to kill them all. Moreover, he fought back without any hesitation although he was surrounded by enemies. It would not be strange if Akira realized that she was one of the people that tried to kill him and decided to kill her immediately without letting her say anything since he was not able to do that last time. Cheryl thought that Akira would not even hesitate to kill her, so she clasped her hand hard in fear. Cheryl was betting on the chance that Akira would not remember her. Akira stood beside Cheryl. Cheryl tried to smile, but she ended up making a weird smile since she was so nervous and scared of Akira. "What business do you have with me?" Cheryl was more nervous than before. With Akira standing right beside her, she was able to clearly see Akira's equipment. The assault rifle that caused that tragedy the other day was a rifle for fighting monsters with firepower that could not even be compared to the handgun designed for fighting people. If Akira used that gun to shoot at her, there would be no mistaking that she would be blown to smithereens. She could not help but remember what happened on that shootout and imagined herself ending up as one of those corpses. As such, she could not talk properly. I just want to talk. Talk? About what? Akira was puzzled. Cheryl was so scared that she could not talk at all. But even so, she tried her best to calm down and continue the conversation as not to worsen Akira's mood. But before she could do that, Alpha talked to Akira. Akira, let me tell you something. She was one of the people that attacked you the other day, you know. She was one of those people who surrounded you. Although, she immediately ran away the moment you started shooting. Is that so? So what does this girl have to talk to me? No idea. I don't know that far. Akira had lowered his guard even more since Cheryl looked genuinely scared. But after Alpha said that, Akira put his guard back up. Moreover, although it was only for a bit, Akira showed hostility and antagonism toward Cheryl as it could be seen from his face and voice. So what does a girl that tried to kill me the other day want to talk with me? Cheryl's mind became blank the moment she heard that. Her brain just could not follow what just happened as her vision started to blur. She started to tremble so hard that it would not be strange if she fainted right there. As she was filled with fear, she imagined what would Akira do next. Would he pull out his gun, point it at her, pull the trigger without any hesitation, then blow her head and scatter her flesh around that area? As that image ran through her mind, she was trembling even more. She was feeling like puking out of fear and nervousness, but there was nothing inside her stomach except her stomach juice. Akira was dumbfounded looking at the girl in front of him who was trembling and sweating like crazy. She completely went pale like someone who was just given a death sentence. She was in no condition to talk as she started crying profusely. As such, Akira's hostility and antagonism immediately vanished and replaced with bewilderment. Alpha then teased Akira who was panicking. Oh no. Is that my fault? No idea. I don't know what's exactly going on here. Although this sounds cruel, I don't care what's going on with the people that tried to kill you. But we have to think about the people around you though, right? It was as Alpha said. No matter what the truth was, it looked like Akira was bullying Cheryl here. If there was someone with a good heart, they would immediately step up to save Cheryl from Akira. And if the people who were maintaining security in that area misunderstood what was happening there, Akira would definitely get roped into something troublesome. Akira panicked and tried his best to calm Cheryl down when he realized this. Well, just calm down for now. I'm not planning to do anything to you, and it's not like you plan to do anything bad to me, right? So let's calm down and have a talk, okay? You have something you want to talk to me, right? So take a breath slowly and calm down, alright? But Akira's effort was futile. Cheryl just kept crying without saying anything. Why did this happen to me? Akira cursed his fate in secret. Akira was somehow able to bring Cheryl back to his room with him. He did not just run away and leave her behind because he was interested in what she wanted to talk about with him. After all, she was trying to talk to him despite the fact that she was so scared. Cheryl did not fight back when Akira dragged her by her hand. Although she was still trembling hard even after arriving in the room, she looked a little bit calmer than before. She already stopped crying, but her tears left a mess on her face. At least now Akira did not see Cheryl as an enemy. If he had, he would have taken care of her in a much more calm and cold manner. He would have shot her without hesitation even if she begged for her life. But the girl who was not his enemy was trembling badly beside him, not to mention that she was trembling out of fear of him. It was a situation that was outside of Akira's social ability. As such, Akira could only awkwardly make a suggestion to Cheryl hoping that it would make the mood better. How about you go take a bath? It would help you calm down. Cheryl made a small nod and went to the bath. The suggestion that Akira made while looking confused could actually be motivated by malice or other ulterior motives, but Cheryl did not have the leeway to notice it. And even if Akira actually tried to do something to her, it was not like she could fight back anyway. After Cheryl disappeared behind the bathroom, Akira let out a big sigh as if he was trying to push out all his tiredness. Alpha, what do you think about this? I can come up with some hypothesis, but it's faster if you ask her directly. That aside, today's training will be cancelled. Just calm down and have a talk with her once she finished her bath, okay? You're right. And so Akira decided to calm himself down while waiting for Cheryl to finish her bath. Cheryl just let the water take over her body since her mind was still blank. She thought that she was dead meat the moment her very first step of his gamble was turned into a disaster, but she started to calm down. As she enjoyed her bath, all of her tiredness, fear, nervousness and other unnecessary feelings melted into the warm bathwater. It was quite a while since the last time she took a bath, so it really calmed her down. Although it was a failure, I'm still alive at the moment. But I don't know if it's because I'm lucky or not. No, let's think of it as luck. It was because of my pitiful state that he did not decide to kill me on sight. And about him bringing me to his room. Well, it's not unexpected. I don't like that idea, but let's use it. I can only hope that it'll work though. She had resolved herself beforehand. But once she stepped in, she realized that she was lacking resolve. So, she could not help but show her pitiful state to Akira. But after she was able to take a rest, her brain started working again and she realized that it was thanks to the pitiful state that she showed that Akira lowered his guard and did not kill her. It was the reason why she was still alive now. Moreover, it would have the opposite result if she pretended poorly back there. So she wrapped everything that happened to her as good luck. She had to immediately tell Akira about her request once she finished her bath. But no one knew if he would accept her request or not. So she thought that she had to increase the chance of him accepting it with whatever she had. Cheryl looked at the reflection of herself on the water surface. She had a beautiful girly body that would entice any men. The only downside of it was the small plumps on her chest that couldn't grow any bigger. Cheryl understood that she had a good figure. If she offered it for negotiation, it would definitely possess high value. Although Akira did not show any interest when he was looking at her as she walked to the bath, she thought that it was entirely possible for him to change his mind. She did not like the idea, but she had no choice but to give it if it was asked. After all, that was the only thing that she had other than her cloth at that moment, and she should increase its value as much as possible. Cheryl had decided to use everything that she could use to protect her life. So she diligently cleaned up her body and her hair. She did all she could to polish her appearance. When Cheryl finished her bath and headed back to the room, it was right when Akira just finished heating up some frozen food and was about to eat. Right at that moment, Cheryl's stomach grumbled loudly, showing that she was hungrier than she would admit. Akira then turned to Cheryl and their eyes meet each other. After a short silence, Akira decided to give the food that he was about to eat to Cheryl and went to reheat another frozen food. The silence continued as Akira was reheating his frozen food. Cheryl just stood there waiting for Akira without helping him or saying anything. When Akira finished warming up his meal, he took a seat in front of Cheryl. He looked at how Cheryl was doing. And once he confirmed that she had calmed down, Akira looked relieved as he thought that it was possible to talk with her in her present condition. So he said to Cheryl, we can talk while we eat and dash. Cheryl's stomach suddenly grumbled again and there was an awkward silence between them. Well, let's talk once we finish eating. And so Cheryl and Akira started eating their food. Once they filled their stomach to the point that it would not disturb their talk, Akira decided to start a conversation with Cheryl. First of all, my name is Akira. My name is Cheryl and please just call me Cheryl. Akira-san, thank you very much for the bath and the meal. And also, I'm really sorry to have troubled you. Cheryl gracefully bowed to Akira. But Akira just ignored it and said, just call me Akira. We're both just children after all. So then, what do you want to talk to me? Akira made a serious face, so Cheryl also made her resolve and answered back with a serious face. I'll be honest here. Actually, we want Akira to be our boss. Akira did not expect this at all, so he made a very puzzled look. Looking at that, Cheryl was becoming more nervous as she continued with her explanation. There were a lot of people in the slum city who formed gangs in order to survive the hard environment of the slum city. A safe place to sleep and food that you can get regularly helps to overcome the money problem. And there are many other things that one could get from working together with other people. Normally, all of these benefits outweigh the disadvantages of living in a group, even if you are just an underling in a group. The fact that you would be able to help each other out would make your hardest days way easier compared to if you were all by yourself. Not to mention that the number was power in the slum city. If a gang was doing well, there would be a lot of people wanting to join in to acquire protection and other benefits. And if that gang continued to grow big enough to affect the safety of the area around it, the people who sat on the top of that gang would be able to enjoy a good life. As such, there would be more people seeking to join the gang, chasing after a comfortable life and making the gang grow bigger and bigger. There were cases where the person who stood on top of such a gang was someone who was not from the slum city. Some of them were working as the gang leader in secret while having another job, some were people who wanted to do illegal work in safe areas, some were people with particular circumstances. These were the kind of people who created a gang wanting to get power and a lot of money. It was also equally common for gangs to be led by hunters or fallen hunters. Their ability to fight monsters could be used in the slum city too. If an experienced hunter joined a gang and that news went out to the public, that alone would be enough to increase the safety of the members of that gang. And if it was someone with connection with an exchange center, even if you sell scrap metals or any other things that you found around the slum city, it would be less likely for them to think of you as someone from the slum city and try to take advantage from you. As such, these kinds of people were allowed to have a high position in the gang even if they had a personality problem. There were a lot of reasons why these hunters joined a gang in the slum city. Some of them gave up working in the wasteland and decided to chase for success in the gang. Some of them were doing that for gathering people to use as expendable pawns to reach success in the wasteland. Some of them were only looking for a secret place to store their goods and money. Some of them wanted to leave a legacy by creating a huge successful gang. And there were a lot of other reasons that drove hunters to get involved with the gangs in the slum city. Cheryl explained to Akira all the benefits that Akira could get from being a boss and told Akira that Sibia's position as the gang leader was vacant. Sibia's gang was not constructed by leadership, it was a gang made with violence. As such, it would be easy for Akira, who killed Sibia, to be its leader. Not to mention that Akira was already famous for destroying Sibia's gang as revenge for trying to kill him. There would not be any problem and there were a lot of benefits to reap. That was what Cheryl said to Akira as she eagerly explained everything to Akira. But Akira made a gesture saying he was not interested at all. I get what you're trying to say, but it sounds like it's a pain in the ass. I'm not interested. I'm sorry, but I already have my hands full with taking care of myself, so just go and ask someone else. Wait. Cheryl desperately said that word as Akira tried to cut their conversation short, but she had no idea what to say next. After all, it was clear that Akira had no interest in it at all. She could not come up with anything more enticing than what she had explained to Akira. If she kept talking about that, it would only worsen Akira's mood. It would be really bad if Cheryl annoyed Akira here. Akira had already known that she was one of the people who attacked him, so he was only letting her alive at the moment. So if she annoyed Akira here, it would not be strange if Akira changed his mind and just killed her. Cheryl, who was afraid of making Akira angry, finally decided to use the option that she was saving. She really did not want to do it if it can be helped. She used her last option in order to entice Akira and fix his mood. That if you accept my request, you may do anything you want to me. Akira stared at Cheryl's body, from her chest to her hip, then to her arm. It was as if Akira was assessing the value of Cheryl's body. To be honest, Cheryl was not comfortable with it, but she had resolved herself, and this was well under the range of her resolve. She even felt thankful to her alluring figure since it saved her from getting killed. That was what Cheryl thought and what she kept telling herself. After he finished scanning her, Akira's gaze shifted back to Cheryl's eyes. He then replied back with a tone saying that he was not interested. Even if you told me so. You don't look that strong. I do feel bad for saying this, but it doesn't even seem like you're going to be useful as a decoy or as an underling. You'll just slow me down if I take you with me. I'm sorry to say this, although you think that bringing someone like you to the wasteland might help. I understand that's why you tried to offer yourself for pleading your life. Cheryl was a little bit puzzled after hearing that answer. She was dumbfounded as she understood why Akira misunderstood her offer. Akira did not look at her body as the body of a member of the opposite gender. When Akira scanned her body, Akira was actually only judging her strength and her ability to fight. And he judged that she would be useless to him. As Cheryl noticed that, she was surprised at Akira's unexpected reaction. Alpha smiled bitterly as she spoke to Akira. Akira, Cheryl didn't mean it that way, you know? What was she talking about then? Well, she's talking about that, you know? That gender-related thing. Oh, so that was it, huh? In that case, I really don't need it then. Alpha looked surprised when Akira did not change his answer even after he understood what Cheryl was talking about. Are you sure? She's quite a cute girl, you know? She'll definitely grow up to a beautiful woman. Although she won't be as beautiful as me, she won't be as beautiful as me, she won't be as beautiful as me. I can understand your point if you repeat it twice, so there's no need to repeat it thrice. If you're talking about a woman who would remove her cloth and push herself on me, I had more than enough. Alpha smiled invincibly at Akira as if she was unbeatable. So in short, all my efforts of training you against Honeytrap were not all for vain, yep. Akira's face was saying as if he said something that he should not. And so he immediately tried to change the subject. Yeah, you're right. Not to mention that I don't want her to get a grip on any of my weakness. I think you both would reap some benefits though. Akira, although you're just a child, you're quite a romanticist. Or maybe it's exactly because you're just a child. Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, who looked a bit annoyed. Her expression then returned to normal and said to Akira, Akira, back to the subject, putting aside whether you'll do anything to Cheryl or not, how about you go and help her? Why? You said this before, right? That your luck for the day might get better by helping others. You always get attacked both by people and monsters no matter whether you're in the ruins or in the city. Not to mention that you're in this condition right now. As I thought, you used all of your life worth of luck for meeting me. That's why, you might want to help that beautiful young girl that unfortunately ended up in the slum city. After all, you might be able to fix your luck by doing that. So this is a good chance for you, right? Akira was hesitating. It was true that he did say that. It was when he decided to save Elena and Sarah, or to be more precise, it was when he decided to kill all the guys who attacked Elena and Sarah. He remembered that he did say that random excuse since Alpha was not interested in helping those girls at that time. Akira was not sure whether Alpha said that because she was still holding a grudge against him for that time, or was that a roundabout way of Alpha warning him so that he would never ask Alpha to do that again. As such, Akira's face stiffened. While at the same time, Akira was at loss for words after Alpha clearly pointed out his bad luck. After all, he knew well that he indeed had a lot of bad luck. But even so, it was not like that was enough as a reason to help her. Well, but still. Helping, looking over her. It's not on the same scale as when I helped Sarah and Elena, right? And it isn't like you were actually against it at that time too, right? I went against it since it was related to your safety. Moreover, it's not like I'm telling you to take care of everything, and I'm not saying that you should take responsibility for her whole life either. You just need to give her a little push, just a little help, just giving her a little bit of good luck. Just that. If she ended up meeting bad luck even after you help her, it's not like it would be on you. You don't need to worry about it. While on the other hand, if her condition gets better because of your little help, you can even expect some kind of return as her savior. And if it's too much work for you, you can just go ahead and cut her off too. It's something that simple. Akira's expression changed as he heard that answer that he did not expect. Something that he thought as too much pain in the ass sounded so simple to him now. The image that he had of helping Cheryl changed to a much smaller scale, both for the better and for the worse. It also strengthened Akira's hope, or more like wish, that this would make his luck better. Luckta. Akira mumbled that word as if it was something meaningful to him. After all, whether it was bad luck or good luck, both were indeed meaningful words to him. To other people, Akira talking telepathically with Alpha looked like a silent, suspicious boy who changed his face from one to another. But Cheryl did not have the leeway to think about that. It did not work even after she offered her own body. So she could not come up with anything else that she could add to her offer. And she felt like it was meaningless even if she cried and begged. She was on her wits' end now. As she started to think if she should prostrate in front of Akira, she accidentally heard what Akira mumbled. Luck. She tried to think the meaning behind that mumble as she thought it might help her get out from her predicament, but she just could not understand anything. Then in front of Cheryl, who was so confused and nervous, Akira took out a coin. It was one of the 3 100 Aurum coins that Akira earned from his first job as a hunter. Akira flipped that coin as it flew and spun in the air before it fell down naturally. Cheryl could not help but follow that coin until Akira caught it with both of his hands. Head or tail, pick one. Cheryl looked shocked as she stared at Akira, and Akira just stared back at her. She thought that Akira would decide on helping her depending on whether she could correctly guess which side of the coin came up. She was at a loss whether she should be happy since it might give her a chance although she was rejected once, or she should feel sad instead since he planned to decide it using such a manner. She was at a loss whether she should pick head or tail, but it would not help her no matter how hard she thought. So she just prayed and decided on an answer. Head. Cheryl made up her mind and answered back. Akira peeked at the coin in a manner so that Cheryl could not see the coin. Cheryl's face tensed up. Akira then closed his hands and put the coin inside his pocket. I'll help you but with some strings attached. I won't be the leader of your gang. But I'll help you to some extent. After that, you should work hard and try to help yourself. In other words, I'm telling you to be the leader of your own gang. I don't mind if you want to be the leader of another gang too. After all, the one that I'm helping is you as an individual and not your gang. So even if you become the boss of any other gang, I still won't help your gang. If you can accept this rule, then I'll help you. So what is your answer? Of course, there was no way Cheryl would not accept it. She happily bowed to Akira and said, I understand, I'll be in your care, thank you very much. With this, she acquired Akira as her shield. But on the other hand, she had to be the gang's boss now. She did not know whether it was a good thing. Akira did not even tell her the result of the coin flip or whether her guess was correct or not. Cheryl was simply filled with worries, and so she nervously asked Akira, I don't mind you asking me questions, but if I tell you not to ask me something, then never ever ask me that question again. Why yes. The reason why Akira gave Cheryl that warning was so that Cheryl, who saw his expression change from one to another while looking at nothing, would not ask about what he was doing or where he got the medicine that he carried. And Cheryl did not want to worsen Akira's mood, so she only replied back with a nod. So then what is it? Did I get it correct? Akira immediately answered back with those words right away. Don't ask me that. Yes. But something stuck on Cheryl's heart. She did not know whether she won the gamble or she lost the gamble. Even for Akira, who knew the result of the coin toss, he did not know whether it was a good result or not. After all, the result would only show itself in the future. All that Akira said to Alpha were actually only excuses. He did not even think for a bit that it would help his luck. But those were not excuses that he made to help Cheryl. Akira was ruthless when it came to killing people, but his moral base was still unclear to Alpha. To understand the principles that Akira abided to, she pushed Akira to offer his help to Cheryl, and so Akira would make more contact with Cheryl. It was a perfect setting to observe Akira as how far he would go to help someone who tried to kill him once in the past. It was all for the sake of Alpha's objective, that was all there was to it. Chapter 16, Cheryl's Gang. Akira walked through the slum city with Cheryl as she asked him to. She was wearing a dress that was above the standard of the slum city. As such, Akira looked like an amateur hunter walking together with his follower. It was not a rare scene in the slum city. But even so, a lot of people were attracted by them, and some of those people looked at them with meaningful stares. Cheryl guided Akira around the city. At first, they started to walk around the old territory owned by Sibia. Then from there, they kept walking further away. The slum city was quite a wide area with big and small gangs scattered around. Each gang had their own rules in their territory. Thus it was dangerous for people who did not know those rules to wander into other gangs' territory. Akira's sleeping place in the back alley was actually within a gang's territory. The reason why he was left alone was because he was in a region where there was no need for the gang to maintain order. Akira also had a certain level of knowledge about this kind of thing. And since he was always steering clear from the places that he did not know, there were a lot of unfamiliar places in the slum city, although he had been living there for a long time. I've never been in this place before. It's quite clean around this area, although it's still inside the slum city. The area was filled with buildings that looked relatively strong. There were stalls filled with all kinds of stuff like a poorly maintained pistol, rusted knife, simple accessories, and so many other things. There were all kinds of people roaming the area as well. That scene was proof of how well the economy, safety, and public order of that area was. It was also proof of just how powerful the gang that owned that territory had. As Akira looking around excitedly at the unfamiliar place, Cheryl just smiled and said to Akira, "The buildings around this area were originally a part of the extension plan of the lower district. But it came to a halt, and so the buildings ended up abandoned as the managers of the area left this place." Oh. It was not a knowledge that a little boy who always slept in the back alley of the slum city would know. So Akira was a bit amazed at Cheryl's knowledge. He then asked Alpha, "That thing just now, did you know that too, Alpha?" "No, I didn't know." "Is that so? So there are things that you don't know, huh?" Akira thought that Alpha knew everything. As such, he was shocked when Alpha gave him that answer, and it was shown on his face too. But his face then changed as Alpha continued, "I don't know about what she said just now. By the way, it was expected that they would abandon this place after the expansion. The city actually had no wish to seriously develop this area right from the start. But even so, it's an easy thing for the head of government to push the development. So I bet someone took the money for the development and it ended up being abandoned like this. That you do know, huh? What I don't know is what kind of story that was spread among the people. Although someone owns the place now, I'm sure they're doing something in the shadows. And even if some of those people who are related to this problem are discovered later, they're in a position that would let them go unpunished." Akira was actually a bit curious as to why Alpha knew things that common people would not know. But he decided not to ask her since he knew that it would be pointless. Alpha was indeed a special case. Other than the fact that Akira was the only person who could interact with her for some reason, there were still a lot of things about her that Akira did not know. But he intentionally ignored those points. For him, the important point was that Alpha was not his enemy. There was no doubt that she was a totally unknown entity for him. But for him, it was far more important that she was not his enemy. No one would extend their hand to a dirty child from the slum city. He always knew that no one would help someone like him. Even after Alpha helped him, he understood that it was a rare exception, so his views about the world did not change at all. But that was also exactly why he did not dig too deep about Alpha. He would rather choose not to ask if it meant that Alpha would stay as his ally. Or at least that's what he thought for the moment. Alpha suddenly smiled mischievously at Akira. "But still, when you walk side by side with Cheryl, it looks like you're having a date." Akira coughed and turned to Alpha. Of course, it was really suspicious since from the outside, he looked like he just coughed and then looked toward the direction where no one was there. But even so, Cheryl did not react to that at all. It was because Akira already told her not to ask. And if it meant that she would be able to gain safety by ignoring it, Cheryl would definitely choose to just ignore it without any hesitation. "A date? You know that this isn't a date, right?" "Nope, it's a date. You can go ahead and argue otherwise, but you do know that arguing with me is futile, right?" Looking at how Akira was making a conflicted face and gave up on arguing, Alpha smiled as she was enjoying it. "So with that being said, since it's a date, let's buy something for Cheryl." "That alright, I just have to buy something, right?" Akira was also thinking that it would be useless if he argued back. And it was not like buying a present was dangerous anyway. Although it was something unplanned, if it meant that he could satisfy Alpha by sacrificing a small bit of his money, then he would not mind. Moreover, if he prioritized his ego and made a bad argument, Alpha would explain in detail all the benefits that he could get from buying Cheryl a present. Akira thought that it would not be worth it as he headed to one of the stalls. As for Cheryl, she just followed behind Akira. There were all kinds of goods exhibited in front of the stall, but Akira's eyes stopped on a row of broken guns lined up in front of the stall. Guns were indeed an important possession in the dangerous slum city. "Nope, not guns." Akira lightly shook his head. It would just be bullying if he gave Cheryl a broken gun that might accidentally discharge its bullet. Not to mention that it was not something that normal people would give in the middle of a date. As such, he continued to look for something safer. But since he had no experience in giving someone else a present, he did not know what kind of present he should get. As he was confused and could not decide on any present, he looked toward Alpha for help. Alpha, which one should I take? Think for yourself. As Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, he replied back with a grumble. You did say that you would tell me anything if I ask, didn't you? But I did answer you, right? You should pick what you want to give, that's an answer, right? So that's it? That was your answer? That's what you meant? Yep, that's it. That was my answer. That's what I meant. It would also be a lesson for you if you give her something strange and make her give you a weird look. So give it your best. Alpha smiled as if she was having the time of her life. As for Akira, he just gave up and quietly grumbled inside his heart as he continued looking for something to buy. What are you looking for? Cheryl feebly asked. Akira hesitated for a moment before replying back with a troubled face. Is there anything that you might want in this stall? Well, you see, from the explanation yesterday, you're my patron. No, acquaintance? What's the right word again? Ally. Yep, that's it. You might need something as a proof, right? We're in a close enough relationship to give each other present after all. So yep, I'm planning to give you something that you can use as proof for establishing our relationship. But I don't know what might be a good present. Alpha told Akira to pick something by himself, but since he ended up asking the person that he intended to give his present, he decided to use that as an excuse. After all, Akira wanted to avoid giving something strange and making Cheryl look at him weirdly. Cheryl was surprised. She never thought that she would be able to pick her own present. After all, Akira did not look like someone who would do that at all. Although in reality, Akira only did that because Alpha told him to. Cheryl could not notice that. As such, it was very surprising for her. So, which one do you want? Hearing how Akira was pressing for an answer, Cheryl smiled happily. If I may, I would like to receive a present that you pick. After all, I believe that it's better that way. If she had to be honest, she actually wanted to answer back that the more expensive his present was, the better. After all, the more expensive the present she received meant more important Akira thought of her. And it would also make a better proof of their relationship. Not to mention that she would be able to sell it for money if she needed to. But she understood that in her condition, it would only make Akira angry if she asked for something expensive. Moreover, she did not know just how expensive the most expensive thing in that stall. As such, Cheryl decided to attack from the other direction. Cheryl's face and words meant to say she would be happy for whatever Akira picked for her as long as Akira gave a serious thought for her present. But Akira did not catch her subtleties. Even after a beautiful girl spoke to him and looked at him with affection, Akira could not calm down. He was instead even more confused. All right then. In that case, don't complain if I buy you something strange, okay? This is your chance if you want to pick anything, you know? Cheryl was a bit surprised by a reply that she did not expect at all, but she just kept it inside her heart. Being that persistent asking for confirmation was something that was expected for Akira to do, it was a normal thing for him, so it was not like Akira being nice to Cheryl. But even so, looking at how Akira seemed to be a bit desperate, it showed that he really wanted to avoid the situation where he had to rely on his sense to pick Cheryl's present. But Cheryl kept that for herself and made a gesture as if she was thinking before she smiled and said to Akira, I won't complain no matter which one you pick. But well, if you insist, can you please pick an accessory? After all, I think accessories would work the best in this case. I see, then. It was obvious that Akira looked a bit relieved. As I thought, a gun was a no-go, huh? Akira was relieved since he knew what he needed to look for. As such, he started looking again with a calmer expression. After a moment of hesitation, he finally picked a rather expensive pendant and gave it to Cheryl. He picked that pendant because of two considerations. First, because it was an accessory, and second, it could be sold for quite a sum of money in the exchange center. Thank you very much, I'll treasure it. Ah, right, just go ahead and do whatever you want with it. Cheryl showed as much as gratitude toward Akira, but Akira replied back with such a cold reaction. They kept walking around the slum city for a bit after that and returned back when the sun set. Cheryl bowed deeply toward Akira as they went to different directions. Akira, thank you very much. And also, please take a good care of me. Yeah, You should be careful on your way back home. Yes, you too, please be careful. Cheryl looked so reluctant as she said her goodbye and left. She thought that it was really unfortunate she could not score more points from Akira today. But she was satisfied that she was able to get a small token of their good relationship. The moment she turned back, her face changed to a serious expression as she was thinking of her next plan. Akira just stood there for a while as he was seeing Cheryl off. Seeing how Akira just stood there even after Cheryl had gone from his views, Alpha was a bit puzzled and asked Akira, "Akira, you're not going back home? HM? Just for a bit? It's her first day after all, so just to be safe." After saying that, Akira turned and headed back to the inn that was located in the opposite direction. After Sibia's gang was destroyed, its former territory was open for anyone to take. But it was not like other gangs would immediately use force to capture that territory. If any of them made a bad move, it might instead cause a fight between gangs and incur a big loss to them. It was more important for them to negotiate with other gangs and divide the open territory in such a way that everyone would be satisfied with it. A fight would break if they could not reach a consensus during the negotiation, and they would eventually try to kill each other after that. The building that was used as the headquarters by Sibia's gang was the center of that open territory. All the money and resources that Sibia's gang had were gathered in that building, but almost half of it was already gone as the former members of the gang brought some of them as souvenirs to their new gang. So anything that was left there at that time did not worth that much. But the building itself is still worth quite a lot. It was a very strategic building for anyone from the slum city who took that building. But it was not a well-known building and it was deserted at the moment. If anyone took that building, the other gangs would think that a certain gang had made its move and occupied the building, which would be a trigger for war. It was a dangerous place even for someone who was not affiliated with any gang to use it as a sleeping place. Cheryl was standing in front of that deserted building waiting for someone. It was not like she had a promise to meet there, and it was not like she called anyone to meet her there. But it was because there was a good chance that the people she was waiting for would pass through that place. That was what she thought as she was waiting nervously. After waiting for a bit, the people that she was waiting for finally came. So she buried her nervousness and uneasiness deep inside her heart, and said in such a confident manner as if she was invincible, "Hello there, welcome to my base." They were the members that were left of Sibia's gang. It was not like all of them had smooth sailing even for those who joined other gangs. Some of them could not get along in their new gang. Some of them were treated badly. Some of them were banished after the souvenirs they brought with them were taken from them. And some of them were not even accepted by any gangs. To put it simply, those people were the members who were stuck in those conditions and having a hard time. So if those people saw Cheryl walking with Akira, they would definitely come to ask her, "Your base? What do you mean? Wait, that aside, why were you with that boy? That was the boy who killed Sibia, right?" As the other person asked her while making a puzzled look, Cheryl just laughed and answered back, "You heard what I said, it's my base now starting from today. The reason why I was with Akira was because we had a talk. And from there, we concluded that I'll be the boss of this place starting from today. That's why this building is my base now." "Akira? Is it the name of that boy?" "Yep, it's a good name, right? So then why are you guys here? Are you here to take something that you forgot?" It was clear that Cheryl was teasing them. Although she knew that it would only antagonize them, it did not stop her from taking that stance. After all, she did that in order to show them that she had a powerful support that allowed her to do so. It was pretty effective as the other members started to put up their guard. "Though we're here to ask you that since we saw you together with that boy. So then, what do you mean by, you had a talk with him? Do I really have to explain everything to you? I did say that I'm the new boss of this place, right? So I had a talk with that Akira and he said that he'll help us. But you see, since he's working as a hunter, he's so busy that he doesn't have the time to take the lead. That's why I'll be the one taking the command. You should think of me as his proxy. But since Akira has an image that he should keep, so I'll be the boss in public. But again, since I'm also the one giving orders, that would make me the boss for real, you get that?" But then one of them shouted, "But he's the boy who killed Sibia. If only he didn't kill Sibia, we wouldn't be in this state now." That guy gathered that many people just to kill one boy but got shot back and killed instead, so what are you talking about? Are you stupid? Oi Cheryl, don't get ahead of yourself. No matter how strong that boy is, you're alone right now. Huh? Are you seriously saying that? Although the guys were threatening her, Cheryl returned it with a mock instead. Thus the guys started looking around their surrounding thinking that Akira was around. It's no use even if you look for him. Like I said, he's busy with his hunter job. You bitch. The guy then walked to Cheryl, but her next words stopped him midway. Do you really think I didn't tell Akira about you guys? I was waiting here because I predicted that you guys would come here, you know? So do you think I wouldn't ask him to kill you all if I get killed? There's no real reason why he would go that far for you, you know? I bet he'll just laugh when he knows that we kill you. The guys thought that half of it was only bluff, so half of the guys started to threaten her. But Cheryl's smile stayed the same. He has a particular reason to do that, you know? I'm his favorite after all. See this? I got this present from him. So, do you really think he'll just laugh it off after knowing his favorite girl got killed? Cheryl pointed her finger on the pendant that was hanging on his neck and wiggled it a bit as if to show it off to the other guys. Since she was showing it while smiling with confidence, the guys could not tell that it was a lie. It was not like they completely believed Cheryl's words. But thinking about the possibility that Akira might take revenge on them was scary enough to convince them. After the guys debating with each other, half of them clicked their tongue and left the place while the other half followed them not too long after. The only people left there were the small children. Those children looked at Cheryl with a grim face, but then Cheryl intentionally intimidated them. If you have no business here, can you guys just leave? That you do know why we're staying, right? Let us join your gang. So you accept me as your boss? And will obey my orders? Yeah, you're the boss and we'll obey you. Cheryl's lips made a slight upwards curve. If that's the case, I'll welcome you guys. But just go back home for now. I'm busy with a lot of things too. I'll introduce you to Akira later, so come here again tomorrow night. The small children there prefer to sleep in a safe place inside the base rather in the wilderness outside, but it's not like they could go against the words of their boss. As such, they did not have any other choice but to obediently leave the place. After everyone left that place, Cheryl went into the base and carefully checked her surroundings to make sure that she was really alone there. After 10 minutes, she finally convinced that no one was around. Cheryl's expression immediately changed. All the nervousness and uneasiness that she was hiding came out on her face. She felt like she wanted to scream there, but she was barely able to hold it in as she took a deep breath trying to calm down. That was close. That was really dangerous. I almost got myself killed back there. But I was somehow able to survive that. Cheryl received Akira's protection, but it was not like Akira could always stay beside her. Thus Cheryl needed something that could protect her even when Akira was not around. It was her first step to be able to acquire it, and she was finally able to complete that risky first step. With that being done, she thought that everything would be okay. After all, she did all she could there. The only thing left was the bed. That was what she thought as she crawled up on her bed. Her nervousness and tiredness drifted her to sleep as she was lying on her bed. I was able to take a bath yesterday. I really want to get one today too. That was her last thought before she fell asleep. As for the outside of the base, some of the guys that did not go back decided to stay there. Hey, are you sure we're going to do this? If Cheryl's words were true, this is a terrible idea, you know? The other guy is a hunter, someone who usually spends his days killing monsters, you know? Is this really going to be all right? Even if that's true, are we really going to give up this place to that girl? If we could get this base for ourselves, it'll increase our standing too, you know. Moreover, I bet that all her words there were only bluffs. It's also possible that the hunter kid just said random promises to her too. And although she was showing that pendant, it looked like a cheap accessory that you can buy in the stall over there. I'm sure she's just getting ahead of herself after being told that he likes her or something. If we can kill her now, no one would give a care. But still. The guys there were planning to kill Cheryl, but there were gaps between their individual opinions. The uneasiness of their own future and their desperations. They were hiding all of those feelings by showing them as anger and scorn. Although all of them had the same goal, they could not coordinate with each other. After Cheryl had a talk with Akira, they decided to let Cheryl build up her destroyed gang. As such, their base and the area around that base did not become an open territory. By the common sense of the slum city, a lot of people thought that Akira took Shibuya's gang and its territory as revenge. And when it came to whether it would be worth fighting for that place against a hunter, the current consensus between gangs in the slum city was to keep their eyes on him for the time being. But depending on how far they believed Cheryl's words, they had another choice, which was to kill Cheryl and take the base for themselves. And even if what Cheryl said was true, it was still doubtful that Akira would seriously help to build up the gang. There was a good chance that it would cause confusion if they killed Cheryl now. If they could take over that base, they would be able to get a huge profit. After all, they could get a good position in their gang if they could acquire that base and that territory and handed it over to their new gang. Considering that benefit and the danger from Akira's revenge, half of them were convinced while half of them were against it. Shijima-san also wants this territory. We can get a good position if we give this area to him. So there's no way I would let a small girl like her take it from me. Don't you think so too? But if Cheryl was telling the truth and that hunter discovered what we did, it would be the end for us. If that hunter was around, Cheryl would have brought him with her back there. So this is our only chance to do this. But he might be hiding somewhere. No way he is. Not to mention that I actually doubt if Cheryl really had a talk with him. It might be just a random promise that boy gave her when he slept with Cheryl. There's no way a hunter without any money like him can keep that promise. Well, that might be so. But still, they could not reach any conclusion. But it was enough to clearly divide them into two different groups, those who support the idea and those who were against it. Then, the representative of the group that supported killing Cheryl clicked his tongue. All right, we'll do this ourselves. You guys just stand by here and watch this place. You're good with that, right? Just stay here, at least do that. Well, if that's all, then sure. All right, let's go. The people who were going to enter the base nodded to each other and readied their gun before entering the building. Then on the next moment, they were shot. Some of them got hit on their heads and immediately died there. Some of them got hit on their bodies and escaped death, while some of them got lucky and escaped the building without any injuries at all. All of these people were limping on the ground. Those who were able to escape from the building quickly looked around while screaming. Then they saw Akira holding his gun under the shadow of one of the alleys. Akira then walked to them and stopped right before them. Akira looked emotionless, although he just killed people. That scene caused the guys who were still alive to start trembling. Why you? Akira immediately replied back. I'm the hunter that Cheryl had a talk with. I don't think I need to tell you this, but just in case it isn't clear enough to you, don't you dare lay your hand on Cheryl, you get that? Okay. Akira then nodded and left the area. Some of those who were still lying on the ground and screaming in pain used their last power to aim their gun to Akira. As such, Akira just walked, pointed his gun back at them, pulled the trigger, and nested a few bullets at them to kill them for good. Looking at such a scene, those who made the right choice and survived without any injuries could not help but screamed a bit. As Akira walked away from those guys, one of them asked Akira, hey, if you did really have a talk with Cheryl, why weren't you there at that time? Akira turned back and pointed at one of the corpse's face. His expression did not change at all. You do understand the answer by looking at this, right? Akira then stood up and left that place after saying that. The people that were left alive winced and then mumbled. So he intentionally didn't show himself back then. What a wicked boy. Akira intentionally did not show himself beside Cheryl in order to flush out people who were thinking of killing Cheryl. That was what those people thought. Their faces winced even more as they looked at the pile of corpses of their friends. They were trembling in fear, thinking that if they followed their friends and entered the building too, they would have joined that pile of corpses. They could not help but to mumble those words, thinking that if their dead boss was a bad ex-hunter who could aim his gun at other people, then his replacement was a worse hunter who could kill people without feeling anything. That he just went and killed everyone like that. As I thought, hunters are just scum. As the guy inadvertently mumbled those words, he looked around in panic and let out a sigh of relief as he could see that Akira was no longer around. Akira just showed his face to those people and immediately left the place. What was left in that place was only the corpses of those who made the wrong choice. Alpha asked Akira about what just happened back there as Akira was on his way back to the inn. Akira, was that really okay? Yeah, I don't have the time to be Cheryl's bodyguard in the first place. If that works well, Cheryl would be safe at least for the time being. As for her future, it depends on her luck. Was that not good enough for you, Alpha? From that answer, Alpha thought that Akira would not do anything dangerous with Cheryl as a reason. And so Alpha was able to understand a bit about the person called Akira. Oh. If that was okay for you, then I don't have any problem with it. That aside, you'll need to do today's worth training too tomorrow. Alright. Alpha smiled invincibly as if she was enjoying teasing Akira. As for Akira, his face stiffened as he could imagine just how hard his tomorrow's training would be. Cheryl, who did not know anything, was so surprised when she found corpses scattered in front of her base the next morning. Chapter 17, The Unlucky People. Akira finished packing his stuff in the inn. He was about to head to the wasteland when he saw Cheryl waiting for him outside. Akira, good morning. Morning, why are you here this early? I'm going to the ruins after this, so make it short. Yes. Cheryl was actually trying to make a friendly smile towards Akira, but his reaction was very cold and her smile did not have any effect on him. Akira was a hard nut to crack, that was what she thought as she was dumbfounded by his reaction. But she immediately regained her composure and proceeded with explaining about her business with him. It was about the current condition of the gang's territory, the location of the base, and how to get in contact with him. And also, Cheryl wanted to introduce the new members of the gang to Akira. She asked him to come to the base tonight. After she finished explaining everything, she casually made a gesture showing that she really wanted him to come. At the same time, she was trying to butter up with him. And also, if possible, can you come to the base from time to time? It's okay even if you come only when you have some spare time. Even if you ask me to come only during my spare time, I'm so poor that I can't afford to have any free time. Cheryl's smile faded as she understood that Akira was not joking when he said that. To be honest, Akira actually did not want to lose his already scarce free time by adding an extra schedule to go to the base regularly. Not to mention that he was working as a hunter, which meant no one knew what would happen to him on the next day. As such, it was fully possible that he would end up breaking his promise. Thus, he did not want to make any promise that he might not be able to keep right from the start. Although he did not realize it himself, he was very concerned about keeping his promise. But Cheryl could not read his reason, so she bowed and begged in panic. See, can you please spare your time somehow? Akira refused her request, although she did not give any detailed time and date as to when Akira had to visit the base. Cheryl would be in big trouble if the people of the slum thought that Akira abandoned her, and she would be in great danger if Akira would not come to the base at all. As such, Cheryl understood that his absence might cause a big problem for her gang in the future. She had to do something about it. She gathered all of her experience to make her best expression for begging him. But even so, Akira's reaction was very cold. He even tried to cut their conversation short as if he was annoyed. That I'll talk to you about that later. Well, I might pay a visit tonight if I have the time, then we can continue this conversation. Cheryl was relieved since she at least got Akira's word for tonight's visit. So she ended their conversation in order not to annoy Akira. I understand. Let's talk about the details later in the base tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Is that all? By the way, I found a pile of corpses in front of my base though. Corpses? It's a common thing in the slum city anyway. I didn't mean it that way. The corpses were quite a lot, so I thought that the area is pretty dangerous right now. I'm sure you'll be fine, but just to be safe, please be careful when you come tonight. I see, alright then. See you later. Please be careful out there. Cheryl saw Akira off with a friendly smile. But once Akira's figure was gone from her views, her expression immediately changed to puzzlement. I asked Akira since I thought that he was the one who did it, but did I make a wrong guess? But it also felt like he was lying to me. So was it really him? But I don't think he has any reason to hide it from me if he was the one who killed those people who tried to attack me. And if that was really what happened, he should have come to tell me to let me know that I owe him a favor. I really don't understand. Well, those might also be people who got killed in some random fight. Cheryl then looked at the pendant that she was wearing. It was something that she got from Akira. As I thought, this is a cheap pendant. Although I got the feeling that Akira liked this pendant, but I guess it's really too cheap. Maybe I should have asked for something more expensive yesterday, even if it meant that I had to help in paying too. Although she already received Akira's words that he would help her, it seemed that there were still a lot of difficulties in stock for her in the future. Cheryl walked back home while thinking about what she should do next. Akira was continuing his shooting practice using images of monsters produced in his vision support. His target changed from monsters that were standing still to monsters that were roaming around. Moreover, these monsters would attack if they noticed him. They would shoot at him using the guns growing on their backs and ran towards him trying to eat him. This training was for him to practice being level-headed and calm even during such a situation. With his current ability, it was actually a very difficult task for Akira to accurately aim at those monsters' weak points even though he was allowed to calmly take his aims. In the end, Akira could not shoot those monsters accurately most of the time and ended up getting killed from the monsters' counterattack. As such, the images of him getting killed kept piling around him. Some of the corpses had Akira's upper half or lower half completely disintegrated. Some of them were the remains of Akira's minced body after being showered by hundreds of bullets. The images of him getting killed in all kinds of gory manners kept piling up. Akira looked at the pile of corpses and mumbled with a bewildered face. Although this is just training and these are fakes, I just can't get used to seeing my own corpses like this. Alpha then replied with a serious face. It'll be troubling if you get used to this. Just because this is a training, don't take this lightly and do this seriously so the same thing won't happen to you during a real fight. Yeah, I know. But that aside, there are a lot of those monsters in the Eastern District and most of the hunters can kill those monsters while humming, right? But that level of ability is normal for hunters, huh? I was actually happy after registering myself as a hunter, but I wonder how long it will take for me to have the ability of a real hunter. Akira's training continued and it was clear that his ability was growing. But it was also clear that his current ability was still far away from his goal. Even if the goal was so far away, there were people who thought they would reach their goal as long as they did not stop training. But half of these people gave up midway thinking that the goal was too far off or just simply because of the frustration of not reaching it. It would be troublesome for Alpha if Akira also stopped because of the frustration. As such, Alpha smiled to cheer him up and change the mood. There is also the differences from the equipment that you use, so there's no need to be so pessimistic. If you can earn enough money and buy good equipment, they'll help you a lot, you know? Is that so? Yep. If I have to give you an example, Sarah and Elena whom we met the other day can defeat those monsters that you just fought even if there were dozens of them. Although, I'm not sure if they can do that while humming though. Akira was shocked. Although he received Alpha's support, he never thought that those people who would have died if he did not save them would actually be very capable. Those two are that strong, huh? So why were they losing that time? The wrong perception of their skill showed Akira's lack of experience and how bad he thought his ability was. Alpha understood that, but she replied back while trying to avoid the subject. There are differences in fighting monsters and fighting people. There's also the effect from the colorless mist too. But if I have to say, it was mainly because of their bad luck. But again, since they were following your footprints, I wonder if they got caught in some of your bad luck. Alpha said that while joking, but Akira looked a bit disturbed by that. Can you please stop saying that? Oh my apologies. Alpha apologized while smiling as Akira was back doing his shooting training without saying anything. He too thought that they were really affected by his bad luck, but he hid this thought behind his silence. He also put more focus on his training in order to hide the fact. As such, he ended up forgetting his goal that he was still far away from. Looking at that, Alpha smiled with satisfaction. After finishing his shooting training, Akira headed to the ruins to search for relics as well as for his ruin exploration training. First of all, he pulled out his binoculars and watched his surroundings as usual. If there was no problem, he would start moving into the ruin cautiously. But something unexpected happened. As Akira confirmed the safety and picked a route to explore the ruin, Alpha, who usually would not disturb his training, said to Akira, "Akira, connect your binocular to your information terminal." HM? Akira pulled out a cable from his binocular and connected it to his information terminal like he was told. Alpha then started operating the binocular through the terminal. The image zoomed in and zoomed out rapidly as the lens moved rapidly up, down, left, right. Since Alpha could only move the lens, Akira had to help Alpha move the rest while following Alpha's instructions. The image from the binocular rapidly changed from one to another. Akira did not understand what Alpha was actually looking for. Alpha properly confirmed all the images that the binocular captured. She then suddenly shouted to Akira with a grim look, "Akira, get into the ruin. Quickly." It would be fatal to ask for the reason. Akira understood by experiencing it firsthand, and Alpha already warned him about that before. So Akira immediately started running. What did you find? Originally, they would not be able to talk while running since it would mess up with his breathing. But thanks to the telepathic communication, they were able to have a conversation while running too. There's a trailer inside the ruin that's being attacked by monsters. Wait for a second. So why are we running to the ruin instead? Shouldn't we avoid it instead? Akira, you can ask all you want, but don't stop running. There are a lot of monsters there. The people inside the trailer are fighting back, but it's only a matter of time before they get killed. Akira was puzzled, but he did not slow down at all, or else his life would be at risk too. What I'm saying here is that shouldn't I be running in the opposite direction? I don't have the duty to risk my life in order to help people whom I don't even know, you know. Although it was out of his own reason, Akira had helped Elena and Sarah in the past, although he did not know them at that time. But Akira completely ignored that fact, and Alpha would have pointed that out normally, but she also ignored it this time. Of course your safety is the top priority, so I'm picking the safest route. Wait a sec, so how in the world it ended up with me having to run toward those monsters? That question was very logical, but Alpha replied back with a tone that showed how bad their situation was. Unfortunately, the monsters already encircled you. Even if you start running back to the city now, they'll eventually catch up and kill you. If you try fighting against those monsters in the wasteland where there's no hiding place for you, your chance of winning is basically zero. Those monsters might be focused on those people in the trailer right now, but once they're done with them, it'll be your turn next. Akira's face twitched as he was making a grim face. So if I don't meet up with them and help them fight back before they get killed, then we're all goners, huh? Yep, that's it. And in the worst-case scenario where you're the only one still alive, you'll have to go to the deeper part of the ruin. I can give you better support when you're in the deeper part of the Kusasahara city ruins, and it'll give you a better chance to survive. But that'll be our next plan if our plan to meet up with the people in the trailer fails. After all, you have a better survival chance if you meet up and fight together with them. So that's why you need to hurry up. If you're too late, you'll be fighting all of those monsters alone. You guys in the trailer, give your best until I'm there. God damn it. Is this because of my bad luck too? Because I used all of my luck. I don't know whose bad luck it is. I would say that those people in the trailer are helping to shoulder some of your bad luck. As I thought, Akira, you used your lifetime worth of luck when you met me. Well, I'll give you my utmost support in exchange though. So you do your best too, okay? Alpha smiled bitterly and her serious face relaxed a bit. As Akira saw that, he more or less was able to understand his current condition. He was making a bewildered face after hearing that cheering from Alpha as he kept running as fast as he could in order to survive. A trailer was heading to the Kusasahara ruin through the eastern wasteland when Akira was in his shooting training. It was a trailer made to traverse the harsh environment of the wasteland and designed for a long journey. It was even equipped with a machine gun on its roof. There were two men in the trailer, Katsuragi and Darius. Katsuragi was a weapon dealer who frequently sold his goods to hunters. He had been working as a merchant using this trailer, which also functioned as a moving shop for years. As for Darius, he's the main fighting power of the duo. He worked as a shopkeeper helping Katsuragi as well as his bodyguard. If you go further east from the region ruled by the corporate government, there was a vast unexplored wasteland. Monsters as huge as mountains roamed freely inside that unexplored wasteland. Because of the harsh condition in that region, the Eastern government could not explore the area even after exerting all of its power. The region was simply that dangerous. But ruins with advanced technology, enough to even produce those monsters, were located in that region. It was a region filled with knowledge and treasures from the old world that was worth exploring despite all the dangers. The border that separated the territory owned by the corporate government from the dangerous unexplored wasteland was known as the front line. The corporate government kept pouring a huge amount of money to front line in order to get a piece of some treasure and knowledge of the old world. Of course, only high-level hunters were there, and to work there was the highest point in the hunter profession. Powerful hunters were living in that place. Some of them formed groups that would even scare big corporations, while some of them were lone wolves who could pick a fight against the government all by themselves. Katsuragi and Darius were on their way back to the Kagomayama city from the front line. Of course, the road from the front line was very dangerous, thus a huge amount of money was offered to transport goods. Normally, goods transported by big companies would be accompanied by a lot of bodyguards. The people who did not care about the danger and risked their lives in transporting the goods by themselves could get a lot of money. Of course, they would only do that if they already had a patron who would buy their goods. The equipment used in the front line were of course of the highest quality suitable for the dangers there. Hunters who only operated around the Kagomayama city could not afford this equipment, and few of this equipment were just simply too powerful for the hunters here. As such, this equipment just would not sell around Kagomayama city. Being a talented merchant that he was, Katsuragi was somehow able to get a deal. Thus he used his own personal trailer, filled it with high-quality goods, and started transporting goods through a long journey from the front line. They only needed to go a little further before they reached Kagomayama city, thus their bet was on the verge of succeeding. But right now, they were driving as fast as they could, trying to escape from the danger that was approaching them from behind. So they prioritized driving fast rather than driving safely. Thus the car was shaking violently. Darius shouted to Katsuragi, "Katsuragi! This is why I keep telling you to get yourself a better escort." Katsuragi shouted back at Darius, "Just shut it. We didn't get ourselves a good escort because we don't have enough money. You two know that, don't you? Not to mention that it was your fault for changing our route out of the blue. That's why we're in this situation. You shut up. The contract for the bodyguard was too short. If I stayed on the original route, we wouldn't be able to arrive on time, you know. If only you had more money, we could have taken a better route than this one. So it's money, huh? As I thought, it's money's fault, huh? Yeah, it's money. This world runs on money after all." Katsuragi laughed loudly from the driver's seat, laughing at their own hopeless situation. The reason why Katsuragi and Darius were feeling hopeless was because of the monsters following their trailer. Those monsters were chasing them with their powerful vigor while letting out howls that reverberated through the air and stomps that shook the earth. They already used the machine gun on the top roof of the trailer to shoot at those monsters until it ran out of bullets. Although it turned countless monsters into minced meat, it was eventually futile. Those monsters did not even care about their companions' corpses as they ran over them while chasing Katsuragi and Darius. Not to mention that other monsters along the way joined them on their chase. Thus, the monsters' count was snowballing. The hunters whom Katsuragi and Darius employed to escort their trailer had already abandoned them when they saw that the number of monsters chasing them were much larger than they could engage. From the perspective of the escorts, it was because Katsuragi took a route outside of what was decided in their contract, they met those monsters. So, their current situation was a consequence of the employer not upholding the contract. Thus the escorts had a good reason to abandon them. Half of the monsters even detached from the main group and started chasing the escorts. As such, it can be said that their escorts had done their job. And it could even be said that Katsuragi and Darius should even be thankful for their escorts, but it was a different story whether they actually felt thankful or not. Katsuragi's and Darius' laughs slowly died down. They were fully pumped with adrenaline because of the danger that they were facing. But the effect of adrenaline faded away with their laughs. Darius, who already regained his composure, kept telling himself to calm down while making a serious face. After forcing himself to calm down, he recognized how dire their condition was and let out a sigh. So, what should we do? We'll be dead at this rate, you know? Katsuragi then replied with a grim face. I know. We should change our location first. That's why we're heading to Kazusuhara ruins right now. To the ruins? But why? If we keep heading to Kagomayama City, we'll definitely be dead. If they were thinking of running away from the monsters by heading to the city and ended up bringing those monsters with them, then the city would definitely use its firepower to kill the monsters together with them. That would be more or less guaranteed to kill them, and even in the unlikely case if they survived that, the city would arrest them for disturbing the safety and have them reimburse the repair from the damage and the resource that it used for the defense. Even with all the money and wealth that they had now, they would not be able to pay the fine. Thus the city would make them pay the fine by working them hard. It would be much worse that they would wish they had died. But even after knowing that, there were people in similar situations who drove straight for the city looking for a slim chance in surviving. Most of the monster attacks on the slum city that Akira had gone through were because of this. Katsuragi, I know that much. I was asking, why are we heading to Kazusuhara ruins? The ruin is the territory of other monsters. Those monsters that are chasing us know that too. So they might stop chasing us if we get deep into the ruins. Not to mention that place is very dangerous, so we might even be able to meet a strong hunter who can clean up all of those monsters in one go. You've sent the SOS, right? Yeah, I hope someone accepts our SOS request. Normally, any request submitted in the hunter office would be checked and evaluated first, thus it would take some time before it would get accepted. But in the case of an SOS request, it would be processed as fast as possible and immediately broadcasted. SOS request was frequently used by hunters who found themselves in a pinch in the middle of the wasteland. Since the one requesting the SOS would the person in danger himself, the reward would also be relatively big. As such, many hunters would take such high-reward low-risk request. Even if the requester lied about the reward out of desperation, the Hunter Guild would still give a suitable amount as a reward in their place. Thus the hunters did not need to worry about anything. As such, it was better for them to send SOS rather than making a random wireless broadcast. Katsuragi clicked his tongue while still making a serious face. Well, there's no chance we can go to the city, so the ruin is the place with the best survival chance for us. We can only leave everything to luck after that. Let's go. After that, Katsuragi and Darius just dove into the ruin. They chose a route that was wide enough for the trailer to pass through as they kept moving deeper into the run. They did not have the detailed map of the inner part of the ruins. The map that they randomly acquired from their network had a lot of mistakes, thus it was fully up to their luck as to how far they could keep running away. Unfortunately, Katsuragi bumped into a wreckage that threw their trailer into a small alley, thus they had no other choice but to stop their trailer. But it did not end there. The monsters chasing them ignored the fact that they were entering other monsters' territory and kept running towards Katsuragi and Darius. Darius made his decision and shouted, "Katsuragi! We'll shoot them back. Quickly load the machine gun with new ammo. Once you're done, get back to your driver's seat and give me support with the machine gun. Given our situation, you wouldn't complain about the money that we would spend for the ammo, right? I know. Be careful out there." Darius then jumped off the trailer and readied his gun as Katsuragi started loading ammo as fast as he could. Akira was already deep into the ruin for him to be able to directly see the monsters. Some of the monsters noticed him and changed their target from Katsuragi and Darius to Akira. Akira kept running while holding his rifle. He was making a grim face. "Alpha, they noticed me. Are you sure it's okay if I keep going like this?" Akira looked at Alpha with a very worried look, but Alpha did not change her command. "It's okay. Just keep running. I'll guide you. And also, take the medicine while you still have the chance. Am I going to get injured again in this fight? That medicine can also relieve your fatigue. Just keep this in your mind, we won't get any rest from now on. You just need to follow my orders and shoot just like you practiced and it'll be alright. I got killed so many times during the practice though. Remember the times when you didn't get killed? You just need to do it like those times. Hurry up. They're coming. Akira took some medicines while running. He kept his eyes on the monsters in front of him as he swallowed the medicine. He made his resolve to face the upcoming fight for which he even needed to take the medicine beforehand. He followed Alpha's order as he stopped and took aim with his gun. His vision was further augmented for battle by Alpha's support. It showed the priority order to kill the monsters that were heading their way, and it put on markers on their weak points. It also put TP line from the muzzle of Akira's gun. Akira took aim on the monster with the highest kill priority and lined the TP line to its weak point before pulling the trigger. A gunshot echoed through the wasteland. The bullet flew from Akira's gun and hit its target right on. Although it did not hit its weak point, the anti-monster bullet was able to tear off its meat, crush its bones, and caused enough injuries in its inner organs that made it a fatal wound. Those monsters that got hit on their legs were significantly slowed down, while those that got hit right on their weak points just rolled dead on the ground. The bullseye target on Akira's vision changed into a line, and Akira followed that line with his gun as he held its trigger. The bullets that spewed out from its muzzle showered the monsters, and those monsters fell down into the ground one by one. Some of the monsters were shocked and stopped moving. Akira used this chance to run to his next shooting position following the route given by Alpha and started shooting again after he reached that position. Alpha kept dashing out unusually strict orders. She considered everything inside those orders, like the movement range of the monsters and Akira's amateur maneuverability. She tailored her order for maximum efficiency. Akira tried as hard as he could to follow those orders. As such, from other points of view, it seemed as if Akira was performing above his original ability. He himself was surprised at how he was performing. As he kept fighting through the monsters, he finally arrived in the deeper part of the ruin, but then he thought, "Alpha, can I ask you a question?" "This is a good time, so go on." "About those monsters that I shot just before, although I remember fighting some of those monsters during my training, aren't they way too weak?" "Nope, that's just how powerful they are. If that's true, then why did I get killed a lot of times during the training against those monsters?" "It's because monsters in your training don't get surprised, shocked, confused, or try to escape. I set them so they would chase and target you like a machine as long as they can. If I make the monsters in the training so easy to defeat, it might make you less careful when fighting those monsters for real, right? So I did that just to be safe. But thanks to that, you can fight without dying and perform really well just like now. So the training was really useful, wasn't it?" Alpha said that while smiling confidently. "Well, you do have a point." He was in the middle of a battle and the training was useful. That was what Akira told himself as he changed gear and rushed forward. Katsuragi and Darius tried their hardest to fight back. Their trailer was already surrounded by heaps of monsters' corpses. Blood was pouring out from the corpses that were half destroyed after getting showered in the bullets from their machine gun. The corpses were piling up like a hill and made a pool of blood and soaked the area around it in red. They had to finish their fight before the pool of blood attracted more monsters. If that happened, they would be attacked by monsters from the ruins and the wasteland. They had killed so many monsters that they started to hope that those monsters would start running away. But those monsters did not even bat an eyelash on the piled-up dead corpses of their kin as they kept charging forward as if to laugh over Katsuragi and Darius's wish. They trampled on the meat of their dead kin and turned the ground into bloody mush as they were running toward Katsuragi and Darius. Katsuragi used his machine gun to kill any monster that approached the trailer, while Darius kept shooting at those monsters, aiming to immobilize them. If they stopped even only for a moment, they would join the corpses littered around. As such, they were fighting as hard as they could to survive. In case of firepower, Katsuragi and Darius definitely had the upper hand. It was obvious from the corpses that kept piling up around them. But even so, it looked like the end was nowhere near. Katsuragi and Darius' faces started to turn pale. Katsuragi screamed as he cursed the monsters that kept coming at them. "Damn it! There's no end to them. Even if they eat us, they would not even get a sausage worth of meat for each one of them, you know." So why the heck don't they just go eat those piles of meat on the ground? There are just mountains of meat sitting there, aren't there? Darius. I ran out of ammo. Can you handle them for a while until I finish reloading? Darius made a grim face. If the machine gun stopped shooting even for a second, they would definitely get swarmed in no time. But he could not say to Katsuragi that it was an impossible request. After all, there was nothing he could do if he lost the support from the machine gun. So Darius shouted back, "Make it quick." The machine gun stopped for a moment. The monsters that were held back by the machine gun immediately rushed in. As Darius was looking at the number of monsters charging towards him, the rational part of him telling him that it was futile and there was no way he could handle them all alone. Darius had already given up all hope. But the next moment, the monster that should have delivered him his death rolled over and stopped moving. A bullet had torn through its forehead. Then its corpse became an obstacle to the monsters behind it. As such, the other monsters stopped for a moment. But during that small opening, those monsters were showered by countless bullets and fell limp to the ground. Darius then snapped back to reality. He started shooting back while looking at the source of that gunshot. There he saw Akira shooting from a window of a building near them. The tide of the battle changed towards Katsuragi as Akira was providing them with support. Normally, it was not a situation where a single AAH could change the tide of the battle, but as Akira kept targeting those monsters while following Alpha's instruction, he was able to buy enough time for Katsuragi to finish reloading. Since Alpha kept dashing out orders that maximize his efficiency and with Akira strictly following it, his overall shooting efficiency was greatly increased. Akira's face twitched when he saw the monsters' corpses that already piled up in that area, but even so, he himself kept shooting and adding more corpses to that pile of dead monsters. That's just fricking lot of monsters. Was I about to get attacked by those monsters back then? Alpha smiled as she gave a confirmation and proceeded with giving Akira a warning. The possibility of that is still not zero, you know. So you can't stop providing them with your support. There's no need to tell me. No way in hell I would let myself be attacked by those monsters. Akira squeezed everything that he learned from his training. He put everything he had for providing support while thinking that it would be fatal if he let go even a single monster. It did not take long before Katsuragi noticed Akira's help. He mumbled while smiling as he was preparing his machine gun. So the SOS request is already broadcasted, huh? Alright. The future looks bright, we just need to keep at it a bit longer. With the machine gun back up, their overwhelming firepower returned. And with the help from Darius and Akira, they laid waste on those monsters. Then after 2 more machine gun reloads, they finally eradicated all the monsters in that area. After they finished, Darius and Katsuragi were so surprised as they came to know that it was a small boy who was helping them, but even so, they did not belittle him at all. After all, they witnessed Akira's ability just a few moments ago. Katsuragi smiled in relief and opened up a conversation with a friendly tone. Thanks for the help. Are you a hunter who accepted our SOS request? Akira looked puzzled as he answered back. SOS request? Nope, I was actually about to get attacked and was running away from those monsters. Is that so? It seems that both of us are not blessed by Lady Luck today. Katsuragi did not say anything about the fact that they were actually the ones who brought that monsters. It was because Akira did not ask them about that. After all, it felt like they involved Akira in their bad luck. Katsuragi then smiled to relieve the awkwardness between them. I'm Katsuragi and that guy over there is Darius. We're merchants and this trailer doubles as our moving shop. We're actually in the middle of our way returning to Kagomayama City. I'm Akira, a hunter. I was just passing through the area by chance. Oh, a hunter? Then you're a customer. This must be some kind of fate. Since you saved us, I'll give you a big discount if you want to buy anything, you know? Darius. At least say your thanks to our savior. Darius, who was doing maintenance on his gun not too far, shouted back. I know. I'm Darius. Thanks for the help you provided. Once we're done doing maintenance on our guns, we'll be heading back to Kagomayama City. Want to come with us? Since we just faced such a scale of monster attack, you're not thinking of continuing your ruin exploration, right? Akira also thought that he had enough for a day, so he was not thinking of going back to training now. Alpha, it's okay if we go back today, right? No, we'll go back, I take no objection. Looking at how desperate Akira was, Alpha smiled as if she was enjoying. Sure, let's go back for today. Although he knew that Alpha would approve it, he still felt relieved after hearing that. Yes, please. Oh. He said yes. Katsuragi let out a big laugh and let Akira get on the trailer. He then helped Darius in finishing maintenance of the gun and then happily started driving the trailer. Although there were a lot of monster corpses in front of them, it was not a problem to the engine power of a trailer specially made for traversing the wasteland. Looking at how the trailer was crushing the corpses below it, Akira looked a bit perturbed. But Katsuragi just ignored it, or more like, it seemed that he was enjoying crushing monster corpses with his trailer. Chapter 18. A chance meeting between lucky people and unlucky people. Akira, Darius, and Katsuragi were traversing the wasteland in Katsuragi's trailer. Kuzusuha Ruin was not that far from Kagemayama City, but it would still take them some time to reach Kagemayama City. Akira usually covered the distance by running, but most people would prefer riding a car. Darius and Katsuragi were in a really good mood after their victory in the last battle. They were zealous since they dealt with all the monsters that had been chasing them for most of their journey. They could not help but smile jubilantly as they were talking to Akira about all the problems that they faced on their journey and the situation on the front line. Akira, who spent most of his time in the slum city, had almost no chance of listening to this kind of story, so he listened closely. Oh, so that's what it's like in the eastern region. Yep. After all, we're talking about the front line here, the boundary separating the unknown territory. It's normal for hunters in that place to own tanks, you know. They bring their tank around like us carrying our guns. But well, it's also because the monsters there are so strong that you would have no chance against them without a tank. So you're transporting goods from such a dangerous place, huh? I can't even imagine how dangerous it would be to stock up goods. Being a merchant is not easy, right? Well, you can say that. And not just stocking, there are a lot of things that we need to do, like making connections, finding business deals. All of them are just as hard as stocking goods. I see, you are really amazing. There's no way I would be able to do what you are doing. Looking at Akira, who was genuinely amazed, Katsuragi could only smile bitterly. But well, I can't deny that today's stocking was way harder than usual. So don't think that it's normal for us to face something this hard. If you try, you might find that it's not really hard, you know? Akira tried to imagine himself working as a merchant, but he could not see himself being a successful merchant. His thoughts were visible on his face. Katsuragi laughed as he noticed it. There are a lot of ways to be successful. You can just be a successful hunter while we'll be successful merchants. That's all there is to it. I might be going around selling goods in a trailer like this at the moment, but I'll use today's revenue as a stepping stone and make my business bigger. Then one day, I'll join the corporate government and be one of the 5 greatest companies. Akira was very surprised. Even with his limited knowledge as a slum city boy, he knew just how big Katsuragi's dream was. One of the 5 greatest companies, that's a pretty big dream. Once I join the corporate government, I'll issue money coins and its name will be Katsuragi coins. Then I'll make people update their catalog using Katsuragi currency. After Katsuragi laughed as he talked about his dream, his face changed to a more serious expression. And this job is my first step towards my dream. That's why I'm really thankful to you, you know? It's because of you that we're able to survive without abandoning my goods. Is that so? In that case, just consider that you owe me a favor. After all, you can help me in a lot of ways if your work goes well. Of course, but go easy on me on the discounts, okay? Just like I said, I really need money right now. Although they were taking different routes, both of them were aiming to achieve success in the Eastern District. They were having a good time talking to each other. In the middle of their talk, Alpha, who was also enjoying their chat, suddenly made a serious face and said to Akira, "Akira, quickly look through the right window with your binocular." Looking at how Alpha's mood changed so suddenly, Akira immediately tensed up. He quickly grabbed his binoculars and connected it to his information terminal. He then checked his surroundings with Alpha's vision support. In that direction, he could see a dust cloud in the middle of the vast wasteland. Katsuragi, you're the one who brought those monsters here, right? Katsuragi smiled bitterly and tried to evade the question. Well, about that, you see. I don't care who brought those monsters here. But tell me something, were those monsters just a fraction of a bigger group? Katsuragi immediately understood what was going on from Akira's behavior. As such, his face immediately turned grim. Darius, put the searching device on the trailer to the maximum area search setting. If we do that, its sensitivity in detecting monsters will reduce, you know? Just do it. Darius noticed that Akira and Katsuragi looked disturbed, so he quickly changed the setting of the detection device just like he was told to. Katsuragi's face turned grimmer as he looked at the information shown on the detection device. Focus it to the 2 o'clock direction and zoom in 60 times. Darius was confused after hearing that order. If he did that, it would make it impossible for the device to cover other directions, thus it would increase the chance of them getting ambushed. But he immediately followed the order nonetheless. Once he did, Darius and Katsuragi's face turned stiff after checking the result. Akira then pressed them for an answer while making a very serious face. Sorry to ask you this while you're busy, but answer me. How many more monsters are left from that group that was chasing you? The dust cloud that he saw from his binocular was caused by another group of monsters. The result from the searching device showed that monsters were swarming towards them from afar. The swarm of monsters that were chasing Katsuragi from the eastern wasteland was naturally divided into several groups depending on their type and moving speed, and those groups were moving separately from each other. The group that attacked Akira and Katsuragi some time ago were the frontrunners of the main group. As for the groups that consisted of slow monsters, they gave up midway and returned to their original territory. Now, the group with moderate speed finally caught up with them. Katsuragi and Darius looked very tense as they talked to each other. Katsuragi, can we reach the city at this rate? Can we make it? Katsuragi shook his head. Nope, we won't make it. They'll think that we brought the monsters and the city's defense force will kill us together with all those monsters. Looking at how fast that group is moving, we might be a little bit faster if I push the trailer to its maximum speed. So how about buying time until we can run from them? We'll head to the city once we put some distance from them. This time, Darius was the one who shook his head. That's impossible. We only have little energy left inside the trailer from the long journey. The trailer will run out of energy if we take a detour. They rejected each other's suggestions and let out a sigh. Not talking anymore, silence prevailed. Since no one was giving any more suggestion, Akira gave his. How about heading back to the ruins? I'll guide you through the ruins this time. I'm pretty knowledgeable about this area. I think we might be able to survive if we go there. And even if the trailer runs out of energy, it's easier to evade those monsters or break up that monster group in the ruins rather in the wasteland. In reality, Alpha would be the one guiding them. He hid this fact as he gave his suggestion. But Katsuragi flat out rejected his suggestion. No, we can't. Looking at how Akira was shocked by his reply, Katsuragi regained his composure. He then told Akira his reason. That we just left piles of monsters' corpses in the ruin. The blood, meat and bones there should have attracted other monsters by now. In the worst-case scenario, it might even attract strong monsters from the deeper part of the ruins. There's no way we can win against those monsters. Akira doubted that reason as he looked at Alpha, asking for a confirmation. Alpha then answered back with a serious face. While his reasoning is true, he also doesn't want to leave the trailer behind. Also, the situation will only worsen if you go back to the ruins now. After hearing this, Akira dejectedly let out a sigh. Do we have no other choice but to fight in this place? Alright, can't we use the weapon that you carried from the front line? It's some kind of super powerful weapon, right? Katsuragi shook his head. No, you can't use those weapons unless you're using an augmented cloth adjusted for handling those weapons, and it'll take at least 4 hours to make preparations. We'll also need the corresponding special ammo that we don't have right now. We normally procure ammo from a different route after all. Damn it. Fighting back in this place was their only option. Everyone in the trailer understood this. They accepted this fact on different levels, which was shown on their face. None of them looked relaxed at all. Akira prepared his gun while Katsuragi drove the trailer to a more advantageous position and parked the trailer. He readied the machine gun ammo for easy and fast reload. Akira and Darius stood ready not too far from the trailer. They would make contact with the group of monsters in just a few minutes. Akira rushed to finish his preparation just like Alpha told him to. He reloaded a new cartridge into his H rifle, took out all the cartridges inside his rucksack and put it out in the open so that it is easy for him to find them. He also prepared medicines in case he needed it in an emergency. He had already put some of them inside his mouth in case if the effect from the last one weakened. With that, Akira finished all the preparation that he needed except for his own resolve. Alpha was standing beside Akira just like usual. He was feeling nervous, but he had a sense of reassurance from making all the necessary preparations. He then asked Alpha, "Alpha, answer me honestly. Can I win? Or more like, do I even have any chance to win?" He felt like Alpha would say that there was a good chance he would lose if he asked whether he could win. Thus he changed his question midway. Alpha just smiled like usual as she answered back. "You do have a chance to win since I'm giving you my support. So give it your best too, okay?" Alpha was not lying. But she did not reveal how much chance he had in surviving this monster horde attack. She thought that revealing it would only lower his already small chances. Thus, she did not give an accurate number. "I see. So I can win, huh?" Akira also did not ask any further. It was better to not know things that were better left alone. Both of them seemed to agree on this point. Akira readied his gun and looked at Alpha. He was about to say something but stopped midway, seeing that Alpha just smiled back. "Akira, I did say this to you before, but I'm repeating once again. Since you spent all your luck to meet me, I'll take responsibility and properly assist you. That's why you can't give up no matter what, okay? I give my support assuming that you have resolved yourself, you know. So don't forget that. If you give up, then I'll also stop providing my support." Alpha smiled while teasing Akira, and he could only smile bitterly in return. "You're right, motivation and resolve, both are my responsibility. So then, well, since we're in this situation, I'll be relying on your help." Alpha smiled proudly and answered back with full confidence. "Just leave it to me." Akira laughed lightly. He already threw out the feeling of wanting to give up, and his will to fight back started growing. Akira resolved himself. With this, he was finally truly ready. The monsters were already within the shooting range of Katsuragi's machine gun, but he did not start shooting. After all, there was no point in making a preemptive attack in this situation. He also wanted to save his ammo, thus he waited till those monsters were close enough for the machine gun to inflict maximum damage. There was a need to draw the enemy close enough. Akira and Darius also understood that. Thus they only held their guns ready while waiting for the monsters to get close range. Since monsters that could attack from long range were already killed by Katsuragi and Darius before, this group only consisted of monsters that could only attack from close range. Thanks to that, the three of them were able to stand their ground while waiting for the monsters to approach them. Once they got close enough for the machine gun to inflict mortal wounds on them, the machine gun started spewing bullets. Those bullets tore the monsters on the front of the flock and splattered their blood and meat onto the monsters behind them. Although the monsters behind them were showering under their companions' blood and meat, they kept charging at Akira and others without even slowing down. Akira took his aim and pulled the trigger on his gun. The bullet that came out from his gun tore right through his target's forehead and instantly killed the monster. Then he shot the monsters that jumped over that corpse and killed those monsters too. Then the next one, and the next one, and the next one. With the help of Alpha's support, Akira was able to perform way better than his original ability as he kept reaping the life of those monsters. But that only caused a small dent considering the total number of monsters. The monsters just kept pouring at him with no end in sight, and so the hopeless endurance battle had started. They desperately fought a fierce battle. They already lost count of how many monsters they had killed since the battle started. Akira did not care about anything else other than shooting those monsters and following Alpha's instruction. Due to the power of the anti-monster bullets, it also had a strong kickback. The powerful kickback scrapped Akira's stamina bit by bit every time he pulled the trigger of his gun. But thanks to the medicines he prepared beforehand, he was able to maintain his fighting strength. He swiftly reloaded a new cartridge every time he ran out of ammo. And when all the cartridges that he prepared on his suit were exhausted, he grabbed cartridges that he prepared on the ground near him as he ejected the empty cartridge and immediately loaded it into his gun. Although he got more and more worried as the number of leftover cartridges kept decreasing, he ignored it and just kept shooting. After all, hesitating now would spell his death. Every time he felt pain in the arm that supported his gun, Akira would swallow the medicine in his mouth bit by bit. The medicine would recover his body. Without it, he would have already lay limp on the ground by now. He paced himself so he would not run out of medicine quickly while maintaining his optimal fighting strength. He gritted his teeth and kept shooting as he adjusted the dosage of the medicine he was taking. Alpha's orders were near perfect. She considered the speed of each monster as she gave out orders. She tried to prevent the monsters from approaching Akira by telling him to target the front row so that its corpse would block the monsters behind it. She gave out orders to maximize everything that might help Akira. But it was a completely different matter as to whether Akira was able to follow her orders. Not only was his ability still amateurish, but he was also nervous, agitated, and tired. Thus his movements were becoming duller as time passed. He could not perfectly follow half of the orders that Alpha gave him, but she would immediately adjust her instructions depending on the previous result. Then there was a twist of event. A monster that was faster than any other suddenly jumped towards Akira. Of course, Akira focused his shots at that monster. After unleashing a barrage of bullets and confirming that they hit that monster, he thought that the monster was already dead and shifted his focus towards another monster's. Because he was in a panicked state and tired, and had seen monsters dying after getting shot like that, he made a wrong assumption. It's not dead yet? Hearing Alpha scream at him, Akira aimed back to where the monster was in a panic. But it was too late. Although it was badly injured, the monster was already too close to Akira. Its speed didn't reduce after being showered in countless bullets as it charged towards him. It then jumped trying to bite him, but it could only push him down while taking bullets from his gun. The reason why it missed to bite Akira was because it had lost its original form after getting shot several times. Thanks to that, Akira was able to narrowly escape death. But it did not change the fact that his life was hanging by a thread as that monster opened its jaw again and was getting ready to take another bite. The death that was approaching Akira distorted his sense of time. It felt like everything around him was happening in slow motion. The same thing happened the other day as he remembered when monsters attacked the slum city and he almost got killed. So he did what he did back then as a reflex. He thrusted his rifle into the gaping jaw together with his arm. As the gun reached the deepest part of the monster, it stopped for a second due to the pain. During that opening, right before its fangs sunk into Akira's arm, Akira grinned and pulled the trigger. The bullets that spewed out from the gun destroyed its head. It then fell down to the ground with bullets flowing out from behind its head. Akira shoved the corpse aside. The excitement of his victory was dampened by the stinging pain on his right arm. His right arm was injured when that monster jumped on him. Alpha immediately shouted at Akira while making an unusually grim face. It helped Akira to stay awake as he almost fainted from the pain after narrowly escaping death. Quickly take some medicine. You should still have some in your pocket. Akira immediately reached out to the capsules inside his pocket while trying to withstand the pain and spread the contents of the capsule directly onto his wound. Thus another intense pain assaulted him immediately. You can't faint here. You'll definitely die if you faint here. Get a hold of yourself. The medicine that he applied to his wound caused severe pain, but Akira was barely able to bear the pain without fainting. He gritted his teeth and stood up. He then took the rest of the medicine orally. The healing nanomachines inside the medicine detected that Akira was in pain as it immediately gathered on his wound and started healing it. Since Akira pushed himself to keep moving, his open wound only got worse, which was immediately healed by the nanomachines. This cycle continued as he started shooting again while enduring the pain. Most of the monsters were able to come close to Akira while he was lying on the ground. One misstep was enough to turn the situation worse. Akira, Katsuragi and Darius were trying hard to fight back. But the situation was getting worse. The monsters were already close enough that it would be nigh impossible to fix the situation. Katsuragi then mumbled from the driver's seat. "The machine gun is running out of ammo. Damn it, this is the end, huh?" His words leaked out through the mic in the trailer, hearing which Darius also complained. "That's so this is as far as we go, huh?" Akira did not say anything because he did not have the time to join them. But inside his heart, he was actually agreeing with them. Eventually, his gun ran out of ammo too. Alpha then smiled at Akira and said, "This is the end." Seeing how Alpha smiled gently as if it was really the end, Akira could only smile back bitterly. "But you're right. We're saved, eh?" Akira was surprised after hearing what Alpha said. Then the next moment, explosive projectiles rained down on the monsters around them. Explosions turned most of the monsters into minced meat as blood and meat splattered around the area. Then the area near Akira and the trailer were swarmed with anti-monster bullets, thus further making sure of their safety. The sudden change of events left Akira confused as Alpha pointed her finger towards the wasteland while still smiling. He tried to stand as fast as he could and looked towards the direction Alpha was pointing. There he saw familiar faces of two female hunters riding a vehicle while unleashing countless bullets on the monsters in the area. They were Elena and Sarah. Sarah was standing on the vehicle while carrying a huge gun that did not suit her size. The gun on her hand kept launching explosive projectiles from its muzzle. "Elena, the location is a bit different from the request, but those people are from the SOS request, right?" Elena was also shooting at the monsters using a machine gun from the vehicle. It looked like she was enjoying it. "That's correct. The SOS request said that they're in the Kuzuhara ruins, but I bet they arrived in this place after running away from those monsters. Let's eliminate them all." "Roger that. The requester will pay for the bullets. So let's not hold anything back." From there on, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Sarah and Elena, who had surplus money from the last time, brought expensive but powerful ammo with them for cleaning the monsters. And their ammo seemed to be working splendidly, worthy of their cost. The explosive bullets that kept spouting out from her gun were like a storm that rained down on those monsters and left the ground clean. Akira was looking at this scene with his jaw dropped on the ground. After suffering such an intensive attack, the monsters that were troubling Akira and the other two merchants just a moment ago were completely annihilated. The insides of the trailer that also functioned as a moving shop was wider than it looked. Elena and Sarah then met up with Katsuragi and finished processing the SOS request without heading back to Kagomayama City. As Katsuragi and Elena were negotiating with each other, Akira talked to Sarah, who was not too far. He bowed deeply to Sarah while saying his thanks. "Thank you very much for your help. You really helped us in escaping death back there." "Don't mention it. It's also one of our jobs. It was also thanks to you fighting back desperately and cutting their numbers down that it was not hard cleaning them up." Sarah laughed in a good mood. It was obvious that her plump chest did not weigh too much as they jingled when she laughed. "But I was so surprised to find you here too. To think that you would get involved in fighting those monsters. You do have quite a bad luck. You know." "You can say that again. I honestly think the same too. I wonder if I should get myself some kind of charm to increase my luck." Akira smiled bitterly while mixing a joke. Sarah laughed a bit and followed his joke. "Well, it's true that things like that might work. After all, no matter how much information you gathered beforehand, things outside your predictions will still happen. I also had a close call not too long ago. You can also buy one, but I think it's better if you keep something that you already had when you got lucky as a talisman. In my case, I have this." As she said that, Sarah opened the front fastener of her armor and took out a pendant. It was a bullet that was repurposed into a decorative pendant. "When I almost got killed, someone came and saved us by pure coincidence and gave us this bullet, then I remade it into a pendant like this. It's to remind me of our gratitude and good luck from back then." I see." Akira was somehow able to keep himself calm. Sarah noticed that Akira was behaving weirdly, but she thought that it was because Akira was still nervous after narrowly escaping death, so she just ignored it. As for Alpha, who was always beside Akira, she smiled teasingly toward him. Aren't you glad? The person that you helped not too long ago just came and saved you this time. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? No, of course, I'm happy. So like I told you, it was the right choice helping them that day, right? You're right. Not only you were able to escape death, you got to see a beautiful girl's plump breast after all. Akira was barely able to stay calm when he heard that. Alpha giggled as she was teasing him. If you have no plan of groping one, you can also look at mine though. Or is it important for you to know that you can touch them if you extend your hand although you don't really want to do it? Just shut up. Akira stiffened his face as to not change his expression as he said that to Alpha through telepathy. But then he suddenly heard Elena's voice. No money? Are you kidding me? Katsuragi nervously replied back as he was overwhelmed by Elena's pressure. Well, it's not like I don't have money, it's a big misunderstanding. I do plan to pay you. But I can't pay you right now at this moment. Elena kept putting pressure while glaring at Katsuragi. Isn't it normal to pay us with cash when you don't write any particular reward on your request? We even used expensive ammo back there, you know? I know. But it was an SOS request, right? It was an emergency. We were in a dangerous situation that we didn't have the time to write a detailed request, you know. It's not like we're planning to trick you. I swear. Beautiful girls are scary when they are angry. Moreover, if that girl killed a mountain of monsters not too long ago. As Katsuragi thought that, he tried to calm Elena down. Look at this. The trailer is packed with a lot of equipments. If I can sell all of them, I'll get a lot of money. You do understand me, right? Just for a bit? Can you wait just for a bit? Of course, I'll also give you more money for waiting too. Okay. Katsuragi then showed all the goods that he carried inside the trailer. Seeing at how Katsuragi was saying the truth, Elena regained her mood back. She then enthusiastically looked at those goods as Katsuragi squeezed every single cell in his brain for anything that might let him break through his situation. Akira and Sarah then joined them as they looked at Katsuragi's goods. It was given for Akira, but for Sarah too, it was a rare chance to see equipment used in the front line. As such, both of them looked really interested in those goods. Not to mention that Alpha also looked a bit amazed. I really wish you can start using these kinds of equipment soon, Akira. Please wait patiently if it's about that thing. By the way, which one that you wish for me to be able to use? If I have to pick one from this place, then it will be this one. Alpha was pointing at a huge gun that in no way a normal human would be able to use. It was made of black metal and was as big as a person with the manufacturer's logo carved on its body. No way I can carry something like this. Of course you can once you get an augmented cloth. So you should get one of those first. But well, no need to hurry, we'll get there eventually. Looking at how Akira was staring at that gun, Sarah could not help but look at that gun too. But then she shouted in surprise. Elena! Look at this. It's amazing. They have Ragnarok too. Elena, who was called by Sarah, then came there, looked at that gun, and was also surprised. Whoa, they really have one. This is the gun that can shoot Annihilator warhead, right? Yeah, that's one of my best goods. It was really hard to get my hands on one, you see. Wait, what are you thinking? Katsuragi started having a bad feeling as he saw Elena's expression when she was looking at that gun. Elena was smiling since she found something that she could use for negotiation as she mumbled. That I wonder if Sarah can use this gun. Katsuragi immediately went into panic mode. Wait. No. You can't have that. But you can't pay us with cash, right? In that case, you have no choice but to pay us with your goods. No matter how you look at it, it's way above your reward money, right? Please don't make me do this. I wonder which one of us is asking for the impossible. You can't even pay our rewards and ammo from that SOS request, and you don't even know when you might be able to pay us. Are you telling us to wait for the reward that we don't even know if you would even really pay us or not? We also need money to live, you know? Elena's expression turned intimidating as she glared to Katsuragi. That was also a gamble. Katsuragi understood that, but he could not say anything. Katsuragi was a merchant. He could not deny the fact that he could not pay them with cash. Even Katsuragi himself was actually carrying goods that he had not paid yet. Katsuragi, who in trouble, then guessed that Akira and Elena knew each other as he looked at Akira, seeking for his help. But since Akira was also saved by Elena and Sarah, it was more like he was in Sarah and Elena's side. As such, he could only look away when Katsuragi stared at him. After that, Katsuragi begged all he could and somehow the negotiation came to a conclusion. Elena and Sarah would be employed as Katsuragi's escorts, which of course increased the amount of the reward that Katsuragi owed to them. Then in case if Katsuragi could not pay that money until the deadline, Elena and Sarah would take Ragnarok with them. It was also for keeping their eye on Katsuragi that Elena and Sarah took the job. As Elena and Katsuragi were talking about the details of their contract, Akira's vision suddenly blurred and he lost all of his power in his body as he fell to the ground. He did not even have the power to get up. As his vision went dark, he could see Elena and Katsuragi ran to him. It looked like they were saying something, but Akira could not hear it. But he understood that they looked panic-stricken. Although everything looked blurred in his vision, he could see Alpha clearly. She was smiling like usual as she looked down at Akira, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Well, I guess you hit your limit. But it'll be okay, just take a good rest." Akira could hear that in his haze and felt a bit relieved as he lost his consciousness. Chapter 19, Gratitude and Debt. When he regained consciousness, Akira found himself confined in a white space. Everything was filled with white nothingness no matter how far he looked. It was as if the maker of this world gave up midway. But surprisingly, he did not find it strange or uneasy to be standing inside such a world. Inside his hazy mind, Akira somehow understood that he was in a dream. He saw Alpha standing not too far from him. She was emotionlessly staring forward. It did not look like she noticed him. As he looked at her, it felt like she was just a frozen humanoid doll standing there. Suddenly this Alpha spoke. First try, failed. Didn't reach the target. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Searching for methods to provide support. She then continued as if she was reading a record from her memories. Second try, failed. Didn't reach the target. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Searching for methods to provide support in battle. She continued giving the same report without any emotional fluctuations. 15th try, failed. Didn't reach the target. Unable to continue due to the subject's withdrawal from the request. The subject is alive. The subject withdrew from the request due to fatal injuries. Adjusting the guidance method. 16th try, failed. Reached Area 1. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Reevaluating methods to provide support in battle. Alpha just kept continuing to report the status. Akira couldn't understand what she was reporting about. 87th try, failed. Reached Area 7. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Reevaluating methods to provide support in battle. 88th try, failed. Reached Area 4. Unable to continue due to the subject's withdrawal from the request. The subject is alive. The subject withdrew from the request due to the loss of motivation. Adjusting the guidance method. She kept continuing for some time. 497th try, failed. Reached Area 9. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Reevaluating methods to provide support in battle. 498th try, failed. Reached the final area. Unable to continue due to the subject's withdrawal from the request. The subject has turned completely hostile. Already dealt with the situation. Current location, unknown. Completely readjusting the guidance method. 499th try, in progress. Haven't reached the target area. Confirming the current condition. Finish. Once Alpha was done reporting, the white world suddenly turned pitch black. Akira could see Alpha floating alone in the middle of the darkness before slowly blurring and vanishing into nothingness. Akira's consciousness faded away together with it. Eventually, everything vanished into nothingness and the dream ended. Akira opened his eyes. He was still dazed after that strange dream, but he had forgotten most of the details of the dream. He then realized that he was lying on a bed inside a room that he did not recognize. He was so surprised that he completely forgot about the dream that he just had. If it was Akira from the past, he would have definitely jumped off and confirmed his surroundings the moment he found himself in an unfamiliar place. But now, although he was surprised, he did not put up his guard. He was only dazed after waking up. The reason why he lost his sharpness was because he was now used to waking up in a safe place compared to the dangerous back alley. He now woke up in a room that felt safer and looked more expensive than his usual room. But the main reason he didn't put up his guard was because he saw Alpha smiling at him. "Morning, Akira. Were you able to take a good rest?" Akira looked around and confirmed his surroundings. It seemed like he was staying in someone's place since it did not look like a hotel room. The blood and mud that stuck on his body were already cleaned. He was also changed into a white t-shirt and a long pant. He had fully recovered from the tiredness. Having woke up feeling refreshed, he did not feel pain anymore. He was completely recovered physically. After he noticed this fact, he completely shook off the haziness from when he woke up. But it was visible from his expression that he was confused. "Morning, where am I?" Alpha then pointed her finger to the door to answer Akira's question. Sarah then entered through that door. She looked a bit surprised as she saw Akira. "Akira, you've woken up, huh?" Sarah was only wearing a baggy t-shirt and undies. It was a set of clothes that showed a lot of openings. Her wearing such dress also showed that it was a safe place, thus Akira was able to relax too. But on the other hand, he was also more confused than before. "How do you feel? If it's still hard for you to wake up, you can lay back, you know?" I'm fine." Although he was still confused about what was going on, he was physically fine. And in order to show that, he answered back confidently. Sarah smiled back knowing that Akira was really fine. "I see. Thank goodness. This is our place, Elena's and mine. Therefore, you don't have to worry, we have kept your stuff in another room. We've also washed your clothes and left them there. I'll bring it to you if you want to change." I'll take them myself." "Don't worry, you're our guest after all. I'll bring them to you, just wait here for a bit." Akira was swept away by the flow. But once Sarah went outside the room and closed the door, Akira immediately went into panic mode. "Alpha, what's going on here?" "For now, you just need to know that this is a safe place. If you can understand, then calm down. Even if you ask me so." Wouldn't Sarah feel weird if you suddenly understood what's going on although you have just woke up in an unfamiliar place? So just ask Sarah first, I'll give you my explanation after that, okay? Right. Akira then nervously waited for Sarah to come back. He was feeling strange to not be able to relax although he knew that he was in a safe room. He understood that he should calm down to think clearly but he was unable to do so, and as he continued to wait for Sarah, it became harder for him to calm down. As such, he looked nervous when Sarah came back and handed him his clothes. Adding to the fact that Sarah was looking at him, Akira awkwardly tried changing his clothes. But Sarah thought that it was because Akira just recovered that he was moving awkwardly, so then she gently asked Akira, "Akira, should I help you?" It's okay. I can manage." "Is that so? You just recovered, so don't push yourself too hard, okay?" Since Akira was not used to getting such a gentle treatment, he could not help but feel more nervous. But he realized that Alpha looked amused as she was looking at him who was flustered. So he quickly finished changing his clothes before Alpha could comment on him getting flustered. After that, Sarah started explaining to Akira of what was going on. "I'll tell you this first. It has been 3 days since you fainted." Akira was very surprised. But then Sarah calmly continued her explanation. When Akira fainted, Elena, Sarah and Katsuragi immediately checked his condition. Akira suffered no fatal injuries. Since he had consumed a lot of medicine in a short duration, all his wounds were forcefully and rapidly healed. All the healed areas had strange scars. These scars would have vanished if his wounds were healed naturally. But all his wounds were already completely healed by medicine, so these scars were left behind. Although his clothes were drenched in blood, thanks to the medicine that he took, his breathing and pulse were stable. In the worst-case scenario, he simply fainted and was far from any fatal condition. As such, Elena and the others were relieved after confirming Akira's condition. So, she immediately told Katsuragi to head to the city, and Katsuragi completely agreed with her. After that, Elena and Sarah brought Akira, who was still unconscious, to their home and laid him on a bed. Although he was in no danger, Akira did not wake up for a few days. Elena and Sarah thought that it was because of the overdose from medicine. The medicine distributed in the Eastern District were mostly a mix of nanomachines and all kinds of different chemical compounds. It was basically like a DIY set to close a hole in the wall. The advanced nanomachines in the medicine could act as substitutes to the cells and close the wound. Although it was convenient, this medicine also had some drawbacks and side effects. Repeated healing through induced regeneration might cause premature aging. Or the nanomachines sometimes misunderstood the injured state as a normal state and stopped healing altogether. Akira fainted because of a similar reason. It was an indication of medicine overdose after taking a lot of medicine in a short span of time to heal his wounds and rejuvenating his fatigue. It was by no means fatal, but he would stay unconscious until the nanomachines inside his body calmed down. Then, as Elena and Sarah predicted, Akira woke up after sleeping for 3 days. After Akira heard everything from Sarah, he bowed politely. "Thank you very much for saving and nursing me." "It's fine, don't mention it." Akira was happy at how Sarah was being considerate to him. He was smiling slightly. But his expression immediately changed to be apologetic. "Well, technically, you accepted an SOS request, right? It's kinda hard to say this when you have saved me, but to be honest, I don't have any money at all. So how should I repay you?" Akira wanted to pay them back for their help. But even if he wanted to do that, he couldn't. After all, he could not earn any money for the last few days. He was just stating the truth. But as he finished speaking, he wished he could take it back. Akira was ashamed of himself as he hung his head low. But Sarah just casually shook her head. "As I said, it's something that we did because we wanted to. You don't need to worry about it. I and Elena have no wish to ask for any compensation." "Are you sure?" That would be really helpful to Akira, but he could not just accept it. Akira hesitated. But even if he hesitated, it was not like he had the money to pay them back. As such, he looked really thankful. Then Sarah's face turned serious. "Well then, in exchange for the reward, I have something to ask you. So can you answer it honestly?" "If that's all, then of course." "What is it?" Sarah was a bit surprised as Akira answered back casually with a smile. Sarah then stared at Akira with a serious face. She then let out a sigh and asked him a question. "You were the one who saved me and Elena in Kusuhar ruin the other day, right?" Akira froze. When Akira was still unconscious, Sarah went to Shizuka's shop by herself. And when she started talking about Akira, Shizuka smiled bitterly. Fighting against those many monsters, that must have been really hard for Akira. Moreover, he had to do it twice in a day, you know? Isn't that a very rare experience? Is it because he has bad luck, or was it Katsuragi who brought bad luck to him? Or even maybe both of them have bad luck. Since they were able to survive it, we can just laugh it off now. But that Katsuragi and his friend, it seems that Elena squeezed them for rewards. They just can't stop grumbling. Although they were able to transport their goods from the front line, they were complaining that more than half of their profit was used to fight back those group of monsters. But even so, they were able to survive without any grave injuries. So I don't know if they actually have good luck or bad luck. By the way, where's Elena? Elena is working as Katsuragi's escort not too far from here. I came here alone today. Is that so? So then why are you here today? Shizuka, who was listening to Sarah, changed the mood as she made a serious face. She more or less understood why Sarah came to her today. Sarah made a bitter smile and was surprised since Shizuka was able to guess the real reason why she came. She then made a serious face. "I did tell you before that we were saved by someone in the Kuzusuhara ruin, right?" "Yep." You told me that story so many times. I even remember all the details, you know? By any chance, do you know who it was? Sarah stared closely at Shizuka. But Shizuka did not make any noticeable reaction to her strong gaze. Shizuka looked at Sarah and thought for a bit before answering her question. Why do you ask me? You have a good intuition, after all. Is that so? Well, in that case, my answer is no. Shizuka. Sarah called her name with a strong tone as she kept staring at Shizuka. She was unconsciously leaking her intimidating aura as a hunter. But Shizuka did not budge at all. After all, she was working as a merchant who faced hunters on a regular basis. Moreover, she knew well about the friend in front of her right now. There was no need for her to panic. She knew that well as she calmly answered back. I really don't know, and I have no one that I'm suspicious of being that person either. And even if I have a guess, if my guess is wrong, it'll definitely cause trouble for you and that person. I may have some inklings, but the person asked me not to say anything to anyone. So if I tell you, then I'll be betraying that person's trust, thus I won't say anything. That person didn't threaten me, but since that person told me to keep a secret, I don't think it's a good idea for me to say anything. After all, it would be big trouble for the shop if I do something that might annoy my customers. So I can't say, no matter what, my answer is I don't know. Sarah did not say anything, she just locked her gaze on Shizuka. But Shizuka's expression did not change as she continued. Moreover, it's not the main problem here, right? You already have a guess as to who that person is and you're almost certain of your guess. But since it was logically impossible, you're trying to clear your doubt by relying on my intuition, right? After being told so, Sarah finally realized that her guess was correct. The words written on that paper were illegible as if they were written by a small kid. Akira's reaction when she showed him her bullet pendant. And finally, the medicines that Akira was carrying on him. When she found the same medicine that she had received inside Akira's belongings while she was organizing his stuff, it confirmed her suspicion that Akira was the one who saved her. But even then, she had no definitive proof. Moreover, according to her experience as a hunter, she made a conjecture that even someone with as much fighting power as Akira would not be able to save her in that situation. Sarah, who was not sure of her own guess, then went to Shizuka to rely on her intuition. Even Elena admitted the sharpness of Shizuka's intuition, which was so good that even irrational possibility turned into reality. She believed in Shizuka's intuition to give the final verdict that Akira was the person who had saved her. Sarah was taken aback as she realized this, but then Shizuka continued. By the way, how much do you want to know, Sarah? Do you just want to know who saved you? Or do you still have a lot of questions that you want answers for? WL. Sarah could not answer. There were indeed a lot of questions that she wanted to ask and a lot of things that she wanted to know. But the thing that she really wanted to ask, the thing that she really wanted to know, it was just a small part of it. Think carefully before you ask. Decide between what you want to know and what you don't need to know and then ask your question. Ask your question with utmost sincerity. If that person lies to you after that, then that's what it is. Shizuka said that she did not know. If that was true, then Sarah's guess was mistaken. But if it was a lie, then it meant that he did not want to reveal it no matter what, or that he wanted to have nothing to do with Sarah. Sarah understood that and could not reply. In the end, she could just ask Akira after he woke up. But for some reason, she was hesitating. The moment she realized that she was hesitating, she immediately realized the reason. Sarah did not want to be denied of answer by Akira. That was all. She finally understood that. Sarah, who just came to realize a lot of things, stared at Shizuka and thought that Shizuka must have understood everything way before herself. Shizuka might have even understood the reason why Sarah was hesitating, which she herself did not realize. But Sarah decided not to ask Shizuka any further. It was not something that should be asked to New York others. It was something that she should find herself. That was her thought as she smiled to change her mood. All right then, I'll ask him myself when the time comes. Thank you, Shizuka. Shizuka replied back with a relieved smile. But it then changed into a teasing smile. You're welcome. So then, just a piece of additional information, I'll tell you my guess. Sarah, do you know about the people who are connected to the old domain? People who are connected to the old domain? I've heard about them before, but... Go ask Elena for more detail. She should know more than you. But if I have to give you a simple explanation, they are people who are connected to the old network for some unknown reason. I heard that there are even people among them who can pinpoint the locations of individual people, monsters, ruins, and buildings. It might sound very convenient, but I heard they also face a lot of problems because of their ability. I'm talking about those people. Sarah then imagined Akira to be one of those people. If that was true, then someone like Akira would have the ability to save them. If Akira could pinpoint locations of each people inside that thick colorless mist, then he would be the only person who could see clearly, whereas everyone else were helpless. It would give him a boost to his winning rate. It would also explain why he wanted to hide his identity. If the people that he saved wondered as to why he could save them, there was a good chance that those people would notice he was a person who is connected to the old domain. And if it were to spread, it might even endanger his life. Sarah kept staring at Shizuka. You do have a very good intuition, couldn't you just say that from the start? Shizuka smiled as if she was teasing Sarah. It won't be right if I tell that to someone who hadn't resolved herself, right? So do your best out there. Sarah accepted her answer as she nodded while looking a little bit annoyed. On the same day Sarah heard about the people who were connected to the old domain, she asked Elena about it just after Elena finished her night bath. Elena, do you know about the people who are connected to the old domain? Elena then just wiped her body enough to not make any mess before operating the information terminal that was attached to her hand. She wrapped herself in a bath towel without bothering to wear her undies. She was looking so unladylike. Sarah had repeatedly reminded her about this, but Elena would never listen and answer back that it was only necessary to keep everything around her dry. So Sarah started ignoring her when she looked like that. Elena then replied back in such a way that was unexpected to Sarah. People who are connected to the old domain? It's rare for you to ask something like that. Well, Shizuka told me that you should know better than her, you see. To be more precise, what do you want to know? Since you have come to ask me, it means that you want to know something that you won't be able to know from a simple search on the net, right? As for Sarah, she actually wanted to know everything right from the most basic knowledge, but she could not say that as it would annoy Elena. So she changed the way she asked Elena. There are benefits and dangers, both to the people around them and to themselves as well. That's an interesting question. Well then, let's start from the benefits that they can get themselves. Elena then started explaining happily. The benefits coming from being a person who is connected to the old domain extends on a very wide range. The biggest benefit is being able to connect to the network that was built during the time of the old world called the old domain network. Even at the moment, the old domain network was still filled with a lot of invaluable knowledge. But the current technology could not connect to that network. Normally, one would need a terminal that could only be found in the ruins to connect to the old domain network. But the people who are connected to the old domain did not need such a device to access the old domain network. Their method of connecting to the old domain network was unknown even after rigorous research was conducted by the government. Moreover, it was thought that such a connection was not affected by the colorless mist at all. Is it really something that amazing? Looking at Sarah, who looked like she could not believe it, Elena's expression changed to one that was saying that this girl did not get it at all. This is something really amazing, you know? The Eastern District is constantly blanketed in colorless mist with a certain level of thickness. The only reason why we could use the long-range communication to contact the capital is because it's using the old domain network. But isn't that true for your information terminal too? And it's useless in thick colorless mist, right? That works through a different network. It's using the same network used by the relay station in the city. Basically, it's a short-range connection. That's why they stopped working in the colorless mist. If a normal terminal can keep its connection even inside the colorless mist, it would be really convenient. That would be really helpful for exploring ruins that are always blanketed in thick colorless mist. The old domain was built using old world's technologies in the communication facilities, but now only a few of these communication facilities are still functioning in the old ruins. Countless invaluable technologies of the old world were saved inside the DB or database in these facilities. If one could connect to the old domain and extract these technologies and recreate them, it would bring a huge amount of fortune. Or at least that was what people thought. But there was a worry that a human brain would not be able to withstand the burden of connecting to the old domain. There were records of people getting killed out of the blue in the ruins, leaving a corpse without any injury. It was thought that these people have got the ability to connect to the old domain because of some unknown reason. Their brain was flooded with information as they could not control the connection. Finally, they got killed because their brain could not handle the burden. Brain dead? Is that even possible? Are we in danger too? Looking at Sarah, who suddenly got flustered, Elena smiled to calm her down. Not just because it only happens inside the ruins, also because the possibility of such a thing happening is simply very small. We'll be fine anyways. Compared to this, there's a higher chance that we'll get killed by monsters. Not to mention that if such a thing happens frequently, then no one would dare to explore the ruins, right? Well, you have a point there. Moreover, I heard that people who can connect to the old domain can pinpoint the location of relics and warehouses inside a ruin, you know. There was a rumor saying that the maps sold to the map brokers were made by people who can connect to the old domain. And so big companies would kidnap these people. So those people who can connect to the old world are less likely to get killed, but they're more likely to face a fate that is worse than dying. Is that so? Well, I guess it's true if you say so. After feeling relieved, Sarah's face turned serious. So being connected to the old domain is not always a good thing, huh? To be more precise, it comes with a lot of benefits, so there are many people who have their eyes on them. They might be able to seek a safe haven under the government, but that would mean that they'll exchange their freedom for safety. But if they get caught by people who do shady work, they'll face a worse fate. But if one of the big companies discovers them, it might dispatch a lot of soldiers to capture them in the name of rescue. Elena was happy that Sarah was really interested in her speciality, which was a very rare thing for her. As such, she was more fired up than usual. Thanks to that, Sarah was able to understand well about the people who could connect to the old domain. It also made her understand why it was hard to get someone who could connect to the old domain to trust her. She hesitated a bit whether it was the right thing to ask Akira when he woke up. Akira was having a headache now. It was because Sarah realized that it was he who saved her and Elena. But to be honest, he did not think that it was that big of a problem. The reason why he was hiding that fact was simply because it was too much of a trouble if he had to explain his motivation and methods. He had only thought about it thus far. Akira was one of the people who could connect to the old domain, but he did not realize it himself. He did not even know the meaning of those words. The only thing that he knew was that there were some other people who also could see Alpha, and he was just one among them. There was no way Akira could tell them about Alpha. When he was thinking hard of any possible ways to dodge Sarah's question, he realized that Sarah was locking her stare on him with a serious face. He was so intimidated by that look that he stopped thinking. Sarah thought that Akira still could not trust them. That was why she was desperately begging with that serious face. I'm sure you have your own reason. That's why I won't press you with more questions. What I want to know is whether you're the one who saved us or not. That is all. I won't ask you why and how you saved us or any other questions. And I won't tell anyone about anything that you say to me. Akira, who was pressured by Sarah, was actually panicking inside his heart, but he stiffened his face and stayed silent. Sarah could feel rejection from him, so her serious face started to turn sad. If you won't answer me no matter what, then I'll just give up. I won't ask this again, so please let me ask you once again for the last time. In the Kusuhar ruin, you were the one who saved me and Elena, right? Sarah sounded like she was begging. She was desperately wanting to know the person who saved them. Akira was able to get her intention. Yes, that's correct, it was me. The mood suddenly got way lighter. Sarah's face loosened. Akira then said his sorry. Sorry that I kept it a secret. Well, I had my own reason, you see. It's really fine. As I promised, I won't ask further. But that aside. Sarah then shook her head and held Akira's hands. Thank you for saving me and Elena. Finally, I can say my thanks. I'm sorry for pressuring you. It was hard for me to be unable to say thanks to the one who saved me. I know that was selfish of me, and it's not something that I should do to someone who saved me." After Sarah said her gratitude with a smile, her expression changed to an apologetic one. As for Akira, he was a bit surprised as he answered back in panic. "Please don't mind about me. You saved me too. So both of us were just lucky. Shouldn't that be enough?" "Is that so? Well, you're right. If you say so, then let's settle on that. Thank you, we're really thankful to you. Well, you're welcome." Sarah felt very relieved. She smiled brightly. Akira then returned with his smile. But in his smile, there was a little bit of gloom that Sarah did not notice. Akira, who heard those words of gratitude from Sarah, felt like something just gouged deep inside his heart, something other than pain. But Akira did all he could to not show that on his face. Akira then had a long talk with Sarah over a meal. After all, Akira's stomach grumbled loudly after they had that talk. It was because Akira was sleeping for a few days without eating anything. Hearing that, Sarah just smiled and prepared some meals. It was something offered by the one who saved him, so it was not like he could refuse her. The foods that were lined up on the table were on a different level compared to the frozen food that Akira usually ate. Sarah took some time preparing those foods, and Akira remembered hearing her prepare them. But he simply ignored it. His concentration was focused on the foods that looked so appetizing lined up in front of his eyes. And of course, those meals were indeed delicious. In the middle of the conversation, Sarah brought up the topic about when Akira saved her and Elena. She also told Akira that the loot that they got from those people who attacked them earned them quite a sum of money. Hunters who could not stay in a hotel or other permanent sleeping place would have to travel around while bringing all of their money with them. There were hunters who got their money legally seized by the bank for paying off their debt. Without any money to equip themselves, some would turn into bandits. The people who attacked Sarah and Elena were those kinds of people. The money problem that Sarah and Elena were facing was easily resolved by the compensation that they got from selling those loots. They then used the leftover money to get equipment, thus they had an easier time exploring the ruins, which increased their income. From then on, they used the extra money that they got to get better equipment and further increased their income from exploring the ruins. Thanks to the positive cycle, they were able to completely bounce back from being fallen hunters. They even had a better income than ever before. After telling Akira all of these things and saying her thanks, she said that she wanted to give back the money that she got from selling the loot to Akira, but Akira unexpectedly refused it. Sarah, who was surprised by that, asked him again for confirmation. "But you're the one who killed them, are you really sure? It's quite a lot of money, you know." "Yes, after all, I decided to leave without looting them, so I have no plans to ask them back now." But even if you say so, not only did you save us, it was also thanks to you that we were able to solve our money problems. So it's kind of frustrating that we could not repay you with anything." Looking at Akira's reaction, there was no sign that he would accept the money. So if Sarah pushed the money to Akira, it would defeat its meaning. But even so, Sarah wanted to offer something to Akira for saving her, even if it was just a little. That's what Sarah thought as she mumbled, but then Akira came up with another idea. "In that case then, please take that money as your reward for responding to our SOS request." I don't know how much a normal reward is, so I don't know whether that would be enough, but it's also frustrating for me not being able to give you anything after saving me. So please accept it and think that we're even now. "Well, if you said so, all right then." Both of them then looked at each other as their savior and smiled bitterly. Their next topic after that was how they spent their loot money, how she immediately suggested strengthening her nanomachines likewise. Following the momentum, their conversation shifted to about Sarah's body, a body strengthened with nanomachine. So then, people who use nanomachine to strengthen their bodies will always stock their nanomachine in one part of their body. In my case, that would be my chest. There are also people who save their stock on external cartridges, but it would be a disaster if they lose those cartridges. There's also a choice to stock a small amount of nanomachine throughout all of my body, but there's a limit on that too. Sarah then pointed on her own chest. It was quite a wonderful asset even for a beautiful girl like her, and she had quite a stock of nanomachines in there. Those people will have their body shape change according to the quantity of nanomachines stocked inside their body. Because of that, the size of their clothes would also change. So I'm sorry if I do not look presentable. Sarah's clothing was very revealing. Her bra was modified to be able to change its size through some simple cords, and the baggy shirt she was wearing was unable to hide it. It was because she modified her clothes to its limit to fit her changing body size. She was very used to wearing such clothes that she could casually wear them in front of Akira without feeling shy. But there were people who misunderstood and tried to tease Sarah just to end up getting beaten up by Sarah's nanomachine-enhanced body. There were already a lot of victims. It was proof of the great body Sarah had, but even so, Akira was not affected at all. I don't really mind. But Sarah noticed Akira's strange eyes movement. She then smiled teasingly. Thought if you're interested. Well, you did save me, so I might be willing to give you some service. Can you please stop teasing me? Seeing how Akira's face turned red, Sarah laughed as if she was enjoying. Alpha did not even try to hide her displease as she immediately complained. For some reason, your reaction is different compared to when I do that. I think I have a better body, you know? So what's wrong with you? Are you more interested in erotic clothes? Is that what makes you aroused? Shut up. If your body size changes, then what would you do about your armor before going to the ruins? They are augmented clothes that need to be adjusted before using, right? Do you adjust yours every time you want to use it? In my case, I always prefer armor that is elastic and stretchable. Then I'll put on more armor on top of it after that. Akira, that thing is your armor, right? Well, yeah. Akira then changed the subject of their conversation by talking about when he got his armor from Shizuka. Their conversation then shifted to the reason why they would use their armor, then a discussion about the monsters. The monsters roaming in the Eastern District were weaker the further you go west and stronger the further you go east. So the monsters that roamed the far east in the front line were monsters that could not be defeated without tanks or enhanced bodies. But on the other hand, most monsters in the western part could be defeated easily using a handgun. There were many kinds of monsters sprawling from the far east to the west end. Sometimes, it felt like someone intentionally did that for a prank. Akira, who was listening to Sarah, looked like he did not completely believe her story. Do those monsters really exist? Polytanks with legs? Is that even a monster? It is. They're filled with flammable liquid fuel and they'll come near tanks and people before blowing themselves up. That's why they're categorized as monsters. But if you can neutralize them before they blow up, the liquid fuel inside them can get you quite a lot of money, you know. We used to hunt for them before. Sarah was reminiscing about her past while telling her story to Akira. It made Akira realize the truth, which surprised him. I wonder why they even made that kind of monsters. Some people say that it was because the factories built during the Old World era malfunctioned after they were abandoned for years. Some say that those monsters would aim for cars trying to refuel them. Well, in that case, I wonder why they would chase humans too? Do they want the humans to take them to a car or something? There were also stories where hunters who got stuck in the middle of the wasteland survived by harvesting fuels from those monsters too. Although, I don't know how much of that story is true. Then after that, they kept chatting about their work as hunters. It was a scene where a new green hunter consulting with a senior and talkative hunter. Both of them were having a good time with each other. After he finished packing up his things, Akira stood at the entrance and bowed his head to Sarah. Thank you very much, I'm leaving. You just woke up, so please be careful, okay? Yes. But then Sarah hesitated for a bit before she asked Akira, who was about to leave. Akira, may I tell Elena about what we talked about today? Of course, I'll tell her to keep it a secret too. I don't mind as long as it doesn't spread. After all, Shizuka-san already knows about it too. As I thought, Shizuka knew it, huh? Well, things happened and she discovered it. As Sarah smiled bitterly, Akira returned it with another bitter smile. That's right, let me tell you something, Shizuka has really good intuition. That's why, if you ever get lost about which equipment you want to get, you should go ask her. After all, it seems that her good intuition also works on objects too. I understand. Sarah-san, thank you very much. Please tell Elena-san that I said hello. Akira casually ended their conversation and left Sarah's place. After returning back to his room in an inn, Akira hung his head low. It was because he unconsciously compared his own equipment with all the equipment that he saw in Sarah's place, and it was also because his room looked miserable when compared to Sarah's place. But that was not all. Akira, who was so excited when he was talking to Sarah, returned back to normal, thus all of the feeling that he was holding back immediately resurfaced. Alpha looked worried as she asked Akira, "Are you okay, yeah?" Akira replied back with a tone and expression contrary to what he said. So Alpha asked him again with a stronger tone. "Let me tell you one thing beforehand, you can't keep a secret from me, you know? After all, I'm always beside you, so I'll definitely discover your secret. That's why just give up and confess it to me. That'll make you feel better, you know? Moreover, I think that's not something worth locking inside your heart." Akira just looked at Alpha without saying anything while Alpha was smiling gently at him. After some time passed, Akira mumbled in low voice, "This is my first time feeling bad after hearing someone thank me." Akira did not mean to save Elena and Sarah. His main motivation was to only kill the people who attacked them. But that was what saved Elena and Sarah, and they were really thankful to him for saving them. Akira was thanked for a good deed that he did not even remember, or to be more precise, he felt guilty for being thanked by the people whom he used in accomplishing his own objective. Alpha understood something. Akira actually had some kind of moral standards inside him. But it was not very distinct. At least with his moral standards, Akira could not accept their help as them repaying his favor. Instead, it even made Akira depressed. It was really hard to understand, but in order to know how Akira would react to things, there was a need to understand his moral standards. Moreover, it would also allow Alpha to give more customized support to Akira. Alpha tried to understand Akira more than anyone else, and it was all for her own sake than anything. Alpha then gently spoke to Akira. "I see, in that case you should help them next time. I think that'll be good enough." "Is that so?" "Yep, it is. By doing that, you can think of yourself as being even with them, right? It'll make you feel less guilty too. That's why I don't think there's any problem with that idea, right?" Akira did not say anything. He gave her idea a deep thought. He then smiled a bit and came up with a conclusion. "That you're right, you're actually correct." Akira then nodded strongly as if to reassure himself. "Thank you, that does make me feel better." Seeing how Akira got back to his usual self, Alpha smiled brightly. "That's good then. Now, to make sure that you can help them the next time you meet them, you'll need to get stronger. You at least understand that, right?" "Why yeah. Good, you look eager now. Don't worry, I'll increase the difficulty of your training progressively. You'll get stronger in no time, you know. So you give your best too, okay?" "Oh, of course." Akira did not lie there. He was serious when he said that. But looking at Alpha's smile, Akira was a bit taken aback by fear. Alpha noticed it and smiled teasingly at him. Akira, who regained his mood, suddenly remembered something. "Alpha, am I not forgetting something here?" "Something like a few words of thanks to me who gives you support every day. Thank you for all the help. So then, do you have any other guess?" "Now that I think about it, it has been 3 days since that day. I wonder how Cheryl is doing, da-da." Akira was asked by Cheryl to visit her base, and he promised that he would at least pay her a visit. Although he could not go because of the things that were outside his control, he also remembered that Cheryl desperately asked for him to come, and he did plan to visit her. Although he could not keep his promise, a lot of things happened to him, so it really could not be helped. That's what Akira prepared as his reason as he went to Cheryl's base. Chapter 20, A Hunter Backup. Cheryl was standing in front of her base with a stern face. She was in a bad mood and was trying to calm herself, but she could not, causing her to get more irritated. No one except those that knew her well could see a trace of panic on her face, which she was trying to cover up with her best facade. An expression that would hide her irritation, bad mood, worries, and nervousness that filled her heart. A boy named Ario came to her. It was obvious that he was suspicious of Cheryl. "Cheryl, what the heck is going on with that hunter Akira? He doesn't visit us at all. Just shut up and wait for him, didn't I tell you that already? But yesterday too, we waited a whole night for him and he didn't come at all. Cheryl interrupted Ario with a sharp look. Just stop yapping. I'm the boss here. So you should obey me. You did promise me that, didn't you? That sharp gaze was actually an act to hide the panic inside Cheryl's heart since Akira did not visit this place at all. Her feelings also caused her gaze to turn even more intimidating. Ario could not help but to stay shut. He then let out a sigh before mumbling. All right, I know, boss. The people who decided to stay in the gang had already approved Cheryl as their boss. So Ario just stopped his complaint there. But it could be seen from his expression that his suspicion and displeasure did not go away. Cheryl let out a big sigh, half of it was just acting. She then continued by uttering some words in order to further intimidate Ario. A hunter is a very busy person, so I'm sure that's why he can't come here. Even if I did talk directly to him, it's not like I'm in any position to order him to come here as soon as possible. You can't even understand that, huh? You're right, I'm sorry. If you can understand me, then get back on your job. Roger that, boss. Although Ario answered back in a way that raised some questions, he obediently left Cheryl alone. But after he put some distance from her, he mumbled. But like, aren't you his favorite? Cheryl heard that mumble as her face immediately leaked a bit of her nervousness that she was hiding, but she was able to quickly place back her annoyed expression. Only after she looked around and made sure that no one was near, did she take off her annoyed expression. Her real expression showed that she was filled with panic and nervousness. It's bad if this goes on. What should I do? Should I go look for Akira once more? No, I should not do that. They'll definitely be suspicious of me if I keep doing that. That day when Akira said to Cheryl that he would visit her base, she and all her gang members waited for him. But in the end, Akira did not come. He did not come the day after that and also the next consecutive days too. Now her position in the gang was in peril. The children who were in Sibia's gang were already operating in the newly revived gang with Cheryl as its head. They searched the area around their territory and the wasteland near them for scrap steel and anything that can be exchanged for money. Since they would group up and go to the food distribution place together, the other gangs already knew about Cheryl's gang. At the moment, the other gangs had not started messing with her gang yet. That was because the other gangs believed that Akira was behind Cheryl. But Akira had not visited their base yet. So the members of her gang could not help but feel displeased and insecure. Cheryl was able to keep her gang members under control by explaining to them that being a hunter was a very busy job. But of course, there was a limit on how long she could keep that up. Soon, her gang members noticed her nervousness and started to distrust her. She became even more insecure because of that. There were a lot of people talking behind Cheryl's back. Some of them were saying she was lying, some of them were saying that she was not lying but Akira was actually tricking her, and some of them were saying that Akira had already abandoned her. Her gang members started to look at her with suspicion and displeasure. They also started to display their feelings in front of Cheryl. It was not as bad that they would stab her on her back, but it was only a matter of time. Cheryl already noticed about the feelings of her gang's members. But she could do nothing about it. She had no means of contacting Akira and she could not find him even after waiting near his inn. She could not even come up with any good ideas to appease her gang members. She was basically at her wit's end. But right at that critical time, Akira appeared in front of her. Is Cheryl around? There you are. Akira. Cheryl, who was at her wit's end, involuntarily called Akira's name in a loud voice. Thus her voice was heard by everyone in her base. And so all the other children came out from their rooms to see what was going on. Cheryl regained her composure as she dragged Akira to a private room and immediately closed the door the moment they got in. She wanted to just shout at him and ask why he did not come on the day he promised her. But she knew if she did that, it would be the end of her. Thus she desperately tried to hold herself back as she smiled at Akira. Thank you very much for visiting our base. I've been waiting for you. By the way, we waited for you that night. You promised you would come. But you never turned up. Did something happen to you? Cheryl's smile showed that she did not mind him being late, or at least that was what she was trying to express with her smile. Sorry, I did plan to come, but I almost got killed that day. Almost got killed? Cheryl could not help but scream. Akira was a bit taken aback to see Cheryl surprised. But he then calmed down and answered back. No need to be so surprised. It's a normal thing in this line of work. Cheryl was lost for words. She did think that something must have happened, but she did not imagine that he was almost killed. She then regained her composure and showed that she was worried. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm not injured and I'm in good shape right now. I see. May I ask what happened? I got attacked by 2 groups of monsters on the same day. I was too tired after the battle, or more like, I fainted out of exhaustion, that's why I couldn't come. Sorry about that. Akira calmly replied that he was sorry. He decided not to say anything about the fact that he forgot his promise since there was no particular reason to tell her that. Cheryl let out a sigh of relief. She then changed gear and smiled at Akira. I see. In that case, it can't be helped. It must have been hard on you, but I'm glad that you're all right now. I dragged you to a private room because I wanted to have a private talk with you. But since everyone is waiting for you, we can talk afterwards. I want to introduce you to everyone. Are you okay with that? Sure. Cheryl grabbed Akira by his hand as she led him out of the room. She then quietly complained. Good grief. I don't mind as to why he was late, but that was really surprising. I'm sure he was only exaggerating, but I really hope he would stop joking like that. Although Cheryl was only able to achieve her current position because of Akira's support, a made-up story like that still rubbed her the wrong way. But of course, she was not in a position to say anything about that. In order not to worsen her own mood any further, she suggested getting everyone introduced. Her face twitched out of irritation whenever she thought of the made-up story. It was because Akira told her that story in such a casual way that he sounded less believable. The children gathered in the hall inside the base. Murmurs could be heard in the hall as those children saw Cheryl standing next to Akira in a pleasant mood. So he finally really came, huh? I was doubting her, but it turned out to be true, huh? Is that really the hunter who killed Sibia? Doesn't he look like a small boy just like us? Thank goodness it's real. I feel much safer now. I know that she said he'll help us, but I wonder how far he's willing to go. I'm really worried. Say, he doesn't look that strong though. Are we really going to be okay? Although there were still a lot of questions, all the doubts about Cheryl talking to Akira were cleared. Cheryl smiled as she confidently introduced Akira. This is Akira. I think you already know him. Sibia took some of our members to get him, but he was able to fight back. But even so, he decided to help us, so be sure not to be rude to him, okay? When Cheryl turned her gaze towards Akira, he unwilling started to speak up. I'm Akira. I'm just helping Cheryl and I'm only helping Cheryl alone. I have no plans to get involved with any of you. Cheryl is the boss here. If you have any questions, just ask her. Don't ask me about unnecessary things. And when I say not to ask something, then never ever ask about it for a second time. That's all from me. It was obvious that the children were flabbergasted and confused. It was because although Cheryl was their boss, the person who was backing her and virtually the person who had reign over their gang and was responsible for taking care of them showed very little interest in them. Cheryl frowned, but Akira did not care. Cheryl, I have something to talk about with you, so come with me for a bit. Seeing Cheryl was about to leave the hall with Akira, Ario suddenly stopped them. Whoa, wait for a sec. Are you really Akira? Akira stopped, he turned back and looked annoyed. Yeah. What have you been doing up until now abandoning us? And what do you mean when you said that you're not going to join our gang? Aren't you supposed to look over us? Didn't I say that you should ask that to Cheryl just now? So stop asking that to me. Akira's way of speaking really shocked Ario. When he heard that the hunter who killed Sibia would help them out, he was feeling hopeful but also insecure at the same time. But when that person never showed himself, doubts and displeasure were piling inside his heart. And right when that person showed himself in front of him, he did not look capable at all even when he was armed. It was a huge letdown for Ario. Adding those words that Akira just said to Ario, Ario's doubt toward Cheryl and Akira peaked. This boy might even be weaker than me, you know? Are we seriously going to trust our lives to this boy? Sibia and his friends might be hunters who had fallen off grace. But even so, they were strong. Thus, the person who killed Sibia and caused his gang to dissolve must be someone stronger than Sibia. But the boy who was standing in front of Ario did not look like he even had a chance against Sibia. Is Cheryl tricking us? No, it might be him who is tricking Cheryl, right? Ario could not help but think that if he charged at Akira, took his gun and pointed it at him, Akira would not have any other choice but to confess the truth. The view of Akira turning his back at him and heading outside looked so full of openings for some reason. And the way Akira looked so annoyed when he was questioned, it felt like he was mocking Ario. His life was really hard after Sibia's gang was destroyed. And when the gang started operating again, he thought that these hard times had finally come to pass. But then this happened. He was utterly disappointed, which gave Ario the final push. Damn you! Ario shouted as he rushed towards Akira. When Akira was only a few steps away, he clenched his fist, pulled back and threw it, aiming at the back of Akira's head. It did not seem like Akira noticed his intention. It was a surprise attack from his behind. Ario was sure that it would hit Akira. But then Akira casually stepped to the side and evaded his fist without even turning back. Wadash! Akira then sent a fist straight to Ario's surprised face and dropped him to the ground. Akira's fighting ability received a huge boost in such a short time due to Alpha's training and all the experiences he piled up. He was already strong enough that a normal boy like Ario would not even stand a chance against him. Of course, a surprise attack from an amateur might be able to take him down, but Akira was very cautious of such a thing due to his experience living in the back alley of the slum city for years. In a normal condition, a surprise attack would not work on him now. Moreover, it was almost near impossible to launch a surprise attack against Alpha. Even for the attack just now, Alpha already forewarned Akira about it. Thus Akira was able to evade it without turning back. So in short, Ario's winning chance was 0 right from the start. Ario was lying on the ground trying to suppress the stinging pain on his face. But when he glanced at Akira, who was looking down on him, he found the muzzle of Akira's gun was already pointing at him. Ario's face turned pale as he was trembling in terror. The other kids took some distance between them in panic. Akira's expression did not change as he pulled the trigger. Right after that, a hole was opened on the floor. But Ario was unscathed. Akira missed his shot on purpose, but Ario froze up as if he was shot. He even stopped shivering. Cheryl and the other kids could not even let out their voice. After that, Akira looked angry as he spoke to Cheryl. Cheryl, I don't mind whomever you want to add into your gang. To be honest, I don't even give a damn fuck. But since you're the boss, at least be sure to keep your leash on them. You better fix this situation before I misunderstand that the people are acting on your order. If that happens, no one will have a good end. Akira then left the hall as Cheryl followed behind him in while being flustered. Only Ario, who still could not stand up, and other kids who were trembling in fear of Akira were left in the hall. Cheryl walked beside Akira as she cursed Ario in her heart, but she did not dare voice it out. She just kept following Akira silently as he took her out of the base and into the slum city. Cheryl did not know where Akira was leading her as she did not have the leeway of asking that question. She kept cursing Ario in silence as she was following Akira. Akira suddenly spoke to her. Was that good enough, Dade? Cheryl was so surprised that she could not give a proper answer. She could only answer that question with a confused face. Akira thought that Cheryl actually was not able to understand what he meant due to her shock and added an explanation to his question. Oh, didn't you call me to do something like that? Was I mistaken? Cheryl was finally able to regain her composure as she looked at Akira. The anger that she saw in the base was gone without a trace. Akira was completely calm. She noticed that Akira's behavior in the base was only acting. She then smiled at Akira as she was relieved. Well, it's true that I asked you, but I think what you did now was an overkill. I see. I'm sorry, but can you take care of the aftermath? I'm not good with handling that after all. I understand. So then, where are we heading right now? You'll see, we'll arrive there soon. After some time, Akira stopped and pointed at a trailer. It was Katsuragi's trailer, which also functioned as his movable shop. As Akira arrived there, Darius, who was watching the trailer, noticed him and Cheryl. "Akira, are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm okay." Although, it was a big surprise to know that 3 days have already passed when I woke up. "I see, I'm glad that you're all right." Akira and Darius laughed lightly to each other. Although there were gaps in their age, ability, and social status, both of them were close to each other after facing a life and death battle together. "So then, do you need anything? If you have come to buy something, you can go ahead and take a look." "Well, I just need to discuss something with Katsuragi, so can you please call him over?" "Wait for a bit here then." "Katsuragi. Akira is here. I don't know what's going on, but he said he wants to talk with you." Katsuragi then popped out from deep inside the trailer and smiled at Akira as soon as he saw him. "Akira? I heard that you fainted out of exhaustion, but it seems that you're doing very well since you have come here with a girl. So, what do you need?" "You came here to have a talk with a businessman, so I won't listen to anything that won't bring me money, you know." Akira replied a bit provocatively. "That would depend on your ability as a merchant. Then it'll definitely be a profitable talk." Katsuragi smiled back at Akira. Katsuragi listened closely and seriously to Akira's talk. Akira's suggestion was, in exchange for bringing relics to his shop, Katsuragi had to help out Cheryl's gang. Katsuragi and Akira proceeded to calculate the possible benefit and loss that it could bring them. There were many other places that would accept relics other than the hunter office. It was because the demand for relics was high and the profit that people can get from it was huge. Although it was only a side job for him, Katsuragi also bought relics. As for the help for Cheryl's gang, it would be alright as long as they used his name. Most of the merchants would look down on the people of the slum city and raise their price to a crazy level. So it would be a big help for Cheryl and her gang to find a merchant that would not do that. Even for people from the slum city who had zero trustability, a small word from someone like Katsuragi would help them a lot. Katsuragi knew well about Akira's fighting ability. He then predicted the quantity and quality of relics that Akira would be able to bring back from the ruins. And then he subtracted it with the amount of money that he would need to help out Cheryl and her gang. After all the calculations in his brain, he still ended up with a profit. After that, he looked at Akira with an inquisitive look. "I still owe you some. Moreover, selling and buying relics can bring me money. It's true that it would bring a profit. So do we have a deal here?" "Well, wait for a sec. Before we decide on that, I have some questions. First of all, what is your relationship with that girl?" Katsuragi then looked at Cheryl as if he was trying to evaluate her. Cheryl started getting nervous while Akira made an honest, puzzled look. "Why did you ask that?" "Why you ask?" "She's someone that makes you strike a deal with me. So, of course, it makes me want to know. Moreover, you even asked me to help her out and this might become a long-term deal between us, you see? So then what's she to you? Just an acquaintance? A friend? Relative? Lover? Or maybe even wifey? Let's just say that she and I grew up in the slum city and we're close enough for me to bring this deal to you. But if she slows me down, I'll abandon her anytime. That's all there is to it." "I see." Katsuragi tried to figure out Akira's relation with Cheryl through his behavior, then he just shelved that topic away for now. The next problem is about relics. You do know that even if you bring relics to my shop, you won't be able to get a rank up, right? After all, it means that you're not selling your relics to the hunter office. Is that okay with you? One could only rank up by bringing relics to the hunter office and other shops affiliated with them. There were hunters who tried to get a rank up by only selling cheap and bad quality relics or even fake relics. There were also cases where a fight broke because hunters who assumed the shop where they sold their relics to be affiliated to the hunter office. Hunter rank is something that is used to decide the value of a hunter. Even if he could earn profit from this deal, it was not worth that much to cause a problem with his hunter rank. At least that what Katsuragi, though, since he knew well just how good of a hunter Akira was. That was exactly why he needed to make sure that Akira understood this point. Akira then answered back calmly. "I don't mind as long as you'll buy expensive relics from me. At the moment, I need money more than a hunter rank. If I find your price is not high enough, I'll sell my relics back at the hunter office just like usual. I said, well then we have a deal here. Katsuragi then smiled befitting of a merchant and sealed their deal by shaking Akira's hand. He then turned to Cheryl and extended his hand for a handshake. But Cheryl was at a loss and did not reach for his hand. What's wrong? Won't even shake my hand? I'm sorry. Cheryl reached Katsuragi's hand in panic and shook it. But suddenly Katsuragi gripped her hand strongly. Cheryl was so surprised that she shifted her gaze to Katsuragi. The moment she saw Katsuragi's face, Cheryl froze up. He might be smiling but his eyes were glaring at her. Don't you dare betray me. It was clear that Katsuragi was threatening Cheryl through his tone, glare, expression and his strong grip. It was as if he was indicating Cheryl what would happen to her if she did not heed his warning. People got corrupted by riches. As a merchant, Katsuragi knew that very well. Only economic distress could lower the threshold for such a thing to happen. That was exactly why the price of one's life in the slum city was abnormally cheap. With only the price of a single bullet, one could trample over the life and trust of the other person in the slum city. When making a deal with someone from the slum city, this much of intimidation was very much necessary. That was what Katsuragi thought. But he went too far there. Katsuragi usually made such a deal with hunters who regularly fight monsters in the wasteland. So this level of intimidation usually shown to those hunters was simply too much to handle for a little girl from the slum. As such, Cheryl was left trembling in fear, unable to even answer back. Katsuragi understood that he overdid it as he lowered his intimidation. But then Akira suddenly said, "If she gives you too much trouble, then just tell me, I'll take care of her myself." "Oh, what would you do? Be more precise." "I'll kill her and throw her somewhere in the wasteland." Cheryl shivered while Katsuragi was surprised by those words, since it did not sound like Akira was joking. "Whoa, you're really a straightforward person." "We risk our lives by working in the wasteland, so the people in the slum city should also put their lives at stake in order to live. She should understand this. And she is not a fool who thinks she can go against me." "You think?" "There's nothing for sure in this world. If that's not true, I won't accept getting attacked by two groups of monsters on the same day." "You can say that again." Katsuragi laughed merrily. He then released Cheryl's hand and showed a friendly smile to her. "Sorry that I intimidated you. After all, there are all kinds of people in this world. So I have to be careful. Putting that aside, I hope we can get along well." "Why yes." Cheryl tried her best to make a friendly smile, but she only ended up with a crooked smile. Akira did not bat an eyelash on that as he continued by asking a question to Katsuragi. "Ah, by the way, do you sell information terminal? I need something cheap that can be used without complicated setting, and I'm fine with the most basic one." "Even if you say the most basic one, every person has a different interpretation of that, you know? It's fine as long as it can be used to contact me. It's for Cheryl so that she can keep in touch with me." "In that case, that'll be 20,000 orum." Akira handed 20,000 orum to Katsuragi and received the information terminal. He then connected it to his own information terminal to finish the essential settings before giving it to Cheryl. "You can contact me with this if anything happens. If you can't contact me for an extended period of time, just assume me to be dead. Remember that I'll assume the same in case I'm unable to contact you too." I understand, thank you." "And also about showing up in the base regularly, as I thought it's not a good idea to decide the time now. After all, I always spend my time doing what I want to do, so it would be too much trouble if I book my schedule beforehand." "I don't mind if you call me to show up in the base, and if I'm in the mood, then I'll show up. But that doesn't mean that you can call me every day, okay?" "Why yes." "Well then, I have work to do, so I'm going back home. As for you, you should discuss with Katsuragi about what kind of help that you need from him." But Katsuragi then called Akira with a displeased tone. Whoa, you came here after all, so why don't you buy something before leaving?" "Sorry, I'm a bit tight on money right now, but I'll buy next time." After saying that, Akira left. Katsuragi then turned to Cheryl. "Well now, Akira did say that too, So let's finish up on the details, shall we? Do you have some time? Yes. I'm okay, I'll be in your care. Cheryl regained her composure as she politely bowed to Katsuragi. Katsuragi took a scan of her again, trying to evaluate her before he laughed lightly and asked her. Well, Akira is gone now, so I want to ask you this again. What is your relationship with that boy? It's as he said before. I see. Let me rephrase my question then. What do you want your relationship to be? Are you aiming to be his lover or even wife perhaps? Cheryl knew that it might cause trouble if she gave Katsuragi a bad answer. So instead, she answered back with a question. That is, he's helping my gang, is there anything more than that? Katsuragi smiled still with his merchant expression. There are a lot of things other than that. You see, I'm planning to get along with Akira for a long time, which means that I might need to get along with you too. But that depends on what your relationship with him is, right? So I should at least confirm whether you want to get into a closer relationship with him or will he abandon you instead. So then what is it? Looking at how he behaved just now, do you think it's possible for you? Cheryl knew well that she was being appraised there, so she laughed confidently and said, Of course that's my plan. Not to mention that I believe Akira likes me, you know? After all, he even did something like this for me, right? I believe that his behavior just now was to show Katsuragi-san not to think lightly of us, although we're just small children from the slum city. After all, Akira is also a hunter. She knew that if she pulled back now, then she would be looked down upon. Although she knew that she was saying too much, she still tried her hardest to make an expression full of confidence. But Katsuragi kept staring at Cheryl while trying to look deeper into her words. He then let out a sigh. That sounds like you tried to seduce him with your body only to get rejected. Cheryl froze up. Looking at that, Katsuragi just smiled invincibly. Ah, that face is saying, how in the world do you know that, huh? It's not that rare for hunters who have a high income to bring their girls to my shop. In due time, I became able to see whether those hunters are genuinely interested in the girls that they're bringing or if they're thinking of abandoning those girls anytime soon. After all, it's one of the essential skills for a merchant, you see. If it's the former, then it's a good chance to sell expensive equipment. After all, they would want to flaunt in front of the girls that they are interested in. To be honest, your situation seems more inclined to the latter, you know. Actually, it was a bet to draw out the truth from Cheryl. Katsuragi actually did not have any evidence to say that far. But after seeing how Cheryl reacted, he at least knew that Cheryl did try to seduce Akira only to get rejected. But still, I think it can't be helped, you know? Sorry to say this, but someone like you is just… it's not like I'm mocking you here. It's more like I'm talking about the standards. I think Akira's standards are higher. What do you mean? Cheryl could not help but to make a confused expression. Normally, Cheryl would be able to hold herself back, but now it only showed how much she was shocked by Katsuragi's words. She was also very interested in knowing about Akira's standards. She thought that she may be able to reap some benefits from it in future. Katsuragi smiled as if he found her reaction amusing to him. This is only my theory, but there's a lot of beautiful hunters out there. When I say hunters, I mean like hunters who properly earn their money from working as a hunter and not like those who are hunters in name only. Of course, each person has a different basis on what kind of beauty that would make them think a girl is beautiful. But there's at least a common ground there for everyone. And I believe that would be their health. Health? Yes, the complexity of the skin, the shine on the hairs, the amount of meat in one's body. I think most of the people think that a healthy girl is a beautiful girl. So if you use this point of view, then many of the female hunters are beautiful girls. After all, an unhealthy girl will have problems with maneuvering around. In order to survive in the wasteland, a hunter should keep his or her body in tip-top shape. That's exactly why they would stock powerful medicine to heal their wounds and recover their fatigue. The healing medicines always heal wounds on the cellular level. Thus it would also heal damaged skin. Not to mention that exploring the wasteland is hard work, so it's impossible for them to get fat. Moreover, some of the medicines would instantly convert any excess fat into energy. Thus I think that health and natural look are the basis of beauty. Cheryl listened closely to what Katsuragi said, And at the same time, she also cursed the things that she could not do anything about. The cellular level of healing from the medicines can also be thought of as an anti-aging process. That's why some of the hunters stay beautiful past their prime. But well, you can also say that it's due to all kinds of beauty products that they can buy from the money that they earn. So then, if we have to compare you with those girls, well, the female hunters that Akira is acquainted with are all beautiful girls. Katsuragi then remembered about Elena and Sarah. Both of them were beautiful girls. Not to mention that they brought Akira to their home when Akira fainted. So he thought that those two girls must be in a good term with Akira. Katsuragi thought that it would not be strange if Akira already got used to seeing such beautiful girls. Thus his standard for beautiful girls would have been pulled higher. Cheryl's voice trembled a bit as she said, "So, what do you want me to do? Is there any meaning in telling me all this?" Seeing that there was a shred of frustration in Cheryl's behavior, Katsuragi just gave her a meaningful smile. What I'm going to tell you after this is for your sake so that you understand this better. I'll give you something good, so just wait here for a bit. After saying that, Katsuragi went back to his trailer. Cheryl could hear his voice from outside the trailer. "Darius, do you know where those prototypes weapons are kept? You stuffed them back while saying that it won't sell at all and you're going to return them back, didn't you?" "Ah, you're right." Not too long after that, Katsuragi returned to Cheryl with a big rucksack and then he just put that rucksack in front of Cheryl. "Sorry for the wait, I'll give this to you. It's a souvenir from me, take it home with you." That bag was stuffed with foods that were near their expiration date, guns that did not sell and many other things. All of them were valuable things to Cheryl. Thus Cheryl bowed while being flustered. "Thank you very much." From inside that bag, Katsuragi took out a few things and showed it to Cheryl. There are soaps, makeup kits and many other things inside this bag. Although they're just trial products, there are also medicines that were produced for hunters' use, so it should be better than those cheap medicines. Remember, you should be at least beautiful enough to make Akira think that he's lucky when you try to seduce him. Let me tell you this up front though, this is just an investment. I'm not sure why Akira helps you, but for now, you're the reason why he'll come to me to sell his relics. So you should work hard so that Akira would not abandon you, and so that he'll keep selling relics to me. You get that? Cheryl still tried to smile even though she could not make a perfect smile. "Why yes. I'm looking forward to us working together for a long term." Katsuragi then laughed loudly with a shred of expectation in his gaze. Before going back to his inn, Akira decided to visit Shizuka's shop to replenish his ammo. The moment he entered the shop, Shizuka immediately noticed him and waved at him. Akira found it strange for the person at the counter to take initiative like that, but even so, he just obediently walked to the counter and went on with his order just like usual. "Shizuka-san, I have come to buy some ammo again. This time I spent a lot of them. So I'll be buying more than Yusu dash." Shizuka stopped Akira's words and hugged him tightly. Akira was flustered when Shizuka hugged him. He could feel Shizuka's body temperature and there was a soft sensation hitting him from the front. He was so embarrassed and confused as he tried to break off Shizuka's hug. But Shizuka kept her arms tight even after knowing that. "I heard about everything from Elena and Sarah. I know well that being a hunter is a dangerous job and I understand that you need to go above your own limit from time to time. That's why I can't say don't do anything dangerous or don't push yourself too hard. So at least please let me say this, I'm glad that you're fine." Shizuka tightened her embrace for once more before letting off. Akira smiled while looking a bit surprised, but his expression immediately changed to contentment as he bowed to Shizuka. "I'm sorry to have made you worry, but I'm okay now." Akira's reply was so well composed that it was not something that would come out from someone who was unconscious for a few days. Shizuka smiled, feeling relieved since it looked like it was not just a facade and Akira was really fine. "It's all good as long as you're fine. Ammo replenishment, right? I'll bring it right away, just wait here." While Akira was waiting for Shizuka, Elena suddenly entered the shop. She noticed Akira as she smiled at him and walked to his side. "Akira, so you've woken up, huh? I never thought to meet you here. Although I already told Sarah to contact me as soon as you wake up dash." Elena stopped her words mid-sentence as she noticed a notification came up on her information terminal. She then checked the notification and smiled bitterly. It just came. That's Sarah, she must have forgotten about it. Akira then bowed to Elena. Elena-san, I'm sorry to have caused you a lot of trouble and thank you very much for taking care of me. And also, sorry for occupying the bed for a few days. Don't worry about that. It's big enough for us to sleep together after all. But that aside, Sarah used to unconsciously hug you like a pillow though, so are you okay? That girl is an augmented human, you know. Although she looks like that, she's actually very strong. She didn't break any of your bones, right? Elena smiled teasingly, to which Akira could only return it with an awkward smile. I am fine. I bet that was just a joke. Cheryl dragged her feet to her base. She was on her limit in every sense. Because Akira did not visit the base for some time, a lot of the gang members started to doubt her. She feared that she would get killed. And when Akira finally came to her base, one of the gang members attacked him. It was just disastrous. She thought that Akira would kill her. And then she met a weapon merchant called Katsuragi and was overwhelmed by his intimidation. She again thought that she would get killed. Finally, Akira said clearly in front of her that he would kill her himself if she did anything foolish. But when Cheryl returned back to her base, she should behave as if everything was well and she would need to direct her subordinates as if nothing bad had happened. She should keep her poised and confident look in front of her gang members and in front of the other gangs too. At least she needed to keep that up until there was no need for her to fake it. But she was already at her limit now. Once she arrived in front of her base, Darius, who was accompanying her, casually put the heavy bag that he was carrying on the ground. I won't carry it inside, you should do the rest yourself. The gift that she received from Katsuragi was filled with guns and other useful things. It was quite heavy, so it would be hard for Cheryl to carry it herself. Moreover, it would be meaningless if that gift was robbed on her way back. That was why Katsuragi made a smart move and sent Darius to accompany her. Cheryl politely bowed her head to Darius. I understand. Thank you very much for carrying it all the way here. Well, it seems that you're having a hard time, so give your best, okay? Cheryl left a positive impression on Darius as he thought that she was a girl with proper manners although she was raised in the slum city. Thus, Darius left Cheryl with those words before he left the place. Cheryl was somehow able to carry that heavy bag inside the base. The moment she entered her base, all the children in her gang already lined up there waiting for her. Although it was a correct manner for welcoming the boss, it was obvious that Cheryl looked angry. She thought that she would not see one face anymore as she glared at that person that she deemed unnecessary in her gang. It was Ario. And here I thought that you'll be gone already, but you're still here, huh? Ario flinched back in fear as he tried to calm Cheryl down. It's Cheryl, I'm really sorry. Sorry? If you have the brain to recognize that you're at fault, then you should have been gone from here. He looked like a normal boy. Although he did carry a gun, he did not look like a strong hunter at all. That's why I thought that he was tricking you, you see? A normal boy, huh? Right. Ario, who was frozen, still did not look like he could spout any excuses, while on the other hand, Cheryl had already reached her limit. As such, Cheryl had an outburst now. A normal kid, huh? So for you, a kid who can defeat 3 armed hunters is normal, huh? A kid who can do this is normal, huh? So that's normal inside your head, huh? If it's normal for you, then you can do that too, right? In that case, you go ahead and do that too. Go to the ruins and get some relics, then get ambushed on your way back and successfully fight your way out. You should be able to do that, right? So go and do that. Cheryl, who just had an outburst, tried to control her breathing. Ario was so scared that he could not move at all and the other children could do nothing but stand frozen there. Cheryl then turned to the other children and shouted, "Get that fool out from here. Quickly. Please wait. Get him out of here, right now. I'm your boss here and I'm telling you to kick him out. You accepted that I'm the boss, right? If you don't accept me as your boss, then you get out of this place too." The children around Ario then looked at each other before they grabbed Ario's shoulders and arms and dragged him outside. Ario just obediently let himself be dragged outside the base while hanging his head low. Cheryl calmed her breathing. She understood that she had lost her composure just now, so in order to avoid making any mistake, she tried to at least regain her composure as she took a deep breath. Alicia, a girl who was close to Ario, then spoke to Cheryl. "Is it Cheryl about Ario?" Cheryl then let out a very long sigh and expelling all the anger left inside her heart. Thanks to that, she was at least able to clear most of the anger left inside her heart and regained her composure to think straight. But even so, she looked at Alicia with a stern look. "That I know, but we can't do that now. We can't let Ario stay in this gang, you know at least that much, right? At least until we have more people in the gang that Akira won't notice if Ario is mixed up a member of the gang or until Akira has forgotten his anger about him. But until then, we can't let him in the gang." Other children were surprised after hearing Cheryl's words, then one of them asked Cheryl, "Increase the members? In this situation? We should at least be able to give some benefits to Akira as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would abandon us. We need to remember that he is not helping us out of kindness. If he abandons us, it would be the end for us." But how? Thanks to Akira, we got a connection to a weapon merchant called Katsuragi. We are somehow able to get some help from that merchant. We have no other choice but to use that connection and try a lot of different things. Cheryl then opened the bag which she carried. The children who saw the foods, guns and other things inside the bag could not help but let out shouts of joy. For now, we were able to get a lot of things thanks to Katsuragi and Akira. So we should come up with a plan before distribute dash. Cheryl caught some children trying to extend their hands to reach inside the bag. She shouted in a loud voice, "If you take anything from it without my permission, then I'll kill you." The children then stopped from reaching the bag before slowly retracting their arms. Cheryl glanced at everyone there, thinking about how hard the road ahead for her was to develop the gang. She let out a big sigh. That day, just like usual, Elena only wrapped herself in a bath towel after finishing her bath while operating the information terminal that was fixed on her head. Looking at that, Sarah let out a sigh and said, "Elena, just because Akira already went home, are you going to relax around the house like that again?" When Akira was in their home, Elena knew that it would be bad if she stayed like that. Although Akira was only a younger boy and was asleep, he was still a boy. That was why she always put on her clothes where Akira was sleeping so that it would be fine if Akira woke up anytime. But now that Akira had already gone home, she started to turn back to her old habits. Elena ignored that question. She then even criticized Sarah, who was only wearing a t-shirt on her undies. "It's fine, isn't it? Moreover, I don't want you to preach me while you look like that yourself. Was that what you were wearing when Akira woke up?" "Yes." "Sarah, what the heck were you thinking? You should at least be more careful." "It's okay." Akira's reaction was pretty amusing. "I don't mean it like that, good grief." Looking at Elena, who looked like she had already given up on her, Sarah just laughed lightly and said to Elena, "Well, it's fine, right? It's just a small service for someone who we owe our lives to." Elena was shocked when she heard that as she immediately turned to Sarah. Sarah's face also turned serious. "It was Akira who saved us back then in the wasteland, you know, I see." Elena's reaction was way lighter than Sarah had expected, thus Sarah looked a bit surprised. "You don't seem that surprised, huh? I somehow expected that you know. Isn't it the same for you too? But since it seemed like Akira wanted to keep that a secret, I decided not to inquire him about that. I don't think that Akira would say it himself, so I bet you asked him first, right? Was it okay?" Sarah smiled bitterly as she looked a bit apologetic. "It went fine. He even apologized for keeping it a secret. Although it was me who pressured him for an answer." "What? It's fine then. Wait, that's not fine. You did say you are sorry for pressuring him, right?" "I did say sorry, you know." "It's all good then. Now that we know that he was the one who saved us, we owe him our lives, so be sure not to cause him too much trouble, okay?" "I know." After talking thus far, Sarah then looked at Elena with a serious face. "So Elena, I have a request for you. I'm sure you have a lot of questions that you want to ask him. But please don't ask him anything and don't tell anyone about him. After all, I did promise Akira about that." So please, I'm begging you. I know that you might not be fully convinced, but please don't ask anything and promise me the same. Sarah was desperate because she did promise Akira that. That was why she resolved herself to definitely get her best friend's promise now. In contrast to Sarah, who was looking dead serious there, Elena just casually but strongly nodded. I understand. I give you my promise. I won't ask anything needless and I won't tell anyone else. So there's no need for you to worry that you're okay with that. Sarah was surprised seeing how Elena just gave her promise so easily like that. But Elena just smiled and said, I told you this, right? I expected this. That was why I was at least able to guess why he was hiding it and what he would not want us to ask him. I bet you asked Shizuka too, right? So don't worry, I'll keep my lips sealed tight about this. And like I said before, I don't want to cause too much trouble to someone that we owe our lives to. Sarah was surprised and then smiled bitterly. You already know everything, huh? Am I that easy to read? After all, you suddenly asked me about the people who can connect to the old domain. Sarah, when you want to hide something, you should be careful when you ask your questions, you know? Because the people that you asked would at least think of why you asked that question. Sarah realized her mistake and felt a bit downhearted, but she then decided to just change the mood and smiled. That as I thought, it is correct to leave negotiations to you. Yep, just leave that to me. Next time we meet Akira, I need to properly say my thanks too. After saying that, Elena smiled pleasantly and laughed. Sarah, now that we know the real identity of our savior, what do you think after realizing that he's not a young man from a rich family? Sarah looked a bit annoyed and embarrassed. Please spare me from the teasing. Although Sarah was a bit confused about Elena's remark, she remembered the embarrassing imagination she had of their savior. She couldn't help but blush heavily, which was rare for Sarah. Seeing how her best friend looked a bit at loss at first and finally coming to a conclusion herself, Elena just smiled amusingly. Chapter 21, Unnecessary Things. Akira was dragging his feet within the Kuzuzahara ruins. He was only able to walk at this speed by stopping every few steps to take a breath. But even with all this struggle with walking, he was somehow able to banish the thought of lying down, to continue dragging his feet once again. The reason why he was walking so slowly was because of the rucksack on his back. It was filled with relics up to its brim and it was so heavy that it made his legs shake while carrying it. He was somehow able to carry it thus far, but he suddenly mumbled a complaint. Alpha, I'm thinking, isn't this a bit too much? Can we leave some of the relics behind? He knew that if he could bring it back, it would definitely fetch him a huge amount of money. Not to mention that he was the one who previously complained about bringing only a small quantity of relics. But the rucksack he was carrying was heavy enough to make him suggest leaving some of the relics behind. But Alpha rejected his complaint with a serious face. No, we won't do that. To be honest, I think I underestimated your bad luck. Right when we decided to go out to the wasteland for training for a day, you got attacked by 2 groups of monsters right away. Even I didn't see that coming, you know. So in order to prepare you to face bad luck anytime, we need to get you better equipment as soon as possible. The money that we earn from these relics will be used to buy that equipment, so you should give your best for a little while longer. I understand your point, but Alpha could see that Akira was not just displeased, there was another complicated expression mixed in his face. So Alpha too made a displeased look as she said to Akira, "Oh my, are you saying that I should give better support so that you would not need more equipment? Just for your information, I'm always giving my best support, you know." That's not what I meant. Your support is really helpful to me. Even back there too, I would have died if it wasn't for your support. I'm really thankful and I do trust you. But still, Akira's trust and gratitude were not fake, but there were a lot of other things inside his head. For some reason, I feel like I'm constantly in danger since the day I met Alpha. But again, facing dangers is a professional hazard as a hunter, and I met Alpha on the first day I became a hunter. So it can be said that it's only to be expected, but still. That was what Akira thought, but he could not fully convince himself with that reasoning. Hearing his reply, Alpha's expression changed from displeasure to exasperation. Good grief. Although you got such a beautiful lady like myself around for the whole day taking care of a lot of things for you, you are still complaining like this, huh? Akira, aren't you just too greedy? It might be because Akira was so tired that he looked irritated. Greedy? And when I thought you had no interest in the opposite sex, you did react to Shizuka, Sarah and Elena, right? As I thought, having a physical body that you can touch is a big factor to you, huh? Akira coughed and flustered as he wondered whether he really reacted that much to Shizuka and the other girls. Since I can't entice you with touches, I wonder if I can entice you with appearance instead. Maybe being naked works well? No, judging from how you reacted to Sarah, I think suggestive clothing works better. Alpha then removed all of her clothing and exposed her beautiful skin without anything to hide them. She then put on sexy underwear before layering it with a thin and almost transparent dress. Her transparent dress blurred into the light, showing a beautiful figure. Her glossy skin was tremendously charming. The shadow created on the opposite side of the light was captivating. Everything about her was so sensuously inviting. But in contrast, Akira's reaction was very dull. He simply lightly blushed before he let out a slight sigh. All right, I'm sorry. I won't complain again, so switch back to your normal cloth. But Alpha just ignored that as she pointed towards the ruins. Akira, there's somebody over there. Just put on your cloth first. Over there. Akira then pulled out his binoculars and scanned towards the direction that Alpha pointed. He could see a young boy running desperately. That boy, I've seen him somewhere before. He's the young boy that attacked you back in Cheryl's base. Is he heading here to kill you for revenge or something? Now that you mention it, he indeed looks like that boy. Akira remembered that someone attacked him, but he did not remember the face. But for now, that boy did not look like he was following Akira's footprints. So Akira decided to just keep his eyes on him for a while. Ever since Ario was banished from Cheryl's gang, he had been looking for a way to get reinstated. He heard the recent development of the gang from Alicia, who he was close with. He came to know that the gang recently got a helping hand from a merchant named Katsuragi. Thanks to that, the economy of the gang developed very well. This fact only made him regret his foolish action. And since he had no connection that could help him join any other gang and he already had someone that he could trust in Cheryl's gang, he wanted to return back to Cheryl's gang no matter what. Alicia told him that although Cheryl would not be able to do it in front of Akira, she was actually planning to let him join the gang again after a while. Thus, Ario spent his days in the back alley clinging onto that hope. But there was no guarantee that he would be alive until that time comes. Thus, he had to do something before he loses any more time. He thought hard and made a gamble. He asked Alicia to lend him a gun and went to Kazuzuhara ruins looking for relics. In order to return back, Ario had to talk with either Cheryl or Akira. But it was not a problem that could be solved by prostrating and begging for forgiveness. He will have to bring something of worth with him, and bringing a relic from the ruins would be the perfect souvenir. He thought that would be enough as an apology to both Akira, a hunter who was working by hunting for relics, and Cheryl, his boss, who told him to fetch a relic from the ruins. That was why he decided to look for relics in the ruins. An expensive relic could turn a normal person into a rich personage in one go. It was the most common dream for the people of the slum. But Ario soon realized that it would just stay as a dream to him. He now knew that another kid from the slum, just like him, had become a hunter. And he was so close to realizing that dream. So he thought he too might also have a shot at becoming rich. Both their dreams might be different, but he hoped to at least be able to grab a fragment of that dream by a lucky encounter. That was why he took the gamble to try his luck in the ruins. But Ario's gamble easily went to ash. He immediately met a monster the moment he went to the ruins. He did try to fight back with his gun, but since he was in a panic and he had no real skill in using a gun, none of his shots hit the monster. And it did not take very long for him to deplete the low quantity of ammo that he was carrying. Ario, who had lost his means of fighting, then dropped the heavy gun he was carrying as he ran as fast as he could from the monster that was trying to eat him. The ruins filled with debris was not an easy terrain for him to traverse, but that was not the case for the monster that was chasing him. Thus it would be very difficult for him to outrun that hungry monster. It was only a matter of time for that monster to catch up with him. Akira was watching Ario with a confused look. Going to the ruins without a gun, huh? That guy is really careless. Alpha smiled teasingly. You're right. But he's just like you during that time, right? The only difference between that boy and you is that he, unfortunately, won't get to meet me. It was true, he was not that different from Akira from back then. But since Akira met a group of weapon dog on his first day, he might have been actually more careless than Ario in a sense. Akira smiled bitterly after realizing this. The scene of Ario running away from the monster reminded him of himself, and Akira's face turned serious. What Akira was seeing from his binocular was what would have happened to him had he not met Alpha. It was obvious as to how this scene would end. It would only take a few more seconds for that monster to catch up with Ario and another second for that monster to severely injure him. If that happened, then that would be the end of Ario's life. That was also how Akira's life too could have ended in a different storyline. That you're right. That's me, huh? Akira mumbled those words as he picked up his gun. Seeing his action, Alpha looked surprised. Are we going to help him? Yeah, this must be some kind of fate. Let's help him and improve my luck. Moreover, he came at the right time. Akira laughed lightly as he carefully took aim and pulled the trigger of his gun. After Ario used all of his stamina and power to escape from the pursuit of the monster, he finally hit his limit. The road in front of him was blocked by rubble and he had no path to run. As he turned back in panic, he could see the hungry monster opening its huge jaw, showing its big sharp fangs as its saliva splattered around. It was the end for him. Ario's face distorted in terror as he waited for the impending death to reach him. And right when that monster jumped towards him, it suddenly rolled over. Then gunshot kept reverberating as bullet splinters ricocheted around the monster. Blood spurted out of the holes that opened up on the monster's body, dyeing the earth red. But even so, the monster was still alive. Although it was wobbly and unstable, the monster got back on its feet. Then another bullet tore through its limbs and it fell down on the pool of its own blood. When it tried to stand up again, another bullet tore through it. But this time, the monster shivered and finally stopped moving. Ario was dumbfounded for a moment. After he regained his composure, he finally realized that he was saved. He then mumbled in a happy and relieved voice. That I'm saved? I'm saved. I'm saved. Ario tried to calm down his breathing while still looking excited. He then turned towards the direction where he heard the gunshot from, to look for the person who just saved him. But the moment he saw his savior, his expression froze. The person that he saw in that direction was the same person that he attacked the other day. It was the person that he met in Cheryl's base who aimed his gun at him as he was lying on the ground and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Ario's face twitched when he saw Akira waving at him. Ario was dragging his feet in the middle of the ruins. He looked like he was having a hard time as he said, This is so heavy." The reason for that was because the rucksack that Akira was carrying was now transferred to Ario's back. It was an exchange of favor for saving his life. Although to be perfectly honest, he actually had no way to refuse it. The leg-crushing weight assaulted him who was already tired from running away from the monster. He felt like he would not be able to stand back up if he fell over. Thus, he tried his best not to trip as he slowly dragged his feet. They encountered monsters from time to time, but Akira, who walked in front of him, would take them out easily. From his back, Akira looked like he was just walking normally, but every time they met a monster, Akira was able to detect them and take a preemptive shot to kill them. Ario did not even have the slightest idea of how Akira could detect those monsters. Was Akira fighting monsters while carrying this heavy rucksack all the time until he met me? Did he also take them out so easily like this while carrying this rucksack? No wonder why he could defeat Sibia and the others all by himself. Did I really pick a fight against this monster? That explains why Cheryl got so angry at me. Now that I think about it, that was really stupid of me. Ario's fear of Akira just multiplied several times, and it made him regret his action even more than before. After getting released from the burden of his rucksack, Akira was shooting down monsters in a good mood. But he then looked puzzled as he stared at the monsters that he just killed. Alpha, Do these monsters always roam around this area? Alpha then looked puzzled too as she said, I guess some of the monsters that attacked Katsuragi ended up staying around this area. Or maybe those are rare monsters that came here attracted by that pile of meat from back then. Or maybe they're normal monsters that have gone through an evolution. These monsters are dangerous. In the worst-case scenario, the monster's distribution in the ruins will change and it'll cause ruin exploration to be even more dangerous than before. And even with your ability and my support, we might need to stop exploring the ruins for a while. It was the right choice to bring a lot of relics this time. Alpha said that it would be dangerous even with her support. It showed just how dangerous the situation would really be. Akira understood that very well as his face turned grim. That they're really that dangerous. Let's hurry up and go home for now. Roger that. Akira picked up the pace. Of course, Ario, who was carrying heavy rucksacks, suffered more than him, as he desperately tried to catch up with Akira. Once they arrived at the city, they immediately headed to Katsuragi's portable shop and trailer. Ario squeezed every little stamina that he had as he went for the last spurt. When they arrived in front of the trailer, Katsuragi, who was watching the shop, immediately noticed Akira and Ario. Akira? This time you're bringing a boy rather than a girl with you. But that aside, you really didn't betray my expectations. This time you are here as a customer, right? Yeah, I'm a customer today. Although, I'm only here to sell relics. Selling relics, huh? Well, whatever it is, I welcome any customers. So then, where's the relic? Akira then pointed at the rucksack that Ario was carrying. Looking at that, Katsuragi smiled in a good mood. That looks quite a lot, bring it to the back. After the three of them went to the back of the trailer, Akira started putting out all the relics that he wanted to sell. At first, he just put out everything from inside the rucksack randomly before Alpha told him to keep the medicines. So then Akira asked Alpha through telepathy, is it a bad idea if I put it out just to show it to him? It's better to be safe. You wouldn't be able to refuse if he asks you insistently to sell those relics, right? Depending on the price, wouldn't it be okay to sell at least one box? Nope. That one box might be the thing that saves you from certain death, you know? So be sure to retain it. Since Akira himself did not want to die, he started to carefully put out the relics. After scanning all the relics that were piled up in front of him, Katsuragi chuckled. I don't know where this boy got all of these relics. But this amount is pretty impressive. As I thought, this boy will be a successful hunter. I have to get on his good side no matter what. After that, Katsuragi appraised all the relics and did the mental calculation. He then put on his merchant smile and looked at Akira. Well then, how about if I take everything for 5 million orum? Katsuragi's face was filled with honesty and sincerity of a merchant. But that sincerity was mixed with some hidden fees that were needlessly added. Alpha then casually said to Akira, not good enough. After hearing that, Akira immediately said to Katsuragi, I understand, I'll take them to the hunter office then. As Akira went to pick up his relics and put them back inside the rucksack, Katsuragi went to panic mode and said, Wait. Well, like, this is where you should haggle, right? Don't just give up now. Akira then looked coldly at Katsuragi, who tried to gamble his chance with him there. You can go ahead and do that with your other merchant friends. I have no interest in doing something like that. You have one more chance to decide the price, and if I'm not satisfied with that, I'll just take them to the hunter office. Katsuragi knew that it was not a bluff when Akira said that. So he did not have any other choice but to rethink his price. I understand. 8 million orum. How about that? Well, that sounds good. Sounds good to me. You should do that right from the start next time, okay? Alright then, we have a deal here. The relics that Katsuragi bought were moved into his trailer. He would eventually sell those relics at a higher price than what he had paid to Akira. After all, that was where his ability as a merchant would shine. No one would complain even if he sold those relics at a higher price, since he had to spend more money on the appraisal, getting a quality assurance certificate, among many other things. Katsuragi was in a good mood since he got himself a good deal. How do you want me to pay you? Do you want it in cash? It's easier for me to pay you through bank transfer though. Akira had always been living in the slum city up until recently, so he did not have a bank account yet. Although he could easily open a bank account by doing some simple paperwork in the Hunter office, the reason he did not do that was because up until now he had no need for a bank account. So he tried to let the subject slide as he casually said, "There are people that only accept payment with cash. But I'll do something about it when I need to handle a larger amount of money." Katsuragi then glanced at Ario and was fully convinced with that reasoning. If Akira wanted to give money to Cheryl's gang, it would be better if he did it with cash. "I understand, so it's cash, right? Then wait for a bit." Katsuragi went inside his trailer and returned back with 8 million orum in big bundles. Seeing this much money shocked Ario, who was lying down out of exhaustion, so much that his eyes bulged like saucers. Alpha had warned Akira not to overreact. So he just calmly took the money and placed it into his rucksack and closed it. Looking at how Akira and Katsuragi conversed, Ario realized the big chasm between him and Akira. 8 million orum was a huge amount of money to the children from the slum city. Ario thought that even Akira would be shocked, but Akira proved his expectations wrong and received the money calmly without any emotional fluctuations. Akira noticed that Ario was looking at him with a complicated look. But he could not understand why. Akira was at a loss whether to send Ario home now since he had finished with carrying the rucksack and had no further business with him? Or should he give Ario a portion of the money? Akira did not even know if it was a good idea to ask Ario about that. But then he said, "That's it then, I have no other business with you. You can go back home now. I've saved you back there so you get nothing from me. Later then." Watching Akira as he picked up his rucksack and was about to return on his way, Ario realized that it was his only chance to ask Akira to help him in getting back to Cheryl's gang. But if he asked him poorly, Akira might think that he was trying to ask for a share of the money and get angry at him instead. Thus he desperately tried to be careful as he asked Akira, "Can you please ask Cheryl to let me return back to her gang? I was banished because of what I did back then. You might have saved me, but without the gang, I would get killed sooner or later. So please help me. I even helped you carry that heavy rucksack, you know. So I'm at least helpful to you, right? Please help me." Akira looked back at Ario with an expressionless face. It was him trying to act calmly to hide the fact that he was carrying a huge amount of money. But Ario did not understand that and he began sweating in a panic thinking that he had made Akira angry. Ario realized that he was a bit too forceful when he requested Akira's help, but if Akira refused to help him now, then it would really be the end for him. If Akira thought that he was being rude, it would mean he would have zero chance to return to Cheryl's gang. But on the other hand, he had no confidence if he could live by himself in the back alley of the slum city and he did not have the courage to go to the ruins once again. Thus he prayed hard so that Akira would help him. "Well, we can go to Cheryl's place right now." Watching Akira as he immediately turned and started walking toward Cheryl's base, Ario was dumbfounded as he followed Akira. He was still dazed from what he just heard. It seemed that his plea was heard and he now hoped that he would not get scolded by Cheryl later. Katsuragi, who watched this scene unfold in front of him, thought that Akira did a great job in taming Ario. Cheryl's gang was doing good. After all, her gang members were basically the same gang members that were in Sibia's gang. And the information that Akira, who killed Sibia, was supporting the gang was already well known among the people of the slum. Not to mention that the gang was able to get a steady flow of money and guns from Katsuragi. Adding up all of those factors together, people of the slum city already recognized that Cheryl's gang was not just a gathering of slum kids, but a proper gang, albeit a small and weak one. When a small but weak gang appeared in the slum city, it was normal to expect that there would be people who wanted to join that gang. People like those who could not join any other gang because of some particular reasons, or those people who were treated coldly in their current gang. But there was also the fact that the boss, Cheryl, and the members who were running the gang, and even Akira, the one who was supporting the gang, were all small children. Because of that, there was no adult who wanted to join Cheryl's gang. As such, Cheryl's gang became a unique gang in the slum city where all its members were small children. Inside the base, Cheryl was talking with Alicia in a private room. How's the cleanup in our territory? Is it going well? Did our gang get into any fights? After all, our territory should be a bit dirty right now, so it's to be expected for some people to be displeased with us. All the gangs in the slum city had one extra job, and that was to clean up their territory with any trash and garbage. Cleaning up one's territory was very important in the slum city. Not only because it was an unwritten rule in the slum city, but also everything that a gang picked up during their cleanup became that gang's property. Although those were trash for the people who dumped them, most of them could still bring money for the people who lived in the slum city. Anything that still could be of use would be kept, while any metal object found would be gathered together and sold as wreckages. Then anything that looked like reparable would be repaired and used or sold to other people. And the leftover would be dumped in the wasteland. More than anything, cleaning up one's territory showed everyone that you owned the territory. Alicia begrudgingly recalled her conversation with her other friends that were on cleanup duty. There's quite a lot of people who complained about the number of corpses lying around. That's all, I guess. Well, that's to be expected. After all, no one cleaned up around this area until recently. The slum city was riddled with robbers. Thus, it was common to find corpses of either the victims or the robbers or even both. Of course, if no one took care of those corpses, they would just be left there to rot. It was the job of the gang who owned that territory to clean up those corpses together with their personal belongings. When Sibia was killed and the gang was disbanded, the territory was left unmanaged for a while. Thus, corpses piled up in the area since there was no one to clean up those corpses. Cheryl then gave out orders just like usual. Just get rid of the bodies like usual. Clear them up from any personal belongings and store their stuff in the warehouse, then dump the rest in the wasteland. Also, give extra guns to the people who were on duty to go to the wasteland. Carrying dead bodies to the wasteland was not an easy job. Since there was a chance for them to encounter monsters, it was important to arm them with proper equipment. Thanks to Katsuragi, Cheryl was able to obtain the minimum required equipment for traversing the wasteland. Keeping one's territory clean from any corpses also brought benefits to the gang. After all, the government only picked a clean area to distribute their free food rations. So keeping the area clean increased the chance for the area to be picked as the distribution place. On the other hand, if corpses kept piling up in an area, the area would turn unhealthy and the government might decide to sterilize the area with fire. In order to prevent the unhealthy environment from spreading around and affecting the lower district, they would literally set the area on fire. They would burn down everything, the people, the building, simply everything without leaving anything behind. Although the government always said that they had no other choice but to burn the area since such an environment would attract monsters, there were rumors that it was only an excuse that they used for pruning the population in the slum. Basically, a dirty territory was a likely target for this pruning. Because of this, all the gangs in the slum city put their complete effort to keep their territory clean. Alicia then carefully asked Cheryl. Cheryl. About the number of the gang's members, we got a lot of new members, right? Is that so? I don't think we have got enough members since we still can't keep our territory properly clean though. But if you mean to say that it's harder to take care of the gang compared to before, well, yeah, you're right, we have got a lot of new members. It was her first time managing a gang. Although she slowly got used to it, she was not confident if she was doing it well. I'm thinking of selecting you and few other people to help me manage the gang, you know. But I'm still evaluating who to pick. I know that it won't be easy, but do your best, okay? It would be impossible for Cheryl to directly manage everything in the gang, and it would only get worse as her gang grew in size. But even so, she still needed more people to join her gang. So considering that fact, Cheryl thought that she should hurry up and decide the group of people that would help her manage the gang. And since she was good at managing a group, she did not worry about the problems that might arise from creating such a group. But Alicia then continued in a vague way. Of course I'll give my best in that too, but that's not what I meant. What? Cheryl, do you think it's okay to let Ario rejoin once we get some more members? Alicia was worried about Ario. She did try to stop him back then, but Ario said that he did not have any other choice as he set off to the Kuzusuhara ruins. Although Alicia understood that Cheryl might even banish her if Cheryl came to know that she gave one of the gang's gun to Ario without permission, Alicia still gave it to Ario, hoping that he would be able to return back safely. The reason why Alicia volunteered herself to help Cheryl manage the gang was also because it would make it easier for her to give some of the gang's guns to Ario. Moreover, she thought that if she became useful to Cheryl, she might be able to change Cheryl's opinion bit by bit. But Cheryl's face turned sour. No. Although Alicia was staring at Cheryl with pleading eyes, Cheryl did not soften back at all as she continued. Just know, it hasn't even been a month since that happened, you know? There's no way I would let him join back in such a short time. Kira would visit this place regularly from now on, you know. So if he catches the sight of Ario, it might end up worse than having to banish him. And he might even get angry at the other kids too. Don't you even understand that? There was silence between them. Although she said that, both of them did not yield back. Cheryl then said coldly, "If that's all, then get back to work and cool your head off. All right." Alicia then exited the room while hanging her head low. Cheryl let out a sigh and stood up as she was about to head back to her work, but suddenly Alicia came running back to her. "Cheryl, Ario is here." Cheryl glared at Alicia and said coldly, "Kick him out. Alicia, you're so obstinate. Just give it a rest already or—" But then Alicia added to her report that he has come here with Akira. Cheryl suddenly stiffened. She then hurried to the room where Akira was waiting for her, but before she entered the room, she stopped near the door to check Akira's mood. She then hid her sour feelings and entered the room. As she stepped into the room, she smiled at Akira while ignoring Ario, who was sitting beside Akira and awkwardly looking at her. "Welcome. Thank you very much for visiting us again today. Did Ario bother you again? Please let me say this beforehand, Ario was banished from the gang since that happened. So if he did something to you, we have nothing to do with him anymore." In contrast to Cheryl, who was trying to be as polite as possible in order not to ruin Akira's mood, Akira replied to her casually. "Yeah, that's what I heard too. If it's okay with you, can you let him rejoin the gang? Although, I'm totally fine if you're not okay with it. After all, you're the boss here." Cheryl was surprised when she heard Akira. "Well, I don't really mind if you say so, but are you really okay with that?" "Yeah, after all, he helped me a bit with my work today." Cheryl was in no position to reject Akira. If Akira told her to banish someone, she would do it without any hesitation. It also meant that she would accept anyone to her gang if Akira told her to do so. Even if she found it strange or shocking, or even if she actually had some qualms in doing so, she would not do anything to ruin Akira's mood. Cheryl then smiled fondly at Akira as she said, "I understand. If that is the case, then I'll accept him." Ario looked relieved as he let out a sigh. Alicia looked very happy when she heard that, while Cheryl was at a loss as to whether or not she should ask for the details. Akira then turned to Ario and said with a serious look, "Ario, don't say anything unnecessary to Cheryl. And Cheryl, don't ask anything unnecessary to Ario. Okay?" I understand. Okay." After hearing Ario answer back nervously and Cheryl, who was smiling, Akira lightly nodded and said, "That's all for today. Later then." Akira then left the building. Cheryl, who was smiling all the time, immediately changed to a puzzled look as she turned to Ario. "So, what happened?" Ario thought of telling Cheryl what happened, but he knew that he had to be careful not to tell her the complete details of the story. So Ario tried to be very careful with his words. "Things happened and Akira ended up saving my life. Then after that, well, I had to help Akira. After I helped him, I begged him to help me talk with you to rejoin the gang. That's all." Ario then recalled back what he just said to make sure that he did not say anything unnecessary. "He saved your life? How exactly did he?" Cheryl was about to ask for further details but stopped midway as she saw Ario desperately shaking his head. "Please stop here. I don't know what I should not reveal when Akira told me not to say anything unnecessary. If you ask me to tell you everything, I'll just tell you everything from the start. But if Akira comes to know of it, I'll tell him that you coerced me into telling the details, you know. Ario looked scared when he said that. It was so different compared to when he was trying to punch Akira. Cheryl then asked Ario with a serious look. At least tell me this, Akira is not angry at you anymore, right? Ario went silent for a while as he seriously thought about the answer before opening his mouth. That I think it's okay. If he wanted me dead, he would have left me to die. I see. In that case, I'll have you work right away. Make sure to watch over other kids so that they won't do anything stupid like you. We have guns this time, so if that event repeats again, I'm afraid it won't just end with Akira punching back. Ario replied back with a nod and a serious face. Roger that. After all, I don't want to get into any more trouble too. Looking at how Ario's behavior changed 180 degrees, Cheryl really wanted to know what happened, but she just shut that feeling off for now. Alicia was so happy that Ario was back in the gang. And with Ario watching around, it was unlikely for anyone to do anything stupid like what he did back then. He could also be useful for telling the new members of his experience as he was someone who did it. That was what Cheryl thought as she stopped herself from digging any deeper into Ario's story. Cheryl thought that the same thing happened to Ario back then might also happen to her if she tried to pry further, so she closed the lid tightly on this matter. Alicia smiled happily as she walked beside Ario. I'm really glad that you came back alive, Ario. Not to mention that you got to return back to the gang too. I don't really understand what happened, but it's all thanks to Akira, right? Yeah, you're right, he saved me back in the ruins. I have to thank him properly myself later. As Ario looked at Alicia who was talking in such a happy mood, he remembered what happened to him back in the ruins. He was puzzled and thought. Now that I think about it, Akira was fighting the monsters back then as if he knew the location of those monsters from the start. He also sometimes turned to a direction where nothing was present, as if someone was beside him. Ario then remembered that Akira told him not to say anything unnecessary. Right when he remembered that, he suddenly felt an unknown terror as he shivered and froze. Alicia looked puzzled when she saw that Ario suddenly stopped walking. Ario, what's wrong? Nah, it's nothing. Are you sure? Well, if you say so. By the way, you said that Akira saved you, so you were in danger, right? As I thought, did you get attacked by monsters and then get saved by Akira or something like that? Alicia. Ario cut her midway, then looked at her with a serious face. While looking genuinely scared of something, he begged to Alicia, who was surprised by his behavior. I beg you. Please don't ask me anything about that. Okay. Alicia flinched as she answered back and nodded firmly. Ario finally realized what Akira meant when Akira warned him not to say anything unnecessary. Ario shivered as he thought about the consequences if he said anything about that to other people. Then he thought about what would happen to Alicia if he told her about Akira. But just thinking about that made a chill run down his spine. Looking at how Ario was behaving, Alicia worriedly asked him, Ario, are you really okay? Ario smiled to clear up Alicia's worry as he replied back, that I'm okay. Ario then swore to himself to never reveal anything about Akira. Chapter 22, Ordering an Augmented Suit. When Akira returned back into his room, he was beaming. He could not contain his happiness. His eyes were locked onto the bundles of money on the floor. It was the payment that he got from selling relics to Katsuragi. 8 million orum. We got 200,000 orum just the other day, and I was thinking that the idea of living in a 20,000 orum per day room was already crazy enough. But this is just on a completely different level. He had to keep his cool outside, but once he returned back inside his room, there was no more need to hold himself back. When he received the money, he did not react much because it did not feel real to him at that time. But now that he looked at the pile of money for the second time, the reality finally seeped in and he was overwhelmed by it. Although the amount of money overwhelmed him, he had no idea what he would use it for. After all, if he could come up with some useful ideas on how to use this much money, he would not be staying in the slum city. Akira was simply mind blown by it. So for now, He was acting like a person from the slum city who was just lucky enough to get a huge amount of money. Alpha then calmly warned Akira, who was so excited. Let me tell you this beforehand, this money will be gone in no time. To be more precise, we will use everything tomorrow's afternoon. Akira was taken aback. You use everything? It's 8 million orum, you know. Yep. That spare money will be used up in no time. Spare money? No, 8 million orum is a huge amount of money, you know. With his sense of money, Akira could not understand what Alpha was saying. He remembered that he had to fight to the death against 5 other slum kids a few days ago, just over 300 orum. The current 8 million orum in front of him just could not be compared to mere 300 orum. Thus, the number and strength of the people that would be attracted by this money and the level of the danger that it brought would be simply on an entirely different level. But even so, Alpha said that it was only spare money, and Akira's brain could not fully comprehend that. Alpha then answered back calmly as if to rectify his sense of money. It's just spare money. Do you know about those medicines used by the hunters in the front line? I'm not even sure you can use this money to buy enough portions of that medicine for one battle, you know? That's the worth of this spare money, but still, you just can't compare me with those amazing hunters. You need to dream big. It's for the sake of exploring the ruins that I mentioned to you when we first met. Akira was a bit shocked, but he did not look fully convinced. He flinched a bit when he heard how Alpha wanted him to rethink his standard. He then asked Alpha, "By the way, you haven't told me anything about the ruin that you want me to explore. So, what kind of ruin is it?" Alpha smiled meaningfully. "It's a secret for now. After all, it would be a problem if you know how dangerous it is and decide to give up early on. But the least I'll say is that it's not a place that you can reach with your current equipment. I don't really understand it, but that information in itself was enough to discourage me. Don't worry. Once you get better equipment, it'll change your perception of danger too. It'll change your opinion from impossible to possible. That's why we'll use that 8 million orum to buy new equipment. Just think that your goal, for now, is to upgrade your equipment. By getting better equipment, you'll be able to explore more dangerous ruins, which will allow you to earn more money. Then we'll use that money to get better and better equipment. So we'll go with that cycle to improve ourselves." Akira tried to imagine what was lying beyond that endless cycle, but he could not come up with anything. So, until the day when you become stronger, have equipment suitable for your strength, and have a different sense of money compared to now, you should give your best effort. Worry not, I'll also do my best to help you. Well, of course, I'll do my best. To Alpha, who was smiling confidently, Akira could only reply back with a smile. And it's as Katsuragi said, top-class hunters usually don't buy equipment using cash. It's because the amount of money that they use in a transaction is enormous. It's not like they can walk around carrying a large amount of money. Thus, it's common for them to open a bank account and pay using a card. It might be a good idea for you to open one soon. Akira then looked back at the bundles of money on the floor. He could only smile bitterly as he realized that his sense of money had really undergone some subtle changes compared to just a few seconds ago. Yep, I knew it. You're messing with my sense of money? I guess I can no longer live in the slum city. That's a good development. Do your best." Akira smiled bitterly to Alpha, who was smiling for a different reason. He then shook it off and said, "So now, we're going to buy equipment with this money, right? We're going to buy equipment that will increase the effectiveness of my support. I guess you should be able to at least buy the lowest level equipment with 8 million orum." Akira was very surprised as he asked Alpha, 8 million orum only enough to buy the lowest level, huh? What in the world are we going to buy with this money? Augmented suit. Augmented suit? It's that thing that allows me to carry heavy stuff, right? Yep. But it's a different story for you. Since you have my support, it'll allow you to do a lot more things other than just carrying heavy stuff. So you can look forward to it. Alpha smiled confidently as she said that. Akira went to Shizuka's shop the next day. When he entered the shop, he saw Shizuka behind the counter resting her chin on her hand looking bored. But the moment she noticed Akira, she immediately stood properly and smiled at him. "Welcome. Are you here to buy ammo again?" Nope. I'm actually here to buy equipment, you see. Shizuka smiled as if to tease Akira. Oh my, it has been quite a while since you bought that age rifle, so you're finally willing to buy new equipment, huh? I'm happy to hear that, you know. After all, it'll be hard for my shop if I only rely on the ammo trade. I'm sorry. Akira apologized while being flustered. Looking at that, Shizuka giggled and apologized. I was only joking. I'm sorry. So then, what do you want to ask me? Actually, you see. Akira then let out a sigh and explained the real reason why he was there, to buy an augmented suit. After hearing his explanation, Shizuka whistled. Augmented suit? Well, it's not like I'm not selling those here, but to be honest, my shop focuses more on guns and ammo. I didn't put any augmented suits on display, so it's not like you can browse for the real thing here. And even if you place your order, it'll take some time before you can get it since I order it from outside. Although I still can do a basic setting for augmented suits, I think it's better if you buy one from a specialized shop, you know. Is that so? But I don't know any specialized shop for augmented suits though. And even if I know one, I'm not even sure they'll let me in. Not to mention that I know next to nothing about augmented suits, so I'm afraid the shopkeeper would swindle me to buying something bad. Sarah-san also said to consult with you if I have any questions about equipment, so I'll be really thankful if you can help me here. Shizuka smiled happily. I can't refuse if you put it that way. Okay then, if you're okay with my intuition, I'll give you a hand. So then, how much money are you planning to spend on this augmented suit? Akira was so happy that Shizuka decided to help him, so he answered back casually while smiling. It's 8 million orum and it's in cash. Shizuka was a bit surprised when she heard Akira's answer. She then looked at Akira as if she was interrogating him. This much money, where did you get that from? Is it from selling relics? You can't get 8 million orum unless you gathered a lot of relics or obtained some high-quality ones, right? Either way, you would have had to go to dangerous areas to get those relics. Although you just got almost killed not too long ago, did you really go somewhere that dangerous already? Shizuka was able to immediately pinpoint where to get such relics using her intuition and her ability to analyze. So Akira panicked as he answered back. Well, I was actually stocking up relics for a while and sold all of them in one go. Because it's common for a small kid like me to get targeted if I go walking around with a lot of money, I was only selling a portion of my relics and hid the rest. Now I just sold all of those relics that I piled up. I'm trying my best not to put myself in danger. And it's as you said, I almost got killed not too long ago, that's why I'm thinking of buying better equipment. The reason I decided on buying an augmented suit is so that I can run faster when I get into a dangerous situation. That's why I'm thinking of spending more money than usual to avoid being in the same situation like back then. Shizuka's gaze was intense, but she did that because she was worried about Akira. When Akira noticed it, he started spouting excuses in a panic that he did not know what he was even saying. He was making excuses as if he was a kid who was desperately trying to come up with any excuses that he could to avoid getting scolded. Akira was not used to having someone worried about him. Even more so when it was unconditional. Although he did not realize it, Akira was actually feeling happy. So he was actually in a panic because of the embarrassment and the guilt that he was feeling when he realized Shizuka was worrying for him. But if it was Cheryl who said that to him, he would have replied back with "shut up" or "stop asking that." There was a crucial difference between them that Akira himself did not realize. Although Akira answered back in such a fashion to dodge her question, there was no deceit in his answer. In order not to do anything too dangerous, it was necessary for him to do something with a little bit of risk. There were no lies in those words too. It was not like he did that because he wanted to, he had to do that if he wanted to survive. After all, for surviving in the slum city as a hunter he had to take some risk. That was what Shizuka's intuition was telling her as she stared at Akira. She then warned Akira with a tone as if she was seriously giving a warning to a small kid. Just don't do anything too dangerous unnecessarily, okay? Okay. Seeing Akira sincerely nodding, she replied with a smile and a nod too. She then returned back to her shopkeeper routine. All right then. Shall we hear what kind of augmented suit you want? And since telling me is free, you can say whatever your preferences are. As Shizuka was listening to what kind of augmented suit Akira wanted, she looked a bit surprised. After all, there was one thing that she did not expect to come from someone who was buying an augmented suit for the first time. Akira wanted to get an augmented suit that could operate for a long time. It might still have a limit on how long it could be used, but rather than a suit that would give him enough strength to send vehicles flying with his fist, Akira preferred a suit that he could use to increase his overall strength. He was not looking for a thick, strong augmented suit that would give him protection equal to a tank or a mechanized soldier. Putting on such an augmented suit would take about an hour and help from someone else too. Rather than that, Akira wanted a suit that he could put on and take off easily, something that would not need too much work to put on. Up to this point, Shizuka had no questions at all. The thing that Shizuka found strange was because Akira wanted an augmented suit that had multiple control devices in it. So then Shizuka asked Akira for more details. Well, it's true that there are many types of augmented suits. There are mechanized augmented suits with no control device or with a control device. There are also augmented suits that affect the whole body, and of course, there are also those that only affect limited parts of the body. I also heard that most of the augmented suits have its control device embedded into an information terminal or similar devices. But a whole-body control device. Akira, where did you hear that from? Akira looked troubled when Shizuka asked him that. He actually heard about that from Alpha, but there was no way he could say that to Shizuka. Well, it's not like I know anything about the details. I only heard that it's a good type of augmented suit. I'm sorry, did I do something against the norms of picking my first augmented suit, or did I say anything strange? As Shizuka observed Akira's behavior, she inferred that it was not like Akira actually knew any details. He just came up with that after hearing it from someone. I guess he consulted with another hunter about getting an augmented suit, and that hunter must have boasted about the type of the augmented suit that he was using. Shizuka's intuition was almost spot on. She was satisfied with that guess and decided not to pry any further. It's okay. It's just that you asked something that only a specialist would know. Although it might be just by pure chance, that actually surprised me a bit. Don't worry, I got the gist of what you want. I can now go ahead and choose an augmented suit based on your request for you, but are you really okay with that? Yes, please. Now about the payment, since I'll be buying from another shop and being a merchant myself, it would be problematic if I don't pay up front for the product's full price. So I'll call you after I decide on an augmented suit. You can make sure whether it fits your preference or not before putting in an order for real, then you can pay for it afterwards. Well, if we do this, it'll end up taking more time before you finally get one, so are you okay with the arrangement? Akira thought for a bit before asking Shizuka. If I pay you now, would it be faster? Well, of course. A negotiation with the other merchant would definitely go smoothly if I can pay for the product right on the spot. There are also cases where a 10 million orum that you would get next year would be worth less than the 10,000 orum that you need now. Cash is pretty powerful, you know. In a negotiation, the buyers want to make sure that they can get their product cheaply and the sellers want to make sure that they can get their money, so cash is really important, you know. In that case, I'll pay you now. I made a bank account so you can charge money from there. And also, please charge for my medicines and ammo from the same bank account too. Akira then pulled out his hunter ID. He went to the hunter office before visiting Shizuka's shop and had opened his bank account. Although it was still new, he was already able to use his ID as a debit card. He only needed to confirm his identity and then all the bills from ammo, medicines and any other bills from Shizuka's shop would be automatically paid through his account. Shizuka looked a bit unsure as she asked, are you really okay with this? Once the money is transferred, it's not like I can return it even if you ask me to, you know? Moreover, I might even pick a subpar product, you know? It's okay. Shizuka looked a bit troubled, but she then warned Akira with a serious face. Although I'm happy that you really trust me, it's better if you think carefully first before deciding something like this. There were a lot of merchants who wanted to swindle as much money as possible from a hunter. But those merchants were nothing compared to those who thought that these hunters would die soon anyway and scammed hunters to squeeze all the money they could. If Akira did this in another shop, it would definitely be very dangerous, and Shizuka was worried about it. Akira also looked troubled for a while before answering back with a straight face. That I think the result won't change even if I try to think hard about it. If I could not even trust the merchant recommended by the person who saved my life, then I would never be able to buy anything from any other merchant anymore. So it's alright. Even if something bad happens, I'm sure it's because of my bad luck. After all, I'm someone who got attacked by 2 groups of monsters consecutively in a day. So my luck is already bad enough. And that's something that I can't change no matter how hard I think. In the end, Akira just smiled bitterly. Shizuka could only listen to him without saying anything. Akira was trying his best to find a few shops that he could trust. He then picked Shizuka's shop and decided to buy equipment that would help him survive in the ruins. Shizuka was so happy when she realized that and smiled back to Akira to give him a peace of mind. She was smiling as the shop manager who had confidence in her own merchandise. Well, if you put so much trust in me, then I can't step back now. Alright then, just leave it to me. She then took the hunter ID from Akira's hand, held it above the terminal on the counter as she operated the terminal. With this, the transaction should be taken care of. And just like Alpha said, 8 million Aurum was gone from Akira's account in just 1 second. So Akira has become a hunter with a bank account now, huh? Just be careful, if you're not, then you might end up debt-ridden, you know. Shizuka gave him that warning as she returned Akira's hunter ID. After all, in reality, there were a lot of hunters who ended up being debt-ridden from buying too much ammo or having to pay a penalty for the damage that they had done after failing a request. When hunters' account went below 0, the hunter office would lend them money, of course with interest attached. The hunter who could not repay their debt would be apprehended by the hunter office and sent to explore dangerous ruins. There were also hunters who could not escape from that loop and ended up spending their life working as forced labor to pay back their infinitely piling debt. Akira then replied back firmly to Shizuka's warning. I understand. That's a good reply. So then, I'll take some measurements for the augmented suit. Come over here. Shizuka brought Akira behind the counter and to the back room. The back room of the shop was filled with ammo, guns, and other goods. I'll need to take precise measurements, so take off all your clothes except for your underwear. Akira obediently took off his clothes just like he was told to. Shizuka then used a handheld body size scanner to measure Akira's body size. Try not to move since it'll cause inaccuracy in measurements, okay? Is it important to be that precise? Well, the human body changes daily, so it's not really that important. But still, I think it's better to take a measurement that is as accurate as possible. If you go to a specialized shop, they'll even take a more precise measurement, you know? You'll have to put on a body measurement suit and get into a huge measurement device to measure everything to the minutest detail. Not just your body and skeleton measurement, it'll also measure the position of the organs and muscles, neural network, the number of nanomachines inside the body, and all the other information too. The augmented suit maker can maximize the effectiveness of the augmented suit by using that information. These custom-made augmented suits are better than the ready-made augmented suits, and of course, their price is also worlds apart. Shizuka kept measuring Akira's body as she was saying that, but she flinched as she saw Akira's body condition. Akira's body was full of wounds. Among all the small and big old wounds, the wound that he got from fighting the monster groups not too long ago was sticking out the most. Since he directly administered the medicine into the fatal wound, the life-preserving and healing nanomachine forcefully closed that big wound in a short time, thus it left a big scar that looked like a rift. If you think about it, it was not the right way of treating a wound, after all. That scar was caused by his bad luck, but he was lucky to be able to survive from such a wound. Had his luck been worse even by a bit, he would have died because of that wound. As long as he was working as a hunter, he would keep getting such wounds in the future. Shizuka was not aware that she had stopped operating the measuring device after catching a glimpse of that wound. Akira thought that it was strange, so he called her. Shizuka-san, it's nothing. Shizuka immediately regained her composure and smiled at Akira before continuing with the measurement. All right. It's done. You can put on your clothes now. It would take at least 1 week and up to 1 month before you can pick up your augmented suit. I'll contact you when the suit arrives. Please come as soon as possible to pick it up, okay? Okay, thank you very much for all the help. Don't mention it. After all, if you get your augmented suit, then it means that I can recommend you more expensive and heavier equipment. So I'm looking forward to you to frequent my shop more often. Akira returned to the counter together with Shizuka and said a proper goodbye to her before leaving the shop. Shizuka waved at Akira as she sent him off. Once Akira exited the shop, she smiled excitedly. Now then, since he put that much faith in me, I guess I'll have to give my everything for this job. Shizuka immediately headed out to do her job in a good mood. When Akira arrived in his room, he asked Alpha what he should do next. Aren't we going for shooting training today? Let's spend our time inside the room until you get your augmented suit. After all, I feel like you can do much studying or information collection within these few days. So this is a good time for doing that. If we go to a cheaper room, I guess we have enough money to spend for a month. Akira looked like he did not want to do that. Are we going to take a cheaper room? In that case, we can at least go to the ruins one more time. Of course, if he rented a cheaper room, then he would get fewer amenities. It was out of the question to rent a room without a bath. That was why Akira suggested going hunting for relics one more time, but Alpha casually rejected that idea. Rejected? I did tell you that I underestimated your luck, remember? So you're not going to step out of the room until you get your augmented suit, you get that? Even you want to be able to read and write as soon as possible, right? Well, that's true, but... Although Akira had been studying under Alpha's effective guidance and had already understood numbers and letters better than before, he still needed Alpha's help on a daily basis. Let's immediately start now. If you get a good result, I'll give you a reward by taking off a piece of my clothes. That will make you work hard, right? After all, you're a healthy young boy. Stop fooling around and let's start. Akira had a bad feeling about it as he tried to change the subject, but Alpha just would not let it go. In that case, let's do it backwards. I'll put on a piece of cloth if you get a good result. So I'll start naked. If you don't want me to remain naked, you should do your best in studying. Right after she said that, Alpha's clothes vanished and she was stark naked. Alpha showed off her glossy, wonderful skin in front of Akira without hiding anything. Her appearance could only be described as flawless. Since that appearance was produced by a very complex calculation, it could be changed at will. Alpha's body was simply so beautiful that it did not feel real at all, and she had adjusted her body to suit Akira's preference. In the present condition where she was not out in the wasteland, her body was way more charming than usual. Stop doing such a stupid thing and put on your clothes already. Looking at Akira, who was so flustered, Alpha smiled as if she was having the time of her life while still being naked. Yep, it seems that it's working. Let's start then. After that, Akira really started studying under that condition, and as she promised, Alpha did put on a piece of cloth every time Akira got a good score. But she always chose to put on seducing dresses with bold and exposing design. It was so captivating and charming that it disturbed Akira's concentration. In the end, it took a week before Akira could make Alpha put on a proper dress. They are tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.